We need to go back and do the job of making sure Israel has everything they need to finish that job. Because you can't have somebody come in your home, cause damage, and you do nothing. All you do is invite more of the same. And if Israel is our friend, and I know CPAC, Israel is our friend, we stand by them, we support them, we do not stand in the way of them, and we want them to do everything they must do to secure themselves and to secure the people of Israel. Now, we got to also look at foreign policy here in our hemisphere. The Chinese are on the move in South America. And while we're having these petty squabbles amongst Republicans and Democrats, the Chinese have one mission, and that's to put us in a box. So we have to reassert our dominance in our own hemisphere. No more should we allow communism and fascism to breed in our own hemisphere while we just argue over the stupidest things with each other. I mean, stuff that really just does not matter in the plight and the success of human beings across the globe. There was a time where we actually focused on our hemisphere. And I want to be clear on this. This is not a statement of isolationism versus being the world's police. It's not that. It's being sober. It's being a realist. It's understanding that America in a dominant position across the globe means the best thing for the people of the world who desire freedom and peace, who want to actually grow an economy, who want their children to be raised up. A globe where China is dominant is a globe that is to the detriment of human freedom. And so we have to do the things that are prudent to make sure that we assert those freedoms in our own hemisphere. There's another statement I want to make about foreign policy. I'm not a forever war guy, never have been. I'm not. My position is very, very simple. Go, kill the enemy, and come home. I'm a kid of the 80s, so I like G.I. Joe. Like, I just want our military to be G.I. Joe again. I think that's what most people want. That's what I want. If you're going to secure America, you have to secure its borders. You have to. We have 7.3 million people who've come into this country illegally. 7.3 million, and Joe Biden wants to make it an even 10 million. That's insane. No country would ever tolerate this. And so my position to my colleagues on Capitol Hill is clear. You either secure the border or you get no money for the government. Now, the press would say, oh my gosh, Congressman Donald, you're talking about the government being closed. Oh, are you concerned about that? To the people of the press, you got your answer from CPAC. But I tell these reporters when they ask me this, I say, the federal government has one primary job. It is to secure this nation and to secure its people. That's its first job before anything else. The states that ratified the Constitution of the United States would have never, ever ratified a constitution that would have allowed the federal government to allow an invasion into the United States. They never would have signed it. Those states would have kept their militias and they'd have said, I'll see you guys later, maybe we can work some things out, but that document is nuts and there's no way I'm going to be a part of it. So we have to be very clear about this. Joe Biden has a decision to make. Decide, Mr. President? Do you want to close Mount Rushmore so the southern border can be open? Do you, Joe Biden, want to tell the last remaining of our World War II vets that they cannot see the World War II memorial on the National Mall so we can have military-age men from China and the Middle East coming to our country illegally? Decide, Joe Biden, which country matters more to you, the border of the United States or the border of Ukraine? I love when you chant, but you're messing up my time, CPAC. I love it. I love you too. We have to be serious about this. Right now, what's going on in Detroit, in Denver, in Boston, we already know about what's going on in New York. You have the NYPD officers, and by the way, the NYPD officers, they're white, they're black, and they're Hispanic, they're men and they're women, and they're being beaten in their own streets of their own city where they are charged to help protect the people of New York, and they're being beat up by people who shouldn't be in the country in the first place. What kind of insanity is this? And so for my colleagues on Capitol Hill who are concerned about, well, Byron, we don't win government shutdowns. I say there's never been an issue facing this country that has united the American people more. And securing our border and securing our nation is not a conservative position. It is not a liberal position. It is not a white position or a black position. It is an American position. And that is what everybody in our country wants to see happen, and they want it to happen today. In our economy, we need leadership too. This nutty Green New Deal stuff, which by the way, isn't even that green. It's not even that green. When you go and read the studies, these solar panels are dirtier than natural gas. These wind turbines, there have been more men and women who have died from wind turbines than nuclear power. That is a fact. More people have died from maintaining wind turbines than they've died from nuclear power plants. But you got to have leadership that's going to tell the truth and set America on the track going forward. We shouldn't be chasing green technology just to chase green technology. We should be chasing the cheapest and most readily available form of energy so all of our people can be successful. You know, when they figured out how to do fracking, they tried to blame fracking and found out that they were liars about blaming fracking. When we started using natural gas, we realized that we cut America's emissions in half over a decade, and it still wasn't good enough for the radical left, because it'll never be good enough for the radical left. And so the only way you defeat them is that you got to have leadership who's willing to stand up to them at every point, and we have that leadership in Donald J. Trump. But we have new things on the horizon. We have this great new technology called digital assets. And I know some of you, a lot of you, myself included, are concerned about that being used by the Federal Reserve and the Treasury with a central digital bank coin. I don't want the Fed doing anything like that. But if people decide of their own free will to have Bitcoin or any other type of cryptocurrency, or to have these tokens or stable coins, if that's what a free people decide to do, it is not the position of the American government to stand in their way. It should be the position of the American government to allow them to be free and make their own choices, because that's the very essence of human liberty. That's the whole reason that the framers wrote our Constitution and they ratified our Constitution, is to protect you, not to protect government. One of the biggest areas we're going to need a resurgence in American leadership is with our own government. These people are crazy. You have an FBI that has been spying on the American people against federal law. You have a Department of Justice that is picking and choosing who they're going to prosecute and when. Joe Biden has violated the Espionage Act. He violated it as a United States Senator. He violated it as a Vice President of the United States. And he should be prosecuted for violating the Espionage Act. I have a security clearance. If I take classified information out of the SCIF, do you really think that the Democrats wouldn't prosecute me? Yes, they would. But what you got to have is leadership who's going to stand for the rule of law, that's going to stand for Lady Justice. Lady Justice is supposed to be blind, not political. Lady Justice is supposed to be even-handed, not deciding that a Green New Deal is way more important than a basic rule of law that everybody can see and follow. You got this stupid judge in New York with the $400 million fine. What kind of craziness is this? By the way, to you business owners in New York, come to Florida. If you're a real estate guy in New York, you might want to just come on down to the Sunshine State. We would love to have you. I had to do that quick plug for my state. You know, I love my state now.
Make America Florida.
Said make America Florida. Oh, we're going to do that. I want to make one clear point, because we talk a lot now about a two-tier justice system. We have to acknowledge that in America's history, there has been a two-tier justice system. There is a reason why a lot of Black Americans do not trust the justice system. Because there was a time where the justice system was abused against Black people in this country. It was wrong then. It is still wrong today. Our country is best when we are not a respecter of persons or creeds or political ideology or race. Our country is best when everybody is treated equally under the law. And when you're dealing with radical Democrats who think they know better, who subscribe to the thoughts of Barack Obama, who said that they want to fundamentally transform America, I got news for them. This November, we're going to fundamentally transform the United States government. The last major area where we truly need a resurgence in American leadership is in our culture, and it's with our children. Man, just let kids be kids. Let them be kids. Little boys are little boys. Little girls are little girls. When I was a little boy, I liked little girls. This is a good thing. This is the natural order that keeps society progressing. We also have to understand that the greatest environment for the success of a child is a two-parent household. Look, CPAC, families aren't perfect. We all know this. If you sit there, like nobody clap. Families are not perfect. Everybody's family got something going on, okay? But even in that imperfection, it is better to have two parents in a home than not. I'm the product of a single-parent home. My mother did everything for me. Things between my mom and my dad didn't work out. I love them both, but it didn't work out. I know firsthand having two parents in the house is better than having one. And that's not to diminish the sacrifices and the love and the strength that my mother had. I mean, listen, you want to see strong? Go meet a single Black mother, man. They strong. Strong, tough. But we got to understand that the formation of the family, that is the thing that sets the basis of culture in our country. So kids grow to be adults and they form their own families. Their success in the family unit breeds America's success in our country. And our success actually breeds success in a much better world, in a much safer world. And this isn't about nation building. This is about doing first things first at home, making sure America is in position at home, being focused on and solving our issues here at home. Because when we do that, the Chinese can't stop us, the Russians can't stop us, the Iranians can't stop us. Nobody can contend with a strong and prosperous America. So CPAC, this is where I leave you. I just want to tell you this. The type of leadership we need is not leadership that looks to just get along with everybody. If you look back at Michael Jordan or Tom Brady or Bill Belichick or Mike Shanahan, they were tough. They would say things you would not like if you were on those teams. But they held everybody accountable. They were focused on the mission of success. We would cheer for them if you're a Patriots fan or a Bulls fan. If not, you were booing them. But you would cheer for them because you're like, oh my gosh, look at what they're accomplishing. If that works in sports, if it works in business, shouldn't we have that type of leadership in our country? We should. We have to have leadership that holds our government accountable. We have to have leadership that's going to have a bold vision of what we should do and not be afraid of polls of what people think we might need to do. We got to have leadership that's going to say tough things when we need to hear them, and we have that leadership this November in Donald J. Trump. God bless you, CPAC. God bless America.
There's a concerted effort to intimidate and censor conservative thinkers. The very freedoms secured by our Constitution are being threatened by the most liberal progressives America has ever seen. It seems like everything they do is to the detriment of our great nation. But there are plenty of patriots with the courage to stand up to the left. Join AMAC. AMAC is a voice for conservatives that cannot be ignored. Stand with over 2 million America-loving patriots by joining AMAC today.
This president is calling my family, is calling me, is calling MAGA supporters enemy of America.
That's right.
I am the daughter of a Cuban political prisoner who fought for freedom, who fought against authoritarian and dictators. He sounds just like Fidel Castro did. Fidel Castro would target the enemies of his government and try to take them down. This is exactly what we're seeing with Joe Biden. He should be ashamed of himself. No American should be called a Nazi or be called an enemy of the state. Yeah. Those of us who love this country, and I have spent my whole life defending freedom in America.
Hey everyone, it's Matt Schlapp, and I'm not here with Mercy, but we do a great show called America Uncanceled several times a week, and make sure you tune in.
In an era marked by climate change activists, new technologies, and massive geopolitical instability, we see energy policies have profound implications. The last 3 years have seen record-high gas prices and once-in-a-generation inflation. Energy has been at the center of all of it. During President Biden's first month in office, American oil production fell nearly 27% from its previous high. By the summer of 2022, a gallon of gas averaged more than $5 for the first time. All the while, Biden drained our strategic petroleum reserve, looked the other way on Iran's oil sanctions, and begged other nations to produce more oil. Not to mention, threatened to take away your car, your gas stove, and hot water heater. As the election nears, stay tuned for more updates, because in 2024, energy is on the ballot.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome host of the Ben Ferguson podcast, Ben Ferguson.
Good morning, CPAC. How are you guys? How are my favorite deplorables, as they call us? How are you? I tell you what, I was talking to a reporter before CPAC, and they always call you and they try to bait you. And they're like, man, Ben, are you guys nervous? You know, Donald Trump's looking old. And I said, man, how nervous are you that you're asking me about the competency of Donald Trump? He's got like a 21-hour schedule compared to a guy the White House says works maybe from noon to 4. That's how nervous they are. I walk in every year, and this is like a gut check moment for the country, and it's how I know, are we in a good spot or are we in a bad spot? Is the country in a bad spot right now? Absolutely, the country's in a terrible spot right now because we have an incompetent president that I'm not sure he even knows where he is or what country he's the president of, let's be honest. We also are in a bad spot because we have a deep state that's turning against the conservatives in this country. We are public enemy number one. It's not Al-Qaeda, it's not ISIS, it's parents. It's parents that go to their school board meetings, they say they're domestic terrorists. They're spying on our financial transactions. They're looking at the transactions of people who want to buy a firearm, which is our God-given right in America. You look at where we are right now as a country, it is a disaster. But you look at where we are right now as a conservative movement, I think we're one of the best moments of my entire life. Because we have President Donald Trump, who's running for President of the United States of America again, and I believe there's nothing they are going to be able to do to this man that is going to make patriots like you stay home in November. Can I get an amen on that one? I think they've made us more angry than they ever thought of the MAGA, right? Remember, we're the deplorables. Every single time they come after him, every time they come out and they say, we're going to take his buildings. That's what they do in communist countries. That's what they do in Russia. That's what they do in China. That's what they do in Cuba. That's what they do in Venezuela. This is the United States of America. I don't live in a communist country. And we're going to remind them of that in November. There's also something else that's really important. And it's the family. The family in this country and our kids are under attack like we've never seen before. Whether it's indoctrination, whether it's not telling parents about what's going on with their kids and their mental health, whether it's transgendered and forcing you to accept dudes in the locker room with children, dudes in the locker room with young girls, taking away the opportunity for young athletes to succeed in life. You have to understand, we have seceded the public schools in this country. Something we should have never done. And we better wake up and get it back. It's more than just winning the White House coming November. It's more than just getting good people elected to office. We are at a war right now, and they are at war to control our children because they believe that our children are part of the United States government. They are not yours. Your kids, your grandkids, these communists and socialists and Marxists, and believe them when they talk about your kids as property of this country. Hillary Clinton has said it takes a village. Why? Because she doesn't like your home. She likes her village. And her village, she wants to indoctrinate your children. We have got to wake up and pay attention about our kids. Which brings me to somebody that's fighting this good fight in a way that is so important. That is United States Senator from Alabama, Tommy Tuberville, a coach, a man that fights for kids. Welcome him out here, and we're going to have a conversation about the American family. Senator, come on out if you're back there.
All right, Ben.
Senator, good to see you.
Good to be here.
Let's talk about kids real quick. You have been a coach first. We have something in common. We both had a stint at a place called Ole Miss.
Yeah.
If there's any rebels out there, hotty toddy. I knew there's always one somewhere. You're probably running the show. That's what I like to hear. I want to ask you about you. When you ran, there was a lot of people, I'm one of them, it was like, what the hell are you doing? Why would you leave this great life? You got to be involved in the arena of sports. You got to mentor young men. You got to have an impact on their lives. You then get to sit back and kind of enjoy it a little bit. And then you decided, I'm going to run for Senate. Why did you do that?
My wife asked me the same thing. What the hell are you doing? Ben, it's good to see you. Good to be here. I saw through education and traveling as a head coach all across the country, going into high schools and homes, I saw the indoctrination process, and we are indoctrinating our kids in the government schools across the country. That's the reason we need school choice. Can I get an amen on that? We have to change direction. If we don't, we're going to lose. Folks, our country is in bad trouble. I've been up here 3 years, and I've seen all this mess, and it starts with what's going on with our family, with our kids, and with this crazy idea of gender. They want everybody to be the same. And it's, you can't make it up what's going on up here. You really can't. But I'm for school choice. We have to get that. It's a necessity. We've got unions. Unions at one time were good for this country, but not unions for our teachers in our schools, because they have absolutely been the ones that drag our country down, because they want to teach this woke DEI socialism agenda that our parents don't want. And of course, the government have attacked our parents for years. They want to divide the family. They want the dad gone. They want the mom to get a check for every kid to, be on welfare. It's a disaster, and it all goes back to Christian and moral values.
You mentioned the home, and I think this is exactly what communist, socialist, Marxists want. They don't want a dad in the home. They want the government to be the dad. My hometown of Memphis, Tennessee this year, they think that about 84 to 86% of all African-American children born this year will be born into single-parent households in my hometown of Memphis, Tennessee. The government has become the father. And you see the crime that's rampant in cities like Memphis that I love. You see it in places all over the country where you have these liberals that have taken over the school boards. They've taken over local government. They're letting criminals out of jail. The other day, we had a man that shot a woman 4 times. He was already back on the streets in Memphis while she was in surgery for a life-saving surgery at the hospital. That's America now under the Democratic Party, and they love the fact they're controlling these mothers and their kids.
Exactly, and it's getting worse. If you just look at the migrant situation that we're having now, the open borders, there's a reason for that. I mean, they're overwhelming all states in the country. They really want to overwhelm the red states. And how are they doing that? I've got a couple of high schools in the state of Alabama where I represent, and because of this illegal immigration, they have gone from 15, 20, 30% of Hispanic to 70, 80%. We're having to educate them. And that's a hard job when they don't speak our language. It's just atrocious what this government's doing. Joe Biden's administration, it's not him. He doesn't know what day it is. But it's the administration that he's got.
Or what year he was the vice president, but let's not stop there, right?
Yeah. Well, let's go past that one, too. There's people behind the scenes running this show, and it's just, being a non-politician, being an educator all my life, and coming and seeing this clown show up here, it hurts to know. My dad fought in World War II. He died on active duty in the military, but all the things that are being attacked, from our education to our family, transgender in sports, which don't get me talking about that.
We're about to, don't worry.
And then, of course, the military, the law enforcement, our debt. I mean, there's no answers. They want no answers up here. They want government to take over, and as you said, that's their number one goal. They want to control everybody. Those of you out there think your economy is good right now. Your economy is good because we're borrowing on your credit card, taxpayer credit card, $80,000 a second. 4.6 million a minute is how much we're putting on a credit card for the taxpayers, going out there, money's being flushed out there, your economy looks great. Folks, grab a hold and hold on, because it's going to get bad. Because sooner or later, we all know that credit card debt's got to be paid.
I want to talk about, and you have a unique perspective as a coach. I played sports in college, played tennis at Ole Miss, and it's not hard to figure out there's a difference between men and women in sports. There's a reason why you have men's basketball, women's basketball. There's a reason why you have men's football in college and you don't have women's football in college. Doesn't mean that one's better than the other. But this idea that we are going to blend these together and anybody can wake up on any given day and go, I'm the opposite sex. We had track stars that are breaking women's records. We have swimmers that are breaking women's records. We have trophies that are being taken away. But what worries me more than that is scholarships. When you work your tail off, there's a lot of kids that make it out of poverty because of sports into college. It may not be an SEC school. It may be a Division II school. It may be a Division III. It may be a combination of scholarships. But I've witnessed scholarships give kids a better life. I was one of them. I had to pay for college myself, and I knew it was going to be by hitting that yellow ball really hard. I look at these girls now. They're having scholarships that are going to be taken away from them. And not just that, but then they're in a locker room with a man. Did you ever think when you were a coach you'd even be having this conversation we're having right now?
No, we've lost it. And everybody asks me, why? Why are we doing this? And I'll tell you why we're doing it. We are not doing this. The Democrats' Socialist Party is dividing family. We've talked about that. Dividing the family. They're dividing gender, or actually they're trying to bring gender together because they think men can have babies now, which is another story. So, but now they want to tear down our sports because sports is one of the things that has really made this country great because kids at a young age go learn how to compete against each other. They learn how to
win
work.
or lose.
They learn how to win. They learn how to lose. But that's been a golden idea in the United States of America for years. Now they're trying to tear it down. They want men to play in women's sports. People are going to get hurt. I got a bill on the floor. Well, I had one on the floor. They're not going to bring it up, but at least we put it out there. Protect Women and Girls in Sports Act. Well, that didn't make it to the floor. Schumer could care less because he believes in that.
I want to pause you on that, and I want to ask you, when you put this bill together, this is not a crazy bill. It's protecting women's sports. You would think every liberal, every feminist, every women's group would be running to your office to support you. What was the reaction of your colleagues in the Senate, specifically Democrats and specifically female senators, when you're doing something that like used to be like, this would be feminism 101? Did any of them call you and go, hey, man, I love this. I want to co-sign. I want to be a part of this. I want to help you protect women's sports? Or was it totally silent because you're a Republican and you're an evil person?
Well, we know the Democrats aren't going to vote for it, but I actually had a couple of Republicans vote against me on this. And I went and asked them, don't you have a daughter? Don't you have granddaughters? I mean, what planet are you coming from? I mean, this is not right. This is American values. So that didn't make it to the floor. Now, I've got a new one. Those of you that hadn't heard this is the Olympic Committee has decided this year coming up that all the Olympic sports can make their own decision to let men play in women's sports. Well, the first one decided the other day that the boxing committee decided this year that men can box against women in the Olympics. Yes. Somebody's going to get hurt.
No, I'm not joking when I say someone's going to get killed.
Yeah, and it's, I mean, they have no common sense. There's zero common sense, folks, up here in the clown world. I'm telling you. Nobody looks out for anybody else other than their power and their obsession of turning this country into a globalist socialist country. Nobody cares.
When you look forward 5-10 years from now, what's going to break the back of this insanity? Is it going to be women getting hurt? Is it going to be no more women's sports at the NCAA level because it's just going to all be co-ed? I mean, where is there a point where we get a correction? Because we're clearly not there. I mean, even people, Martina Navratilova, one of the greatest tennis stars in history, one of the first athletes to come out of the closet, she has come out and has now been attacked by the LGBT community because she said women should not be playing with men. This is insane. And they're now going after her, trying to destroy her entire life work in sports.
Oh, yeah.
So what's going to happen? Do you see it?
Yeah. Well, you see it kind of bubbling, and it's getting worse and worse. Caitlyn Jenner, I talk to her all the time. She's totally against this, you know. And I've told Caitlyn, you were one of my heroes growing up. Remember Bruce Jenner
Back when it was Bruce.
won the decathlon and years ago. But they know the difference, okay? They know the difference. But the only thing that's going to change this is leadership. We have no leadership here. I mean, we have to have a leader of this country, and you know what I'm coming to. We had a leader for 4 years, and they ran him out. They ran him out, and they're trying to keep him getting reelected this time. They stuffed a ballot box on him 4 years ago. We've got to get Donald Trump elected president of the United States. Folks, you have got to do all you can do to get everybody to go vote. Because I'm telling you, I'm just an average country boy from the South that came to the big city that has been amazed. If you don't have that White House, I don't care if you got the Senate, I don't care if you've got the House, if you don't have that White House with the power that the President of the United States now has, if we don't get him back in that White House, it is going to be tough for any of us to survive in the greatest country ever of 248 years. And so that has got to be our step forward for the next 10 months. Now, it's going to be rough. You're going to have the groups coming out on the left that we saw a few years ago, tearing down cities, burning buildings. Hey, we got to wipe our hands of that, and we got to understand that no matter what happens in the next 10 months, he has got to be reelected, because he's the only thing that's going to save us from losing this great country that we live in.
Amen. I want to ask you about the deep state. I have the privilege, I get to co-host a podcast with one of your colleagues, Senator Ted Cruz. If you don't download it, Verdict with Ted Cruz. We talk a lot about the weaponization of the FBI, of the deep state against Americans. And we have seen something that I never thought we'd see in our lifetime. I mentioned this in the beginning. We have a deep state that's now coming after parents. And coming after parents, taking kids away from parents who won't let their kids transition. We saw that this past week, a headline that came out about that, about a child that was actually taken. We have teachers who are now basically spying on parents at home that are conservative, turning them into child protective services because they're teaching their kids right and wrong and basic issues in life that deal with faith and religion. And we have a DOJ and an FBI that looks as parents as domestic terrorists because they show up at school board meetings. And they're sending out memos, and they've never apologized for it. They've never rescinded it officially. They've said, oh, we're not really doing that, and the FBI director played a word game. As parents, that concerns me, but as a senator, what else do we not know that they're doing against the American family?
And that's a good point. And for those of you in here, you go back home, the area it really starts is not the federal government, it's not the state government, it's local government.
Amen.
People have to get involved back in your local government. You got to run for school board, you got to run for city council. Those are the groups that are going to control our country and make our country better or destroy our country. We got a lot of people, we all seen a couple years ago about governors and school board members saying that, well, we own your child. You don't own your child. We own your child. We're going to indoctrinate them. And that's the direction that we're headed. I mean, they want to control everything that we do. They hate Christianity. They hate it. I mean, it's something that if you pull the Constitution out on them, you know, they run like it's a crucifix for I mean, it is unbelievable. The entire thing here is globalization, overtaking everything that we do, being able to control everything in your life. And how do you do that? You bankrupt you, number one. Well,
Amen.
We're already bankrupt, okay? We're bankrupt. We're $35 trillion in debt, and it's going to get worse. As I said, we're printing more money than you can ever imagine. But that's how they're making things work. But we got to do it. We got to go back to the local level and start over. But again, it starts at the top with a leader that's going to give you the opportunity to do that, and that's Donald Trump. But it also is going to give people opportunities to go back into the cities and go back into your communities and take over what they've stolen from us. It's the rights of the American people, the greatest country ever. And again, we're not going to have many more chances. I hope we can get it back to this point. Now, the next 10 months is really going to be a test for all of us in here. It's going to be a huge test. They're coming after you. They're going to come after you. They're going to look, they're going to vilify you. You're going to see everything in the world said about Donald Trump or your local conservative politician. We got to stand strong. This is going to be the toughest thing in the world that you're going to see. They are going to come after you. They're going to come after your churches, your anything to do with any kind of discipline, your law enforcement. It's going to be a tough time because they can't give up. They know a lot of these people are going to go to jail when Donald Trump gets elected, and I'm going to be right there helping.
I'm going to be glued to the TV when that's happening. I want to pivot, and I want to ask you something that is also an important issue. It deals with foreign policy. You guys had a very important vote in the Senate on Ukraine funding. A lot of people may not realize you went to Ukraine before everything broke out. You met with Zelensky before everything happened. Can you tell us a little bit about what that meeting was like and what you saw coming down the pipe and now where we are?
Well, went back about 3 or 4 months before it started. He was begging a few of us senators that went to see him. He said, "We need help. You know, they're going to come unless you give us weapons to put on our border. Help us. You know, show them that we got a show of strength and that you're going to help." Well, Joe Biden wouldn't do it. Obviously, they allowed them to come in. Now, we're the one that forced this war because we kept forcing NATO on Ukraine and showing Russia, hey, we're going to build military bases on your borders. And Putin said, no, you're not going to do that. And so now I've got a bunch of my people that I'm in the Republican Party with that voted for this $60 billion. Now, I hadn't voted for any money to go to Ukraine because I know they can't win. They don't, you know, you hate that they've had 300,000 or 400,000 people killed, so Russians also. You hate that we supported this. We're pushing them out in front of the guns or out in front of the bus, I guess you'd speak. It's an atrocity, but they can't win. And so we need to get diplomacy, but there's nobody in this White House, Secretary of State or Biden, that can actually go over and negotiate. Now, we've done more negotiating in 1 month with Israel and Hamas, our group has, than we have for 2 years with Ukraine and Russia. We just want that war to continue on. We got to get it over with. Donald Trump will stop it when he first gets in. He knows there's no winning for Ukraine. He can work a deal with Putin. Then we got Middle East, and then you got China over on the other side. That's our number one adversary. Yeah, this is a mess. I mean, all created by Joe Biden and his blundering in foreign relations. And then you go back to the number one thing that really counts is us. I mean, they're destroying us from within. So they're accomplishing a lot of goals in 3 years. But again, the next year is going to be very tough, but we will overcome this. Donald Trump's going to get elected. We'll take back over, and we're going to put Christian values back in this country and tell these people to get back at the back line.
Final question. When I got into radio and I started at a young age when I was 12, my goal was to make a difference in the country. Every day when I do my podcast, every day when I do my show, every day when I'm doing the show with Senator Cruz, the other one, I try to give people a mission, a game plan, and some hope. You're a coach first, Senator second. I like that. It's like a way better resume than Senator first, coach second. What's the game plan for the rest of this year, for everyone here, that everyone's watching online? What is it your goal you would tell them? What do they need to do getting ready for November?
Well, first of all, you got to know the goal that you're shooting for. Our goal is to take back our country. We've got to take back our country as we knew it. We have a constitutional republic that's hard to hold on to. We've gone a long time. We're the longest running democracy ever, and people are trying to take it from us. We got communists, socialists. We got people that are trying to divide the country, but we have to know our plan. So we've got to take our country and make it better. But to do that, we've got to regain control. Our game plan is from the ground up, from the grassroots into the counties, the cities, the small neighborhoods, to understand the direction this country is going and reverse it. And so we got to take over. We got to take back over, as we talked about earlier, the education part of our communities. But remember, our number one commodity in this country, our number one commodity is our young people. That's the future. We got to make sure that they understand, because now this Generation Z they didn't vote. Now they vote. And so we're going to have to do a lot of discussion. So our game plan is to go back to our communities and make sure that however they vote, people have an understanding of what this is about. You got to know now, these young kids, I've got a kid that's 27, 28, they never watch news. What do they look at? Their phone. They get their news off a phone, which is, a lot of it's not very good. So we got to get out and speak to the young groups and get them to vote and understand their future is about our Constitution. And so game plan and save our Constitution from young kids on up in every community.
Tell your wife we're sorry you're in D.C., but thank you for giving you to D.C. We appreciate it. Everybody give the senator a big round of applause. You guys are going to have one heck of a CPAC. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Champions are not born. They're made of moments. At Liberty University, we push ourselves in the classroom, on the athletic field, and in the community to go beyond our limits and reach the world for Christ. Every play made, every assignment completed, and each friendship formed is a testament to our dedication to that mission. These moments matter and make us champions. Become a champion for Christ at Liberty University.
As I think it was President Reagan said, we're from the government. We're here to help.
I think you all know that I've always felt the 9 most terrifying words in the English language are, I'm from the government and I'm here to help.
We're from the government. We're here to help.
We hope you are having a wonderful time at CPAC. But if you happen to have any questions during the conference, look for our volunteers wearing our blue volunteer t-shirt. They would be more than happy to help you with whatever question you may have and can always direct you to the right place.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome North Carolina Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson.
All right, the big bad timer says I only have 12 minutes. Now I have 11 minutes and 30 seconds. So I got to get started right now and get this going. So the very first thing we're going to do, as always, we're going to give thanks to our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Do it every time I speak because we live in a blessed and prosperous land. When Americans get up out of bed, I believe the first thing they should do is thank God. Because God is the reason why we are the way we are. He is the reason why we have our freedoms. Our freedoms came from Him. They don't come from man. And we should give thanks every day because of that. We should give thanks for the blessings that we have in this nation. So we give Him thanks first and foremost. Well, let's get right into this. My name is Mark Robinson. I'm the 35th Lieutenant Governor of North Carolina. First black Lieutenant Governor of North Carolina. And I'm running to be the Governor of North Carolina. That's right. And as we travel the state, we like to tell people the story of how Republicans have turned North Carolina around. Prior to 2010, North Carolina was $3 to $6 billion in debt to the federal government. We were furloughing state workers, not because we didn't need them, but because we couldn't pay them. Teachers didn't get a raise for 6 years. Nobody wanted to come to North Carolina to do business. Taxes were too high. Regulations were too stiff. Then Republicans took over in 2010. And now, 13 years later, not only do we find ourselves not one dime in debt to the federal government, we have a $5 billion surplus. And for 2 years running, North Carolina is the #1 business destination according to many major publications. We are on firm financial footing. Everyone wants to come to North Carolina to do business. And despite the fact of the ills that we see at the federal level with inflation, with the workforce issues, the supply chain issues, small business filings in North Carolina are at an all-time, a record high for the last 2 years. Why? It's not by happenstance. It's not like this article that the ABC News did the other day that said, red states are doing better economically, but it's because they're warmer. It's because conservatives do this little pesky thing that leftists don't like. We put principles inside of our policies and they yield a desired result. And it shows in how our states operate. Yet and still the news media, they never want to talk about that. I can give a 25-minute speech. 24 minutes of it will be about what I just told you. It will be about that. It will be about making reformations in our education system. It can be about giving parents the right to control their children's educational destiny. It can be about raising the stature of people all across our state and taking them on a journey that sees them increase their financial fortunes, their educational fortunes, and their futures.
I could mention 30 seconds about why men shouldn't be competing in women's sports and that men ought to go in their own bathroom, not in the women's bathroom. And when the leftist news media reports the next day, guess what the article is about? The article is about that 30 seconds. You see, they don't want to talk about the fact that California is falling apart and Florida is flourishing. They don't want to talk about the fact that New York is in a shambles and that North Carolina is on firm financial footing. They don't want to talk about the great things that are going on in Arkansas and other places where great conservatives are at the helm doing great things. When it comes to that, the news media is silent because they don't want to admit one thing. The left is wrong. They are wrong on every topic, on every issue. They don't have a political leg to stand on. They don't have a social leg to stand on. They don't have a spiritual leg to stand on. They have nothing to stand on because they do nothing right. In every state they're running it straight into the ground. It's a pesky problem for our news media. They despise that. Whenever they mention my name, they always mention my name in conjunction with social issues and how I hate everybody. According to them, I hate everybody. I hate people who walk and talk and walk upright. Or I hate people who drive cars. I don't hate anybody. Because what I'm doing is not about hate. And what you're doing shouldn't be about hate either. We should be operating because of what we love. Let me take it biblical for you. You know that battle between David and Goliath? You know why David won? He didn't win because he hated Goliath. He won because he loved God, and God was with him. So we have to focus on what we love. And what do we love? One word. Freedom. That's what we love. We love freedom. And if you notice, that same news media doesn't want to talk about how bad California is doing, but is always demonizing a guy like Mark Robinson or Ron DeSantis or that fella that needs to be in the White House right now, Donald Trump. They don't ever want to talk about freedom. Oh, they want to talk about freedom when it comes to what they like. The freedom for you to choose your gender. The freedom for your minor child to choose their gender behind your back without your permission. The freedom for a man, a grown man, to compete against women in sports. Oh, they're all for those kinds of freedom. But they're not for real freedom of speech. They're not for the right for you to defend yourself and own firearms. They're not for the right for you to be able to express yourself through your religion. We've got to get back to that, folks. In essence, that's the reason why we're here today. That's why we're here today. We're not here today to see celebrities and see politicians and to see ourselves on television. We're here to spread the message of freedom. We're here to stand up for the freedoms that we love. The other night, I was watching a documentary about World War II, 7-part documentary about World War II, and I turned on an episode of it. And right from the very beginning of the episode, tears start to stream down my face. And I was sitting there watching this thing, asking myself, what's wrong with you? Are you turned into an old man? What is wrong with you? Are you going soft? What's wrong with you? Why are you crying watching this? And then it hit me like a ton of bricks. I wasn't watching a movie. I wasn't watching Saving Private Ryan or Full Metal Jacket, or I wasn't watching some Hollywood war movie. I was watching the stories of the people who have sacrificed their lives, not their fortunes, not their jobs, not their stinking political careers, sacrificed their lives
for our freedom. Do you know how many people are laying in their grave right now? Gave up the opportunity to marry, gave up the opportunity to have children and a family, gave up the opportunity like I have to see their grandchildren come on this earth. And they gave it up so we could sit here today. You know how many? The sacrifices that have been made for this country have been great and terrible. Well, now it is the time for us to sacrifice. When I hear a politician, an elected official say, well, you know, I don't want to speak about that issue because it might affect my re-election campaign. I have no use for you. You stand on the shoulders of young men and women who, when it was time to face down the enemy, were willing to give their lives for you. And you stand as a coward who won't do your duty in Congress or the Senate or back at home in your house or your Senate or even on your city council or board of education or as the mayor refuse to stand up with the guts to fight against the people that want to destroy this nation. Can't have that anymore, folks. We need warriors. We need warriors like President Trump, who is literally spending his golden years fighting for the survival of this nation. Fighting for the survival of this nation. Because we need to get back to standing up for the freedoms we believe in. And what are the freedoms that we believe in? They're the same freedoms that Crispus Attucks gave his life for at the Boston Massacre, that the men on Bunker Hill stood in defiance against the British for. The same ones at Valley Forge and the same ones who were fortunate enough to stand at Yorktown to see the victory. They're the same freedoms. The Battle of Little Round Top was fought for. The battles of Gettysburg and Fredericksburg and all those terrible battles of our Civil War. They're the same freedoms that the Red Ball Express and the Tuskegee Airmen and those boys from Bedford, Virginia at D-Day fought for, and those Marines at Iwo Jima fought for. They're those same freedoms. So I urge each and every one of you, as we move forward this year and we think about what's at stake, when you think about that wide open border, when you think about this out of control crime, when you think about this dastardly government that has its head in its rear end instead of being at the helm of the government like it should be, you think about those people who sacrificed, who came before you. You get ready to sacrifice. And then let's all get together and do the thing that we need to do. Protect freedom in this nation. God gave it to us. Now it's time to defend it. God bless you all. God bless the great state of North Carolina, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Sources out there that are saying that Iran, their goal is to draw the U.S. into this broader conflict. There's no question that not only did the Iranian parliament come out and start saying death to Israel, you know that they've chanted death to America. They hate us. They hate our culture. They hate what we stand for, which is that of freedom and religious freedom. And for them, they want to take us down. And the mere fact is you have a commander-in-chief right now who is hiding in the basement that needs to be out there every single day answering the tough questions. Instead, they basically say that climate change remains the most important national security crisis that we're facing. They have caved in time and time again to Iran while knowing that they are funding Hezbollah. They've sent over $100 million, that is Iran, to Hamas, and over $700 million to Hezbollah. Clearly, it is about sponsoring terrorism. Clearly, it is about destroying our strongest ally, Israel, and then America.
If you're having fun this year, just wait for CPAC 2025. You can get your tickets now. Go to cpac.org/2025. See you there.
Nowadays, expressing your love for our country is more crucial than ever. MAGA hammocks, chairs, and scarves allow you to proudly express your honor and courage.
Criminal cartels in Mexico, he'll take them on. Because the country of Mexico is not doing a damn thing about criminal cartels who have killed more Americans than any terrorist organization. President Trump would declare them a terrorist organization. He would send a hellfire rocket down there, and he would take the cartels out because they need to be taken out because they killed over 100,000 Americans. This administration has held Mexico accountable. They haven't held China accountable for creating all the fentanyl they're selling to the criminal cartels. This administration is sitting back and watch this country get destroyed. We need President Trump back to save this great nation. He's the guy, and we need him back.
And so, Sarah, Sarah, I mean, you're talking about you haven't been just to the border, you've been to other places that have been directly impacted. Do you think that, I'm not saying that Chicago is going to flip red anytime soon, but do you think that there might be enough of the needle being pushed that people will say, even on this issue, that the people that we've been voting for decades don't actually care about us?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I saw that actually in Chicago, you know, just walking throughout Chicago, through the neighborhoods, talking to people who have been directly impacted, whose community centers have been taken over as migrant facilities. Or in New York City, for example, I visited one of the schools, one of the many schools that was taken over, PS 133, I'll never forget that. And I walked over there and they took the gymnasium from this elementary school and they just put single male adults in this elementary. It was like 10 feet away from the elementary school, and the men were going out at night and drinking and smoking and, you know, right by the elementary school, and the neighbors were furious. And these were people who are not predominantly conservative or Republican. These are independents, people who I spoke to who said they were Democrat, who said they were never going to vote Democrat again, that they couldn't, yeah. You go to other parts of the country, you can go to, you know, Dayton, Ohio, or Franklin, Ohio, where I was very close with the coroner there, and sadly, you know, her office, the morgue, was overflowing with bodies of young American children who were dying from overdose deaths and fentanyl, to the point where a few years ago they had to put up freezers outside the coroner's office just to keep all the bodies cold while she was processing it. And she was so devastated that, you know, there were tears in her eyes. She couldn't believe what was happening to her community. So absolutely, from California to New York City, people across the country are waking up. But the most important thing is that people have hope. And I think each and every one of us that are here at CPAC needs to spread the word. I know it's been tough. I know 2020 was tough. I know it's been a tough ride for a lot of us. But we got to get up. We got to speak up. Silence is our enemy's greatest weapon against us right now. We can't be afraid. We got to talk. We got to get to the ballot boxes. We have to vote, and we have to live as we are by principle as Americans. Because if we give up right now, if we walk away right now, I'm afraid, like I said earlier, I mean, this is the end. This is it. It's 2024. We've got to make it happen, and I believe we can with President Donald Trump.
As much as I would like to continue on this, unfortunately, we are out of time. So thank you all so much for attending here today. Again, Julio Rosas, Mostly Peaceful.live. Thank you. Give it up for our panel here, all-star family right here.
Hey, it's Matt Schlapp, chairman of CPAC. We have an old-fashioned notion here. We only let you vote one time in our straw poll, but make sure you do and let Donald Trump know who you want to be his vice president. Go vote in the Real America's Voice straw poll.
Sources out there that are saying that Iran, their goal is to draw the U.S. into this broader conflict. There's no question that not only did the Iranian parliament come out and start saying death to Israel, you know that they've chanted death to America. They hate us. They hate our culture. They hate what we stand for, which is that of freedom and religious freedom. And for them, they want to take us down. And the mere fact is you have a commander-in-chief right now who is hiding in the basement that needs to be out there every single day answering the tough questions. Instead, they basically say that climate change remains the most important national security crisis that we're facing. They have caved in time and time again to Iran while knowing that they are funding Hezbollah. They've sent over $100 million, that is Iran, to Hamas, and over $700 million to Hezbollah. Clearly, it is about sponsoring terrorism. Clearly, it is about destroying our strongest ally, Israel, and then America.
Being woke is easy when it was just a call to defund the police or end capitalism, right? It's a little different when your fellow ideologues start cheering for your beheading. And here's a question. This next video, does this look like London to you? The pro-Hamas protests making for a very interesting political moment at Harvard. A university recently ranked the worst school for free speech in America. What would Harvard do in a moment like this, we all wondered? A school that will expel you for using the wrong pronoun and making a pink-haired trans girl cry. Well, in this moment, Harvard just miraculously transformed into free speech absolution. Apparently at Harvard, there's nothing offensive at all, even though everything's offensive at Harvard. There's nothing offensive at all about celebrating the murder of 1,000 people, including a whole bunch of kids.
This president is calling my family, is calling me, is calling MAGA supporters enemy of America.
That's right.
I am the daughter of a Cuban political prisoner who fought for freedom, who fought against authoritarian and dictators. He sounds just like Fidel Castro did. Fidel Castro would target the enemies of his government and try to take them down. This is exactly what we're seeing with Joe Biden. He should be ashamed of himself. No American should be called a Nazi or be called an enemy of the state. Yeah. Those of us who love this country, and I have spent my whole life defending freedom in America.
Ladies and gentlemen, up next, the A-Team, freedom fighters. Please welcome, from Idaho, Congressman Russ Fulcher. From Pennsylvania, Congressman Scott Perry. And your host, Newsmax anchor Ed Henry.
All right, gentlemen, good to see you.
Ed, great to see you.
Yeah, good to see you. Hello, CPAC.
Hello,
How's it going? I'm Ed Henry. I'm a recovering mainstream media anchor. Good to see you. Now at Newsmax and Newsmax 2, we have a new streaming channel. There you are, Jeff. You can stream us at YouTube and Rumble at 6 p.m. Eastern every night. We got a show called The Briefing. And boy, are we going to get a briefing from a couple of freedom fighters today. I'm honored to kick off this panel with these freedom fighters, but also with all the patriots that are watching on Newsmax and Newsmax 2. All the patriots out there in the audience here at CPAC, we get to see you out in the hallways, and now we get to see you in the hall, kind of the forgotten men and women that Donald Trump talked about and fought for in 2016. And I suspect, gentlemen, that there are a lot of the patriots who fought to put the Republicans into the majority in the House. And when I see them in the hallway, they seem to have the same question. Congressman Perry, you first. What the heck happened?
So this is what happened. We knew it was coming. We knew we were going to take the majority. Now, some in our party thought there was going to be a big majority, but we didn't see that because we quite honestly hadn't earned it. We thought there was going to be a small majority. And the good news about that is that folks like myself as chairman of the Freedom Caucus and Russ Fulcher as a member of the Freedom Caucus knew that we were going to potentially have an outsized influence, and we prepared for it. So we went to the guy that wanted to be the speaker 6 months before that and said, things have got to change around here. The urgency in America to save the republic needs to be addressed. Our people are demanding it, and we should deliver it. And that's what the majority is all about. So we can't keep doing the same things the same way with the same people and expect a different outcome. And so we went to him and said, these are the changes we're proposing. We don't have all the good ideas. If you want to change some things, we're willing to hear that.
And Kevin McCarthy agreed to a lot of this to become speaker.
He agreed to almost all of it to become speaker. For instance, we were spending $7.2 trillion and taking in $4 trillion. We said, let's just go back to pre-COVID spending on some of these accounts and spent $7.1 trillion. They agreed. The rest of the conference actually voted for that early in the spring. We got the best border bill ever out of a Congress, out of a very slim HR2, a slim majority. Everything was working fine until ceiling, impasse, and we even got our speaker in the room. Remember, Biden said there's not going to be a negotiation. You're going to pass a clean debt ceiling. We set up the plan that everybody voted on and voted for to set the conditions for success. That opened the negotiation between Kevin's folks and President Biden and Chuck Schumer. The deal was lost right then. The wheels came off. The caps were broken. The deal with us was broken. And then you saw how the rest of the year went and what finally culminated in the fall.
So let's pick up the story right there, top line from you, and then I'll get into specific issues like the border. Congressman Fulcher, the way Congressman Perry describes it, do you agree?
Yeah,
and then how do we fix this?
That's how it rolled out. And you ought to have to understand, too, you can make a significant argument that in a lot of ways we don't have a majority at all because there is such a broad dynamic between within the conference, right? And so when you go out and you try to run something on a partisan level, and it's something that most of us would think this is a good conservative piece of legislation, this is a good conservative effort, you get down to the votes, you don't have it at all. And so what Scott described, I think, is very, very accurate. And one thing I want to just augment that with, though, is that in the effort to put the speaker in place the first time, a number of the significant rules were changed. That did give us some open field running when it comes to procedures. It was very, very important. And so that effort played out, and it was turned out to be very worthwhile.
Okay, we'll get into the specifics on that. I was thinking this morning, if only we had a checklist to see what you've gotten done, and you haven't. And then I look back, and you were probably part of the September. And then I look back, and you were probably part of the September 22nd, 2022 commitment to that's strong.
Let's begin by saying, but ladies and gentlemen, this is CPAC, you're conservatives. So those are platitudes to save the republic. Those aren't issues. Those aren't issues that people in New York or from Texas. It doesn't matter where they come from, but there are certain things that are perennial, and that is that government is too big, it's involved in our business, it's bankrupting our country, it's failing us on an international scale, and if you can't be for fixing those things, then run in the other party.
There you go.
You know, Ed, I want to expand on social and economic citizens. Policy.
He'll have a speech Saturday morning ahead of the South Carolina primary. My question to you is, he has had a proposal at a recent rally saying, end foreign aid as aid, but continue it as loans only. Even Israel, an ally like that, it has to be a loan. America has to get the money back. Could you get behind that?
Well, I will tell you this. From December to January, we went from $33 to $34 trillion in debt. By May, we will be $35 trillion in debt. We aren't fixing our border our citizens, Russ and our bosses, can't afford their groceries, can't afford their credit card bills, education, you name it. We're elected by the citizens of the United States of America, not Ukraine, not Taiwan, not anywhere else on the planet. Now, there are friends out there, and we want to be helpful where we can. But bankrupting the country is not something I ever signed up for. I want to help my friends at home, too, but I don't move myself out of my home and leave my family destitute to do it. So we have proposed on numerous occasions, and as you know, Ed, the House actually passed a bill to help Israel that was paid for. We paid for it. That's the responsible thing to do. First of all, that should be the policy. If we're gonna send any money to some other country, we got to pay for it so the American taxpayer knows what they're in for. But at a minimum, the other country has to have some skin in the game as well. And so the loan is the minimum standard. This bit where we just give billions and billions of dollars of American treasure away is unacceptable. And when we talk about Ukraine, nobody, not me, not Russ, not anybody, agrees with Vladimir Putin or what Russia has done. Not any of us. But the Biden administration or anybody else hasn't told us what the end game is.
Right,
Why are we sending all your hard-earned tax money over there? Where do we finish this thing?
Right.
Nowhere.
We haven't seen a strategy.
There is no strategy.
So go ahead, Congressman, because I want to ask, on Ukraine, there's $60 billion pending that the Senate has passed, obviously. There's a new speaker. You mentioned Speaker McCarthy. He's been gone. And we'll talk about whether anything's changed. But on Speaker Johnson, he's saying he's not going to bring up that $60 billion. Do you believe him? Are they going to hold the line on spending, or are we going to see more money to Ukraine?
Well, there's more than one question there. As far as our position, and I think where the speaker is going to be on this, until, and certainly where I'm at on this, and I think Scott is too, don't talk to us about spending any more money. Don't talk to us about sending money that we don't have to other countries until we first address the border in our own country. To Scott's point, we don't have the money, first and foremost. We don't have the reserves. We've depleted that substantially, and there is no end game. We haven't defined what a win is. Scott pointed that out. And there's one other thing that, from a strategic standpoint, that doesn't seem to be getting addressed. Nobody wants to see Putin run across Europe. Why aren't we talking about starving him to death economically? That can be done. He's got one major source of revenue, and that's oil exports. We shut that off. We figure out how to shut those things down. We solve a lot of problems. If he doesn't have money, he can't prosecute a war. If he doesn't have money, he can't do all these other bad things. Same thing with Iran, by the way.
Right.
So
I was about to ask that.
Yeah.
Because Congressman Perry, backstage, said you wanted to talk Iran. Let's talk about it. Former President Trump, had the boot on the neck. And next thing you know, right before October 7th, Joe Biden and his team take the boot off. And what was it, $6 billion in sanctions relief. Right. And now they have proxies from the Houthi rebels to Hamas to the south of Israel, Hezbollah to the north. Talk about the stakes right now.
The stakes are incredibly high. Iran has been doing this since 1979. No administration, save the Trump administration, has done anything real. And if you look around, whether it's the Houthis, whether it's Hezbollah, whether it's Hamas, whether it's Islamic Jihad, whether it's in Jordan, whether it's in Iraq, whether it's in Afghanistan, you name it in the Middle East, there is one bad actor that is perpetrating all of it, and it is Iran. And right now, this administration is enabling, encouraging, and I'll use aiding and abetting, if that language means anything to you, to allow the terrorist regime, the terrorist superstate of Iran, to acquire nuclear weapons, which they will deliver with nuclear ballistic missile capability. This
so is
must
that
stop
treason? Are you suggesting?
Well, I would suggest this. If you look at his envoy, his special envoy, and this lady named Ariane Tabatabai, who is now the chief of staff for the Special Operations Forces at DOD, who called regularly to a person at the Public Policy Institute of Iran. That this person was trained by the Quds Force, right? The IRGC, as we know them.
Revolutionary Guard.
The Revolutionary Guard Corps. She's calling in to him to get advice on which meetings she attends, which conferences she attends, and she's working in the Pentagon. And right now, it's likely that the guy that allegedly is under investigation and had his security clearance revoked is still negotiating the nuclear
State Department
arms deal. Iran is our enemy. And if you're aiding and abetting the enemy, you know what the answer to that question is.
Absolutely. Congressman Fulcher, I want to shift to the impeachment inquiry as well, which is something that a lot of people in this room, I suspect, they're watching closely. Yesterday, James Biden was on Capitol Hill, as you know, testifying. We expect Hunter Biden next week. Like a lot of these issues, people hear about hearings and depositions, but they don't feel like there's any accountability. Will there be accountability of the Biden family?
Well, I'll tell you what, the House did move forward, as you know, with the very narrow margin vote in impeachment for Secretary Mayorkas. And I don't think any of us have illusions that that's likely not to pass through the Senate. But every minute, every hour, this gets debated. This gets shown on the public stage. It raises the awareness of what is really going on here and the fact that U.S. law is being disregarded. And on a related note, because, of course, Biden is right behind that, with what Scott pointed out and the international problems we've got with Russia and Iran, don't think for a minute they're not emboldened by the fact that this president is not 100% there. They know that he is not at full mental capacity, and as a function of that, they are prosecuting their efforts as a result. And so the impeachment.
So is that why Iran is doing this? Is that why China might move into Taiwan?
That has emboldened them. That has emboldened China. You notice that Putin didn't cross over and move into Ukraine with Donald Trump as president. So that's a factor in all this too. But the impeachment, even though it may not fully come to bear, the awareness and what gets prosecuted in front of the world and the American people is good.
Go ahead, Congressman.
Let me weigh in on this. The Biden family is stymieing us as much as possible, thwarting us at every effort, and you can understand that, right? They don't want to be found out what they're doing. You can see all the information that you've already seen. The evidence is pretty clear, right? You don't just make millions of dollars with nothing to sell, so on and so forth. What's frustrating beyond all get at is that the agencies, like the FBI, the Department of Justice, the IRS, are also reluctant or unwilling to give us the information so that we can either prove that the president is not selling the United States out for personal gain or that he is. Now, I don't think that we're going to get to a point, quite honestly, where we're going to be able to impeach him, especially with the thin margin that we have. But we're going to continue right up until the end of the term to bring this information out and to inform the American people. If Joe Biden wants to run for office again, have him explain this to the people that he wants to vote for him.
Real quick, and then I'll bring in Congressman Fulcher, but I want to follow up with you on the investigations. Backstage, we talked about how you've been the target of this weaponized DOJ, and you were with your father-in-law when the feds came to get your phone.
Yeah, it's look, it's censorship, it's intimidation. I'm not the target of any investigation. I haven't been accused of anything. But they came after me because I speak my mind and I say things that they don't want to hear, and they don't want you to be able to say or to be able to think. And so they want to make an example out of me because they're coming for you.
And this is over the election challenge from 2020.
Right. So,
but you're not the target of the criminal investigation.
Correct.
But they think there might be text messages helpful to the investigation, so they came for your phone? Is that?
I'm assuming that. I don't know. They haven't told me that, but they want the information on my phone, which, by the way, is constitutionally protected because my conversations with constituents or other lawmakers, per the Constitution, Article 1, are supposed to be protected. But they want to dirty me up, and they want to create some doubt in the minds of the voters in Pennsylvania that say, this guy's done something wrong. But make no doubt about it. Today it's me, maybe tomorrow it's Fulcher. The day after, it's going to be all of you, and you know it. People don't want to say anything. They're reluctant to talk to their friends and neighbors because they look at what happened to me and they say, I don't want any part of that. Yeah. I don't want to be out with my father-in-law and my children and have the federal government show up and say, we're taking something from you.
Unreal. Congressman Fulcher, you want to... Former President Trump always says, they're not after me, they're after you. I'm just in the middle.
That's right, and I think that's a big part of it. Congress technically has oversight, and I get frequently asked questions, how come you're not doing more? How come you're not doing more? Jim Jordan is doing a great job. Jim Comer's doing a great job. But I think there is a fundamental flaw in the system because even though we technically have oversight, if we try to subpoena someone and then enforce some subpoena, it has to go through the DOJ for enforcement. That's part of the executive branch. They're just as corrupt, if not more so, than the intelligence community. So that is a fundamental flaw. That's why the more exposure we get, the more that we can go out and message the truth and at least communicate to the American people what's going on. That's one of our biggest power tools.
All right, we're almost out of time, but I think a lot of people want to hear, and I hear all the context that you're adding. Well, we sent the speaker to the negotiation, and I get that you're dealing with a Democrat president who doesn't want to cut spending, so I want to be fair about that. But we've just got a minute for each of you. What two or three things would you say we could do to fix this system so we can actually get out of debt? What do we need to do?
First of all, Republicans just need to do what they all told you were going to do, which was get government out of your life, reduce the size and scope of it and the cost of it. And that means putting votes up when we say we're cutting these programs, we're cutting these grant programs. They passed a $1.7 trillion called Inflation Reduction Act, which is going to equate to like $2.3 trillion in green energy tax credits. None of that should be happening, and every single Republican should vote to repeal it, period.
Congressman?
Sometimes that means you have to take some pretty significant measures. And if that means shut things down until we get people's attention, shut things off until we get the Senate, the White House to agree, then so be it.
Last thing, you both told me you may have some surprise picks for Donald Trump's vice president. You first, Congressman Perry. What do you think?
I want the most conservative person that will save the republic right behind Donald Trump.
Who is that?
Well, it's not some people that are currently in the race against Donald Trump. Let me just say it that way.
It sounded like Vivek is somebody you like.
I do like Vivek. I like that he understands that the government is out of control. But there are a lot of conservatives and people that believe that.
I heard the name DeSantis backstage, and I was surprised because I don't see these two men coming together.
I'd like to see them kiss and make up. I think that'd be a great pair.
All right, we'll see if they'll kiss and make up. The A-team from the Freedom Caucus. Gentlemen, thank you. You were great.
Thanks, Ed.
Thank you, sir. We're going to go to the right.
America is under attack. Our families are being crushed under the politics of a radical agenda. But moms have had enough. We are standing up and we are fighting back.
This is our battle. This battle is every bit as important as the Revolutionary War because we fight for the same thing.
Moms for America is a national movement of moms reclaiming our culture for truth, family, freedom, and the Constitution.
I think Moms for America is exactly on track and is doing the right thing for the future of our country and our children.
Like Moms for America is going at the heart of the issue.
But I am honored to join Moms for America today as we speak out against the horrific mandates.
With a national network of over 500,000 mothers, Moms for America is one of the fastest growing movements of women in the country.
Well, the most dangerous place in all of nature is between a mama bear and her baby cub.
We are the change. No matter what, no matter where, and no matter how difficult the obstacles are that are facing us and our families, we will not give up and we will not give in.
So if not now, then when? If not you, then who?
Welcome to the Momland Revolution.
You made it to the CPAC Super Bowl 2024. Thank you all for your incredible support. You are part of this freedom movement.
The old civil rights adage goes, no justice, no peace.
What we have to prepare for is we're going to see this propaganda spread even further in the media outlets, in the mainstream media outlets.
What's happening right now is in a greater context of one of the greatest crimes against humanity, which is an apartheid regime.
The Israeli government is what has fueled this. It's Israel that is occupying the Palestinians, not the other way around.
And it's basically like living, Alex, in an open-air prison.
I think Hamas mainly attacked military establishments, military installations.
You can't condemn women and children and elderly people being murdered in the streets.
What about it?
Do you condemn it?
I already said.
Why can't you say yes?
Because I already gave you my answer.
You didn't give an answer, and I think anybody who watches would understand what your actual position is here.
Once Israel moves forward with an offensive strategy in eradicating Hamas, they're going to be viewed as the killers.
You support Israel's rights to defend themselves against this brutality. Congressman, why do you have the Palestinian flag outside your office if you do not condone what Hamas terrorists have done to Israel?
You condemn Hamas then. Tell me that.
I've already said that I condemn the violence that Hamas...
But Hamas as an organization, a terrorist organization, will you condemn them?
I don't see them as a terrorist organization.
Hamas is a political movement that was elected.
The justification of the violence is the occupation.
Palestinians are leading a freedom movement.
Hamas is a movement, and then you fight back for that and you stand for your rights. That does not make you a terrorist. That makes you a defender.
A lot of them were very disappointed when the United States moved its embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. Again, I think that Hamas decided that now to amass these capabilities and to carry out this attack, they need to bring more attention in the region and globally to what they consider to be their plight.
Palestinians are the people who have been protesting non-violently
to prevent the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians.
This is the most extreme fundamentalist right-wing supremacist government in the history of the state of Israel.
Israel is notorious for creating propaganda.
And did not get raped.
No.
Netanyahu is basically running his own narrative of what he wants to excuse himself.
How does this end?
Killing and genociding and holocausting all the Palestinians.
Of the apartheid state of Israel, which has no legitimate reason for existing.
I mean, hear me out. We striked first because we wanted our land back, and that's what people do when they want the thing back.
You guys are associating that Hamas is a terrorist organization. It's a resistance.
And then you have the left cheering for the violence, cheering for the killing of civilians, calling for more, chanting in the streets, "There's only one solution."
Israel is a terrorist state.
I salute Hamas. A job well done.
Hamas is not a terrorist group.
What is it, like a motorcycle club? Or
every single thing they have done is justified.
Resistance is a human right. It was exhilarating. It was exhilarating. It was energizing. Okay. If we weren't exhilarated by this challenge to the monopoly of violence, by this shifting of the balance of power, then we wouldn't have to be ruled. I was exhilarated. Intifada! 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 We will honor all our martyrs! We will honor all our martyrs!
Hamas are Palestinians! Okay? All of us Hamas! Free Palestine! This is justified when people are occupied!
Thank you. Fuck Israel, no problem. Fuck Israel.
Glory to the martyrs!
I'd like to know who's funding the Students for Justice for Palestine and where this money's coming from that's creating this propaganda that's infiltrating our academic institutions, our media institutions, and trying to drive this anti-Jewish message.
Ladies and gentlemen, the doctor is in. Please welcome former U.S. Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, Dr. Ben Carson.
Thank you so much. Thank you, CPAC. It's great to be with a group of hard-working American patriots who love their country, love freedom, and love their faith. And our nation was built by men and women who never backed down, never gave up, never ever apologized for who they are. It is this American spirit that lives on in patriots like you. And it's comforting to see so many people who keep the spirit of 1776 alive. But as we gather here today, I really want to discuss an entirely new threat to our country. Just a few miles up the road in Washington, D.C., an entirely different scene is unfolding. Our government and our legacy institutions are losing credibility in the public eye at breakneck speed, even though their systematic takeover of America has been going on for years. The federal bureaucracy, the mainstream media, academia, Hollywood, big tech, and every other nexus of power in America today has turned its fire against conservatives, against Christians, and they wonder what kind of future is in store for their children and grandchildren. Young men, particularly young white men, aren't signing up in great numbers for military anymore because they don't want to fight for a country that hates them. They don't want to die halfway around the world to protect the borders of Ukraine or Taiwan or any other country on the earth when our own border is being overrun by the millions, with terrorists and cartel members and human traffickers coming in every day. They don't want to join a fighting force that is more concerned with woke activism, gender inclusivity, LGBT issues than it is with protecting Americans. They don't want to be part of an operation that spends trillions of dollars abroad while the small towns they call home are falling into dissolution, and our communities are being ravaged by drugs and depression, while their jobs are shipped overseas without a second thought. And they don't want to fight overseas just to come home to a country hell-bent on vindictive identity politics that promises to take what little social and economic capital they have left and redistribute it to racial, sexual, religious, and other minority groups as a pure power play by the radical left. Who can blame them? And how long can a country last in that way? It isn't just happening in our military either. As we see every day, virtually every single institutional power in our country has become openly hostile to conservatives, to Christians, to our country's legacy, and even the concept of Western civilization itself. Our education system has been taken over by radicals who push insane political ideologies like CRT, DEI, transgenderism, and more on our poor children, while they no longer even learn basic reading, math, and civics. They come down with the full force of the law when a student tries to open a Bible or say a prayer in school. And you know, they're putting all this stuff over on our young people who have brains that are not fully developed yet. And to take somebody who's curious and impressionable and infect them with these kinds of things is nothing less than child abuse. And, you know, inflation, gas prices have risen so high that everyday American families struggle to even put food on the table and gas in their cars. And Washington's solution, double down on insane environmental policies like the Green New Deal, mandatory electric vehicles, even though other countries pollute at far higher rates than we do. And we're sitting on some of the largest untapped oil reserves in the world. Our borders are wide open. An estimated 10 million illegal aliens have invaded our country since Biden took over, which is more than the population of 40 of the 50 states. A civilization cannot sustain itself this way, and we have no idea who these people are. They could be terrorists, spies, cartel members, or human traffickers, and they appear to be mostly military-age males. They could be affecting things like our cell phone systems and whether they work appropriately every day. And I guarantee you there's a whole bunch of stuff that they're going to be doing. All these people coming here are not our friends. The leaders in Washington won't enforce the law and protect you from the rampant crime that is destroying our inner cities and making them unlivable for families and children. And they even want to take away your ability to protect yourself by attacking lawful gun owners and slowly abolishing the Second Amendment. Meanwhile, they let hardened criminals out of jail while peaceful pro-life protesters and patriotic grandmothers who walked into the Capitol on January 6th are facing a decade or more in prison. Think about that. Think about that. And this is at a time when we lived through the summer of BLM Antifa protests, burning down cities, destroying businesses, looting stores, with support from government officials and the biggest corporations on earth. The law is being used to constantly harass upstanding citizens while the real criminals go untouched. To our leaders, you and I are the enemy, not the carjackers and the looters and the criminals who are running rampant in our cities. And now our justice system has been weaponized against the administration's top political competitor with absurd witch hunts from every corner of the country. It reminds me of the old Soviet slogan, "You show me the man, and I will find you the crime." They are throwing everything they have. Think about it. Everything they have, they're throwing at President Trump because they're desperate to stop him. And they're desperate to stop you and me. Trump's only crime is representing the American people first. And for that, they're trying to put him in jail for the rest of his life, tie him up in court, take all of his assets. They're terrified of him. They're incredibly unfair. And if we allow this to happen, America will never be the same again. We have to stop it. It also seems like nothing even works in America anymore. Our public transit is unusable. Our streets are full of homelessness, litter, and filth. Think about all these things that are happening to us. And we need to be thinking about who does the best job that they're tasked to do, not diversity and inclusion and all this stuff. You know, we've made tremendous progress in those areas, and we don't need the government interfering and telling us who and what we should be doing. It really is ridiculous. And, you know, I'm the chairman of the Committee on Nominations and Governance of one of the Fortune 500 companies. And Glass Lewis recently said, don't vote for Carson, because the number of women on our board decreased to 25% after we added someone. They said, don't vote for Carson. How stupid are they? Because then if I leave, they got a diversity problem. So, fortunately, the stockholders didn't pay them any attention. But, you know, our elections are rigged. The legacy media lies with impunity. And the government is just interested in power and control. On top of it all, we have a president who doesn't seem to know where he is half the time, and often can't make it through a sentence, and who a special counsel determined wasn't even mentally aware enough to have a trial. Now, if he can't be tried, he certainly can't hold his own at the negotiating table with world leaders in places like Russia, Iran, and China. So what makes him fit to be president? Think about it. It's total incompetence from top to bottom. And their solution is just chaos. Doubling down, continuing to lie, and counting on people being uninformed so they can tell them anything they want. And in the face of all of this, they're trying to gaslight us into rejecting what we see with our own eyes and say that none of this is really happening. We've come to an inflection point where big tech and the legacy media no longer reflect market demands, but they are instead using their money and influence to manufacture political consensus and shift public opinion in a non-organic way. Then they point the finger at us and say that we are the problem and tell us to disbelieve our own lying eyes and stop giving in to conspiracy theories. But the reality is that when the interests of all of our elite institutions are perfectly aligned and there's no need for a conspiracy at all. These people all went to the same schools. They believe all the same things. They're part of the same social circles, and they attend the same elite cocktail parties. Washington has become a big revolving door of government bureaucrats, defense contractors, big tech operatives, and political lobbyists who jump from the public sector to the private life and back again every couple of years. Their ideologies are perfectly aligned, even if there's no central mechanism directing each of them individually. But the simple reality is that every American is struggling, and they can only hide that fact for so long. There's nothing radical about what we, the people, are demanding from our elected representatives. We want safety and security. We want freedom of speech and to practice our religion as is our God-given right. We want secure borders. We want a government that puts our interests first. These are things that used to be the norm in this country, and none of these demands are extreme or outrageous. They should be the simple baseline of legitimate political leadership. All of this is a searing indictment of our ruling class. It shows exactly why Washington, D.C. is losing its legitimate claim to govern the American people. It was the late lieutenant-turned-academic Sir John Bagot Glubb who first shared the ideal that the average lifespan of a superpower is 250 years, or about 10 generations. For those who keep track, our 250th birthday is coming up soon, July 4th, 2026 to be exact. Yet our leaders are determined to repeat every mistake that led to the collapse of empires before us. Here are just a few of the common themes from history. Mass immigration and infiltration by foreigners who don't share our values and culture or even our language. A loss of public morality, excess indulgence in wealth and luxury while shifting away from frugality and hard work. Rising inflation and massive amounts of public debt with out-of-control spending, entangling foreign alliances, and overcommitting ourselves to the defense of other countries, and finally, a rejection of religion, order, and even the concept of truth itself. And I have to say, As we reject God, we are spiraling downward. We need to bring them back in a hurry. You know, this rejection of the past has always been at the core of the progressive movement. And we see it everywhere as progressivism has attacked our history, our heroes, and our inheritance itself. A country, and indeed any civilization, that attacks itself like this has lost its will to live and cannot survive. But in my travels across the nation, I'm encouraged because I meet thousands of God-fearing, liberty-loving American patriots who will not let their country be taken from them without a fight. As we enter the turbulent days ahead, we must stay true to our foundational values and true to our faith. We are Americans, and our nation was founded on trust in God's divine providence. With this guidance, I'm filled with confidence that the American spirit is still strong and will reemerge from this challenge bigger and better than ever before. We are the people who settled a vast and untamed wilderness, laid the railroads, put a phone in every home and a car in every garage. We are the people who built the skyscrapers, who engineered the bridges and the canals, who created the interstate highway system. We raised millions of people out of poverty. We took flight at Kitty Hawk. We stared down evil in its face and defeated Nazism and communism in the 20th century. And we unfurled our glorious American flag on the moon itself. We will not be like other superpowers who fought and forgot their values and rejected their past and fell from glory. Our great American story cannot end this way. It will not end this way. The tides are turning in our favor. And the simple fact is, the American people are not going to let our nation go. We understand the laws of nature, the nature's God, and people who oppose those never survive. We won't survive if we oppose them. But as we enter this pivotal year, I hope that we all look to the heroes of our past to guide us in the present. We turn to Scripture for our inspiration. We pray to God for the guidance we need to take back our country. I'm filled with hope for the future and confidence that America's best days are still ahead of us. Together, we can become the storied, shiny hill on the city. Now, let me change that. The shining city on the hill, once again, and secure the blessings of liberty to our children and our grandchildren for generations to come. And we must remember that we, the American people, are not each other's enemies. And we cannot succumb to those who are trying to divide us on the basis of race, age, income, gender, religion, political affiliation. We are neighbors, friends, and colleagues. Don't let anybody tell you that we are enemies. We are not, and our togetherness will save us. God, thank you. God bless you, and God bless America.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome host of The Right View, Lara Trump.
Okay, CPAC, how we doing today? Quick question. Where are my MAGA, ultra MAGA patriots at today? Okay. Well, it's great to be back with you guys here again at CPAC. This is always such a treat to come. But I'll tell you guys, we have our work cut out for us, don't we? It's almost hard to believe all that has happened in the world since Joe Biden took the office of the presidency. It's truly astonishing how much damage someone can do in only 3 years. The days of a soaring economy, safe and secure borders, and peace in the Middle East are gone. We're now seeing people work 2 and 3 jobs just to make ends meet. We have millions and millions of people flooding into our country illegally, of course, given a red carpet rollout and reception by Joe and Kamala. And it feels like we are on the doorstep of World War III. But ladies and gentlemen, I come bearing good news here today, because less than 9 months away from changing all that, we will see Donald J. Trump elected as the 47th president. I can't wait to be back here with you 1 year from today under a Trump presidency, because don't forget what America and the world looked like under the leadership of President Donald Trump. Historic trade agreements, a soaring economy, a safe and secure border, record low unemployment for African Americans, Hispanic Americans, women, our veterans, the genesis of the United States Space Force, peace agreements in the Middle East, the creation of over 1 million manufacturing jobs, the largest tax reform package in history, massive deregulation, energy independence, ladies and gentlemen. The appointment of not 1, not 2, but 3 Supreme Court justices to the bench. And that was just in 4 years. Today I look around, and I'm sure you do the same, and I truly do not recognize this country. How many of you go to the grocery store, the gas station, and you wonder, how did we get to this point? How many of you turn on the news at night and go to sleep worrying about the possibility of a world war? This is reality, and this is the America that Joe Biden created. You kind of have to ask yourself, what happened to the Democrat Party? It's a party that once stood for the working class, for women, for equal opportunity, and now seems to stand against all of those things. This is a party that has thrown away all of the values and foundations upon which our country was built, and instead embraced a platform that seems to consist of 2 tenets: wokeness and a burning hot hatred for the one man they never saw coming, Donald J. Trump. The party of JFK is dead, now replaced by an ideology that stands against everything that makes us proud, united Americans. When our founding fathers wrote the United States Constitution and the Declaration of Independence, they used the ideals of equality, freedom, and our Judeo-Christian values as their guides, not socialism, identity politics, and a meritless society. And yet here we are, debating whether biological men are stronger than biological women, letting criminals run rampant in our big cities, and teaching our children to hate this country. I said it right here on this stage last year. This fight is not one between Republicans and Democrats or left versus right, but a fight between good and evil. It's a fight between those who want the United States to prosper and continue to be the leader of the free world, and those who want our country to crumble for the benefit of China, Russia, Iran, and every nation working to destroy us. The left told us what they wanted to do: fundamentally transform America. And I hate to point out the obvious, folks, but the transformation of the country we all know and love is happening right before our very eyes. It's happening right now as I speak, and it's happening faster than any of us even realize. Right now, our children, the next generation of leaders, are sitting in their classrooms being taught to despise our values. They're being taught victimhood and hatred as they're indoctrinated to their core against everything for which this country once stood. We all saw the atrocities in Israel on October 7th, the murder, rape, and torture of innocent people just going about their day-to-day lives. And the very next day, October 8th, what did we see? College students across America supporting the very terrorists who committed those despicable acts of violence. That's right, our own children here in the United States of America are still rallying and protesting across the country in support of Hamas, a terrorist organization who would love nothing more than to wipe Israel and the United States totally off the map. One thing is clear, ladies and gentlemen. The next generation of Americans is currently lost. Their futures and the future of the entire country hang by a thread. Now, we've all heard it before. People say it every 4 years. The next election is consequential. The very future of the country depends on it. But this year, this November, the future of our country truly depends on it. It's not hyperbole to say that your vote this November decides what becomes of America, and with that, the rest of the world. Now, some of you may know, Eric and I are blessed to have two beautiful children, our son Luke and our daughter, named after my home state, Carolina. And yes, Carolina, we got North Carolina in the crowd, South Carolina. We got a big primary to win on Saturday in North Carolina, ladies and gentlemen, South Carolina. Every night, Eric and I have a tradition. We stop whatever we have going on, and we go do bedtime with the kids. And while they say their prayers and the Pledge of Allegiance, of course, I often think to myself, what kind of country will they live in 10, 20, or 30 years? What kind of country are we creating for our children and our grandchildren? I want my son to be proud of who he is. I want him to know that it's okay to be a patriot. It's okay to love God, and it is okay to grow up into a strong, masculine man. I want my daughter to always feel safe here in America, wherever she goes. I want her to play sports on an equal footing with her peers, which means competing against other biological girls. And I want her to understand that in the United States of America, we get ahead and succeed by merit and merit alone. I will never raise her to rely even for 1 second on the poison and lie of identity politics. Moms and dads, hear me loud and clear. When I say it is up to us, the parents, to ensure the safety and the education of our children. Because whether it's our kids being forced to attend schools that continue to fail them, our kids indoctrinated with critical race theory, or the fabricated notion that you can change your gender like you change your shoes, we must remember it is up to us to protect them because our political leaders have proven they cannot be trusted to do that job. Children are a clean slate. They represent everything that's good in this world: innocence, curiosity, a love for all, regardless of race, gender, or anything else. And shame on anyone who tries to steal that from them. So some of you may have heard that I've had the great honor of being endorsed by my father-in-law, President Trump, to co-chair the Republican National Committee. I got some fans in here, okay. You guys like this idea? Well, I'll tell you guys, this is a position for which I never imagined I would run, but I also never imagined that our country would be in such dire straits. It is time for change. It is time to fight, and it is time to win, ladies and gentlemen, okay? Now, we know how the Democrats operate. They don't even try to hide it anymore. These are people so desperate to keep President Trump out of the Oval Office, they are willing to use tactics straight out of the communist playbook to try and subvert the will of we, the people. They cannot succeed. Now is our time to step up and fight back. Now is our time to say enough is enough. Now is our time to take back our country. And let me just assure everyone here of one thing. What happened in 2020 cannot and will not ever happen again. We must adapt. And we must fight fire, not with fire, but with dynamite. We must and we will build the strongest, most secure election operation that this party has ever seen. That's how we have to do this, folks. But we got to adapt a little. As Republicans, I get it, we like to go vote on Election Day. It's exciting to be a part of that day. It's exciting to fill out the ballot for the future leader of our country. Heck, you even get a little sticker, and then you can take a photo and post it on social media. I know, it's very fun. But the truth is, if we want to compete with the Democrats, we cannot wait until Election Day. If we want to compete and win, we must embrace early voting. The days of waiting until Election Day to vote are over. We have to encourage everyone who can legally vote to go do so as soon as they legally can. We need so many votes banked for Donald J. Trump that we're not playing catch-up on Election Day. You go vote, and then you take your neighbor, your friend, your dentist, heck, I don't care, someone you met on the street, as long as they're voting the right way, every single day up to and on November 5th, because this November, every single legal vote matters. So if elected as co-chair of the RNC, I can promise you, we will not be giving blank checks to career political consultants and vendors. Every penny of every dollar donated will go towards one thing: winning. I promise you that I will do everything in my power to fight for our country, our party, our values, our children, secure elections, and everything else that we all care about in this country. As you know, in 2015, our family was new, shall we say, maybe a better word is naive to politics. When my father-in-law announced his candidacy for President of the United States, nothing really could have prepared us for what was to come. In the last 8 years, we have seen and experienced some of the most vicious and evil things. The kind of things I never dreamed that we would ever actually see happen in the United States of America. Let's all remember that right now, Joe Biden continues to weaponize his own Department of Justice against the man that is beating him in the polls and is his #1 political opponent. This is straight out of the Soviet Union, ladies and gentlemen. But despite all those vicious attacks and indictments and lawsuits that, of course, my family has had to endure over the last 8 years, we will never stop fighting for this country. It is because of these attacks, not in spite of them, that we continue to fight. And I think my father-in-law, Donald Trump, said it best: my revenge will be success. The United States of America, as young as we are, has seen many challenges, weathered many storms, and despite it all, we have always only grown stronger. America may be fractured, but she is not broken, because the American people do not cower. We do not bend, we do not break, we stand strong in our values and our principles and everything that makes us a part of the single greatest country that this world has ever seen. Never forget, ladies and gentlemen, that it is always darkest before the dawn. D-O-N, darkest before the dawn. See what I did? And I believe that Donald Trump was made for such a time as this. So before I go, I just want to say thank you to you guys. We have a lot of work to do. We have a little time to do it. It will be my great honor to work alongside each and every one of you to put President Donald J. Trump back in that White House, expand our lead in the House, take back the Senate, and make America great again. Thank you, guys. God bless you. Thank you.
Newsmax has been terrific.
President Trump is right. Millions are switching to Newsmax. It's the fastest growing streaming service in America. You don't need those woke streaming services anymore. Just get Newsmax Plus. Watch the best shows like Greg Kelly, Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, and Eric Bowling.
Greg Kelly over at Newsmax. The Newsmax people have been really terrific.
Gain access to exclusive documentaries, series, and special briefings. It's free to start. So go to NewsmaxPlus.com now to sign up and watch Newsmax anytime, anywhere.
Are you tired of the fake news? Well, go to cpac.org/now, where you can watch all the episodes of America Uncanceled, where Matt and I talk to the top conservative leaders of this great movement. Sources out there that are saying that Iran, their goal is to draw the U.S. into this broader conflict. There's no question that not only did the Iranian parliament come out and start saying death to Israel, you know that they've chanted death to America. They hate us. They hate our culture. They hate what we stand for, which is that of freedom and religious freedom. And for them, they want to take us down. And the mere fact is you have a commander-in-chief right now who is hiding in the basement that needs to be out there every single day answering the tough questions. Instead, they basically say that climate change remains the most important national security crisis that we're facing. They have caved in time and time again to Iran while knowing that they are funding Hezbollah. They've sent over $100 million, that is Iran, to Hamas, and over $700 million to Hezbollah. Clearly, it is about sponsoring terrorism. Clearly, it is about destroying our strongest ally, Israel, and then America.
Is it really just about money? Are there other parts at stake?
Chinese influence was playing into what we see in U.S. films.
And China said, you can't have that in there. And Hollywood listened. This is insane.
And we all know that their goal is global domination.
People have been brainwashed without knowing it.
The Green New Deal is so controversial with its $93 trillion price tag that it didn't get a single vote in Congress. Sadly, that hasn't stopped the Biden administration from trying to sneak it into every home in the country. The Biden administration proposed new rules to ban gas stoves, air conditioners, gas furnaces. They even want you to get rid of your gas car. In fact, if President Biden gets his way on banning items, it will cost you nearly $80,000 in just the first year. To make it worse, the Biden administration is imposing mandates through rules and regulations, meaning Congress has no say. Of course, you can always take them to court if you have any money left. The Green New Deal and all of Biden's secret and punitive regulations are making your life very expensive. And something to remember this election year, because energy is on the ballot.
Ladies and gentlemen, up next, going full Hungarian, stopping Georgie Soros. Please welcome Pinal County Attorney Kent Volkmer, Macomb County Prosecutor Pete Lucido, Attorney General of Missouri Andrew Bailey, and your moderator, former acting U.S. Attorney General Matt Whitaker.
Hello, CPAC. You may be seated.
All rise.
Thanks, Jerry. So we have a great opportunity right now to talk to some leaders in criminal justice system. We have a state attorney general from Missouri, a couple county and elected DAs. And I think I want to frame it this way. There's a lot to talk about. We don't have a ton of time. But Kent, I want to start with you. You're in Arizona. You're seeing the current border crisis play out. How is it affecting your community and the state of Arizona generally, and what can Arizona do without the help of the federal government?
Well, the biggest issue that Arizona is facing right now is our border crises. We just received intel from our federal partners that approximately 60% of every one of these poisonous fentanyl pills that enters the United States are coming through our back door. They're coming through an open border. They're coming through our communities, and our kids are being poisoned. We're having overdoses left and right, and we have this continual battle about trying to address the underlying poisoning of our community and this rise in addiction. 85% of the people in our prison have SUD, substance use disorder.
And Peter, how is it affecting your home state?
Well, Detroit is a major hub, and a lot of things that come to Chicago, Detroit, are affecting it with human trafficking as well as the fentanyl issue, as Ken said. But it's hindering and obstructing the businesses because with crime coming up, businesses are affected from the individuals that are taking and doing something that is against the law. And I'm talking about it's breeding a ground swell for criminals to go ahead and take part. Not only are the illegals coming over and finding themselves into our home states, but they're also bringing with it some of the bad habits that come with bringing themselves into this country.
Yeah. And General Bailey, do you think that you and other law enforcement officials have the tools necessary to battle the failure of the federal government at our southern border?
You know, it is a shame that the current administration has willfully refused to enforce the laws that are on the books. We know that the tools exist at the federal level. President Trump reduced illegal border crossings by more than 90%. And yet, on day one, when President Biden took office, he hung an open sign, perverted the law. And I think that's, you know, we talk about the 1,500 deaths in Missouri in 1 year from fentanyl overdoses, the 43 innocent children, small children, who died from accidental fentanyl exposure, 1,100 reported incidences of human trafficking, making Missouri the 4th highest state for human trafficking now. We talk about that. But what we miss is how the president has undermined the rule of law. And to your point, Pete, you know, the criminals no longer respect the rule of law. There's no deterrent effect in the law when they see the top chief executive in the United States of America willfully refusing to enforce the law. So, you know, we're doing everything we can, using lawsuits to try to force Biden's hand at the southern border. Our state's deploying National Guard resources and state troopers to assist our partners and colleagues in Texas. Doing everything we can, but certainly until we get a new president and a new administration that's committed to the rule of law, we will continue to suffer the harms that I mentioned.
Yeah, and I know one of the things that is on everyone in this room's mind right now is this whole idea of woke prosecutors, Soros prosecutors that, you know, are ultra-liberal social justice warriors that aren't willing to prosecute crimes. We're having all these smash and grab crimes. And I know a lot of folks are thinking, why don't we do something? We saw some progress in Florida, but Attorney General Bailey, you've had some progress in Missouri. Why don't you tell us a little bit about what you were able to do by getting rid of one of these ineffective Soros-type prosecutors?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, this was a woman named Kim Gardner. She was a Soros-backed prosecutor in the city of St. Louis who was elected in a very liberal jurisdiction, and she used Soros resources to train her staff in the official office how not to prosecute criminals. I mean, she was committed to not prosecuting crime. And now she will tell you it's a method of criminal justice reform. She will tell you that instead of exercising prosecutorial discretion on a case-by-case basis, she was taking a systemic approach. That's all woke liberal nonsense for victims suffering and property destroyed. And as someone who comes from a prosecutor's office, I took this very personally. After less than 45 days on the job, we used the mechanism at the state level. It's called the writ of quo warranto. And it's a legal proceeding to remove...
Well, this is very exciting. We're talking about writs. Old English, like
CLE credit.
Common law stuff.
Yeah,
Thank
CLE
you.
credit for free.
I need some CLA credit this year.
But the writ of quo warranto is a unique procedure.
How do you spell that?
You know, I was hoping you wouldn't ask.
Quo warranto. I can't even say it.
The legal proceeding is really unique, and fortunately it's infrequently used. We don't have to do this very often, but that's the check that we had at our disposal. You know, we filed suit after less than 45 days on the job for me to get her out of there, and we're ultimately successful, and now we've restored the rule of law and justice for victims in St. Louis.
Yeah, and that's a big deal. That's a big deal. And it's probably a lot like the writ of mandamus, where you're just requiring somebody to do their job, and this is the other side of that. They're not doing their job, and so they should be removed. Peter, how are you seeing this current two-tiered system of justice play out in Michigan and in your home county? I mean, I know a lot of folks in this room share the feelings that I have watching it play out on our TVs and in our news every night, that somehow the left has weaponized justice and are treating people different just based on whether they're wearing a red or blue jersey. How do you feel about that mood of the country right now?
So to say the short, it's eroding our criminal justice system. It's eroding the very fabric and fiber we all live under, which is fundamental fairness, and there's no due process. There is no due process. When you weaponize a prosecutor, a DA, attorney general to go after certain individuals that may not play to the other party, and you go ahead and you hold them accountable for what? Just like Mr. Trump is going through. President Trump is going through the same thing, and that's this. Because they have the ability as elected prosecutors by Soros money, they are being and condemning those individuals that they want to go against for whatever motive it is. And on top of it, what good is our lawmakers that we send to our legislative branch to make laws as citizens' representatives if no law is ever going to get enforced? It doesn't make sense, and it's chaos, and we will not stand for that. We will fight, push back, and make sure those Soros prosecutors do not get elected.
Yeah. Now, Ken, as an elected DA, you have to make decisions, priorities. Talk about how your priorities reflect the needs of your constituents and of your community, and how when other counties around the United States or other state attorneys general go after political figures because of their political stances, that really doesn't address the needs of their fellow citizens.
Certainly. In Arizona, we are called to be ministers of justice. There's an absolute need that there has to be some level of mercy, but there also has to be personal accountability. And that balance, that friction that's created between mercy and personal accountability is really a reflection of your community. We as prosecutors have to have some level of discretion to use our resources appropriately. But it's when we use them inappropriately, when we choose not to exercise entire classes of crimes. We're not, for example, going to prosecute drugs anymore. That's when you start having crises. It's when you look at cases individually. You look at the merits of the facts of that case and whether an offense was committed, and then you prosecute. That's how you restore that law and order. But what's happening is when we see this stuff that's on TV, when we hear some of these big cities in LA or San Francisco or Houston or Chicago, and you hear about people being treated different, this two-tier justice system, what happens is people lose faith in the entirety of the system. They lose faith in us, the prosecutors that day in, day out are doing the right thing, that are heeding our call to be ministers of justice. But just that faith, that foundation, it's being eroded.
Yeah. And along those same lines, Attorney General Bailey, I think a lot of us watched in real time the Kansas City Chiefs Super Bowl victory parade turn into, a complete and utter shootout between two, thugs. I'll say the word.
Yeah.
Between two thugs, two, underage, gun-toting gangbangers. Let's admit it. These are not people that have. What are we going to do about this youth crime? And it's happening in the D.C. area as well. I mean, you're just seeing carjackings. I think that last year there were 3 carjackings a day on average, mostly executed by youth gang members. I mean, what are some of the things that you're doing in Missouri to address this and get some of these trigger pullers and just completely corrupt bad criminal elements off the streets of Missouri?
Well, in Missouri, we have promoted, and I've personally advocated for a reform in our criminal justice system at the juvenile level to require mandatory juvenile certification hearings for children under 17 that are committing violent crimes repeatedly. Those cases need to be transferred to adult court. That's going to sound harsh, but if we don't have personal responsibility and accountability for the criminal conduct of these individuals, and some of these 16, 17-year-olds are larger than we are, and they're certainly capable of violent offenses and even homicide. So my question in Kansas City, which I appreciate you using the word thugs, the mayor in Kansas City has said we shouldn't be doing that. He's more concerned about the defendants, the criminal defendants who are—
their poor feelings.
Yeah, than he is the victims. But my point is, we've got to ask questions. Where was the juvenile officer in that case? Why were these kids in Missouri? Any child who is beyond parental control comes under the personal and subject matter jurisdiction of the juvenile court. Why did that system fail us in this instance? And it's going to take transparency and accountability in that juvenile justice system to get real change.
Yeah, exactly. Peter, along those same lines that you mentioned earlier, you said the word human trafficking. And, you know, I asked Ken about the border, and obviously human trafficking is one of the many results from what's happening and the failures of the Biden administration at the southern border. Talk about what that looks like at the county level. How does it manifest? And like, how many lives of our fellow human beings are being completely trashed and ruined because of this human trafficking scourge we currently are seeing?
It's a sinful as well as repulsive event that happens when people are bringing children into the communities to be sold off as slaves and or sex toys for some sick people. And our elected individuals that are serving or supposedly serving us can only prevent this by closing that border down once and for all so that we don't have this happening. And it comes back into the community. It starts to breed in the drugs. It starts to breed in other forms of prostitution and other forms of trafficking and luring these individuals into a life of slavery. And the only way you're going to stop it, because we never had this before, Matt, we always saw that there was prostitution from locals, but not children being housed as slaves, sex slaves for these individuals. And that appetite, whoever that person or persons may be, that's got to stop once and for all and never be fed again.
Yeah. And unfortunately, you're having to combat it. Yeah, absolutely. I agree. You're having to combat that at the county level because, again, the resources aren't there, and you're having to, you know, take resources that might be better applied to these criminal gangs we were mentioning earlier or other needs of your community because the federal government is allowing this to happen, and it comes all the way up to Michigan.
Those are all the unfunded mandates that all of you in this room and everyone that's listening are picking up the stiff, which is the tab, for allowing this to continue. We end up paying for it instead of saying, stop it, take care of business, because we're just a little tired of the nonsense that's continuing. And I want to tell you, Matt, to the point, we don't have the money. All of our states, all of our local governments are going broke as a result of this nonsense that they allow to continue. So, you know what?
So end it now, right?
End it now, stop it, and let's call it a day.
Yeah. So, Kent, you know, I think a lot of people in this room share another concern of mine, which is making sure that our election in 2024 is safe and secure. And I know that your home county hasn't had the same challenges as maybe a Maricopa County or other places that in Arizona. But talk a little bit about, from your perspective, what election security looks like and how we can, you know, as the rest of us, as your fellow citizens from other states, how we can be ensured that the Arizona result is accurate and true?
Well, I think first and foremost, the single most important thing is that you have an honorable, respectable, law-fearing person as your elections director. I can tell you, unfortunately, Matt, we did see a little hiccup. We and my county hired somebody the last election cycle that didn't have experience, and it was a complete and utter disaster. Quite frankly, we had people that showed up to the ballot, to the poll to vote, and we didn't have ballots for enough people. And that was on us. And the problem was we didn't have somebody that knew what they were doing. We were.
Please tell me you fixed that.
We did.
Okay.
We did. We've got a recorder now who is a very proud Republican, who is very outward, is very forward-facing. We have ballot drop-off boxes. We now have cameras on every one of our ballot drop-off boxes where we can see the people that are physically dropping it off. So here's the second part, though. We also have somebody watching that video footage, because just video footage, the video itself doesn't do anything. We actually have law enforcement officers that are watching it. We have an election department who now has GPS tags on every one of our boxes. So we're at the precinct level. So you vote in your local community. We have about 110 precincts. They all come together to a central count, but we now have GPS tags on every box. So we know where every one of those ballots are at any given time.
Yeah. And these are important. These are important reforms. You know, I think we especially as conservatives, have always felt like we would, to your point, hold ourselves honorably, and we would expect our fellow citizens to do that. And we've, you know, seen it proven time and time again that the left, especially, is unwilling to be honorable, and they'll do anything, especially cheat, to win elections. Attorney General Bailey, I just, you know, I'm sorry that I'm stuck on this violent crime thing with you, but you know, I'm a huge St. Louis Cardinals fan, and you know, I've seen the city of St. Louis deteriorate, you know, really over the course of my lifetime.
It's
and
sad.
It's such a grand city with such a great history has just sort of deteriorated. And like, how can, I mean, and again, you're focused on the entire state, so I'm not gonna, you know, removing that district attorney was a huge move and a very important move, but how can we, especially in Kansas City and in St. Louis, the two major cities in Missouri, how can we reduce violent crime and make sure that every child can play safely in their own front yard?
Yeah, totally agree. I want Missouri to be the safest state in the nation for children. I think people can look at the work we've done since I've been in office to accomplish that and be proud of it. But let me say this. The legal proceeding to remove the Soros-backed prosecutor in St. Louis has a ripple effect. First of all, we know that crime is a regional problem. There are 115 different counties in the state of Missouri, 46 judicial districts. Crime doesn't know where those boundaries are. Those are insignificant to the criminal. 542 businesses had left downtown St. Louis since Kim Gardner had taken office. So it was an economic drain on the entire region, on the entire state. And that's putting aside the drain it has, not only on the victims who suffer, but our men and women in uniform law enforcement. I mean, when she has a 96% refusal rate of police reports sent to her office, 96, she's only doing 4% of her job. Why would you get out of your car and take a police report?
Right.
Why would you put your life on the line to obtain evidence for a criminal investigation, knowing she's not going to do anything about it? And so when we filed the lawsuit, and it was unique, we were probing the depths of prosecutorial discretion. That had not been done before using the Quo Warranto statute. And when the judge denied her motion to dismiss and said the state's claims are cognizable, if the state has evidence to back up these claims, they're going to win. That's what forced her to resign. Yeah. And the ripple effect is now any Soros-backed prosecutor in the state of Missouri is on notice that failure to inform victims, failure to file new charges, failure to move your cases, we have a mechanism to hold you accountable.
Yeah, that's such a great point. Such a great point. Thank you. You know, Peter, I know that you join everybody in this room in supporting and backing the men and women of law enforcement.
100%, Matt, 100%.
And so what are some practical things that folks here in the room can do to demonstrate that support for the folks that are doing the hard work and they're knocking on doors, not knowing who's on the other side of the door? They're pulling over cars, not knowing who's in the car. What can we do other than thank them every time we see them and say that we, you know, it was a great honor for me as Attorney General to say to the local police officers and sheriff's deputies that we had their backs and they had our thanks. And President Trump backed that up every single day. But what else can folks in this room, watching online, and everyone else do to make sure that law enforcement knows that we're supporting them?
Grandfathers, fathers, parents, when you sit your child or your grandchild down, explain to them that job is one of the toughest jobs because you don't know if you're going to come home that night. Tell them to respect those individuals. Say hello to them. Be respectful. Be direct with them. But never, ever cross them and be in their way. Their job is tough enough and we can't get enough of them. And every day that we try to get another one, they're hard to fill unless you give them something that's more attractive than giving the same amount of money or less than that's on a line, assembly line. So back home where I live, I do whatever I can to go out of my way to encourage people to be respectful and to honor those individuals that are out to protect us when it's most needed by our families.
Yeah, I agree with you. Kent, I know that you're probably seeing in real time the enforcement efforts that the governor of Texas is doing, and what impact that's having on Arizona right now. And I think a lot of folks wonder, is Arizona doing enough to secure its own border since the federal government has receded from that? What are you seeing like right now happening in Arizona to defend their own border?
We currently have legislation that effectively mirrors the legislation that was passed by Governor Abbott in Texas to allow us to start protecting our own borders. Right now, at this point, we don't have the ability to do that. We've got brothers and sisters, law enforcement that are down there putting their lives on the line every single day, and people are just funneling across. In the small community that I live in, we've got about 70,000 residents in that city. Our police department is actually using some of their funds to pay for vans to transport individuals out of our community because we can't provide for them. We don't have the ability. We don't have homeless shelters. We don't have all of those resources, and there's nothing we can do. Our law enforcement's getting defeated. Our Border Patrol feels defeated. Our ICE, our Immigration and Customs, they all feel defeated because it's a never-ending battle that they're not getting the support for. The state is trying, but what we need is we need congressional assistance. We need Congress to come in, and I'm asking our congressional representatives to give the states the authority to supplement and to assist in protecting of our own borders. We need that.
Well, in the final 30 seconds we have, I just want to thank everyone that joined me on this panel. Kent, Peter, Andrew, thank you so much for everything you're doing every day to protect our communities and to keep moms and dads and kids and everyone in our communities safe. And let's join these folks in once again thanking the men and women of law enforcement. Yeah.
Hey, it's Matt Schlapp, chairman of CPAC. We have an old-fashioned notion here. We only let you vote one time in our straw poll, but make sure you do and let Donald Trump know who you want to be his vice president. Go vote in the Real America's Voice straw poll.
Making an investment decision with someone is the most sacred act that can be performed in business. You see, most people do not reach their position in life easily. You're taking something hard-earned and having faith that another will cherish and protect it as you would. Go to panex.us/learn and see why hundreds of Americans just like you have placed their faith in my family to generate them tremendous tax benefits and revenue by developing and producing American oil. For 3 generations, American oil is all my family's ever known. Go to panex.us/learn and see why the people at Panex are people that you want on your team.
This president is calling my family, is calling me, is calling MAGA supporters enemy of America.
That's right.
I am the daughter of a Cuban political prisoner who fought for freedom, who fought against authoritarian and dictators. He sounds just like Fidel Castro did. Fidel Castro would target the enemies of his government and try to take them down. This is exactly what we're seeing with Joe Biden. He should be ashamed of himself. No American should be called a Nazi or be called an enemy of the state. Yeah. Those of us who love this country, and I have spent my whole life defending freedom in America.
As I think it was President Reagan said, we're from the government. We're here to help.
I think you all know that I've always felt the 9 most terrifying words in the English language are, I'm from the government and I'm here to help.
We're from the government. We're here to help.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Genesis 127. Please welcome President of American Principles Project, Terry Schilling, Surgeon, Dr. Etan Heim, and your host, Daily Caller News Foundation reporter Meg Brock.
Hi, I'm Meg Brock. I'm a reporter for the Daily Caller News Foundation. I'm also, most importantly, a mother of 2 children, and I'm really honored to be here today with these 2 courageous men talking about truth. So this panel is titled Genesis 1:27. If you're not familiar with the Bible, that's the verse that says God created 2 sexes, men and women. There's no third option listed there. And we know that this foundational truth that is so important to our humanity is being replaced with the lie of transgender ideology. And this lie is extremely dangerous. We're seeing how it's harming children medically. We're seeing how our daughters are being forced to use the bathroom with men and compete with men in sports. And we're even seeing parents now losing custody of their children because they refuse to affirm the lie that their child can be a different sex. So I'm very excited here. Today we're going to talk to Dr. Heim. Dr. Heim, I'm going to ask you the first question. Last year, you were working at Texas Children's Hospital, and publicly they had stated they stopped their pediatric sex reassignment program. However, you realized that behind the scenes, kids were still getting these experimental treatments, and you decided to blow the whistle. Can you tell us why you did that, and then maybe what are some of the consequences of that action?
Well, I think the short answer would be I blew the whistle because it was my job as a doctor. We take an oath when we go into medical school and we follow this path that we should do no harm. That doesn't just apply to the clinic, to the operating room, where I spend most of my time, but it applies outside of that. So if you see something that is unethical, that is harmful to innocent, confused adolescent children, it's absolutely my job to do something. And you had the biggest children's hospital in the world tell the public that they were shutting down their program because of the legal risks. They not only continued it, but they expanded it into a multidisciplinary clinic with psychiatry, endocrinology, psychology, social work. They even had the social worker talking about how they were concealing it from governing medical authorities. And when I understood that this was a hospital priority, that they were concealing it behind closed doors, I knew it was my responsibility to do something about it. Because if I don't, then what kind of world am I delivering my children into that this kind of thing can happen? And of course, when we blew the whistle, 1 month later, I had 2 federal agents come to my door on the most important day of my life, my graduation from surgical training. And they had informed me that I was under criminal investigation for exposing the fact that this was happening. And we took the story public a couple weeks ago to let these people know that we're not going to take it.
Thank you so much for your courage. I think if there are any doctors or nurses listening, we need 1,000 Dr. Heims. Terry, I'm going to ask you the next question. In 2022, your organization, the American Principles Project, published a report on transgender ideology. And in that report, you talked about some of the finances around this industry, particularly with the sex reassignment surgery. I think you stated there was it was estimated that in 2026, it's going to be a $1.5 billion industry. Can you talk about some of the finances of this industry?
Yeah, of course. Well, thank you guys so much for having us. And anyone watches War Room, God bless you all, War Room Posse. Those are my people. So we released a report called the Transgender Leviathan 2 years ago. And it detailed not just the medical industry, but the entire monster that the whole transgender industry is. It covered the media apparatus, the educational apparatus. This is not just a $2 billion thing, a $3 billion thing. That's just the surgeries alone. Right now, just last year, the transgender surgery industry brought in $2.2 billion, billion with a B. And it's much bigger than that. It's the hormones, it's the social media. There's a whole media apparatus now that's set up to cancel and slander anyone that steps in the way, including and especially the parents that protect their kids from these harmful and horrific surgeries. And we wrote that report for a very specific purpose. The transgender industry, which it makes a lot of money from Big Pharma and the hospitals, they're branding themselves as a civil rights movement. This is not a movement. This is not a movement. This is not about civil rights. This is not about living and let living. This is about control, and ultimately, it's about the destruction of gender and biological sex. And that's very important to understand. And that's why they've had to create what we call the transgender Leviathan. Because if you just tackle it from a PR perspective and not a legal perspective and a political perspective and a journalistic perspective, you'll fail. They had to create this monstrosity to force it and coerce it on us. And so we wanted to bring attention to that and really brand it as what it is, which is a transgender for-profit industry.
Thank you. Dr. Heim, something we hear trans activists talk a lot about, I think if you've ever heard Rachel Levin speak, they'll call these sex reassignment surgeries medically necessity care. Oh, geez. We know that that's why they're getting it covered by insurance. Do you think they're medically necessary, or do you think this is more cosmetic?
You know, I think it's important for people to understand that what is happening to these kids is not medicine. In no way is this medicine. But the reason is because you can't treat a psychological problem with a solution of the body. And we've been down this road before. It wasn't too long ago that people were doing lobotomies. They were using a solution of the body, right, where you would actually physically disrupt the brain structure in order to treat severe mental illness. That got a Nobel Prize in 1949. It took years for that to be perceived as barbaric, which it truly is. So this is a part of humanity, right? But it's up to good people to stand up and do something about it. So I wouldn't say it's medical care, it's not treatments. What these people are doing is perpetuating an evil ideology. These doctors have believed they can become God and create something new when the actual goal of medicine is to preserve and strengthen what's already been created.
Yeah, thank you. Terry, you recently tweeted about a couple in Indiana that this week that we saw lost custody of their child because they wouldn't affirm their transgender ideology. Can you speak to just some of the ways like this that this ideology is attacking parental rights and parents?
Well, I appreciate you asking that because I have a boatload of children, as many of you guys know, and it's very close to home for me. But what we're seeing is the red states are passing laws to protect children for the most part. I think we're up to 24 states that have outlawed this. But the blue states and the federal government, fueled and supported by the federal government, are right now passing laws that incriminate parents for doing their job, for protecting their children from this industry that will quite literally chew them up and spit them out with destroyed bodies. But we're seeing, you'll hear about in the news conversion therapy bans, right? These are not conversion therapy bans. They all include a very specific provision that bans the conversion of gender identity. So in these blue states, what they've done essentially is they've made it illegal to talk to children and get them to feel more comfortable and accept their own bodies, but it's totally legal for them to chop their body parts up, to block their natural puberty, to give them cross-sex hormones. They call it hormone replacement therapy. This is not, hormone replacement therapy is for people that are having a lack of estrogen in their body naturally. But they are now, the federal government actually is pushing programs for home visits where they will critique the parents. So if you're a parent that needs financial assistance from the federal government, they will send caseworkers into your home, and part of what they are grading these parents on is whether or not they affirm the child's gender identity. Now, quite frankly, I'm a father, I'm pretty normal, I know I have a bunch of kids, but I think affirming your child's gender identity, their gender, is making them accept their body, helping them, convince them that their bodies are not, there's nothing wrong with them. And so what we're seeing is the states are doing their thing, but really, this is fueled and financed by The federal government. The federal government, through Health and Human Services, is forcing health insurance companies to cover these types of procedures. When they come out and say it's illegal to discriminate on the basis of gender identity, well, that means that an insurance company that's under Obamacare, if they cover mastectomies for cancer patients, they have to cover them for people that have gender dysphoria. It's absolutely insane, but they're doing everything they can to destroy parents and destroy families, because families, believe it or not, it's not just some trope. Families really are the ultimate bulwark against tyranny. And that is what our founding fathers knew. That's what all of you in this room know. And we have to gird our loins and really hunker down for this battle that's coming.
Yeah, I think that gender is a way to describe personality, right? Sex is something that's fixed, it's biological. And I don't think there's anything worse you could tell a child than something is so wrong with them. They need to mutilate their bodies. They need to potentially be infertile, potentially have no sexual function to be accepted. I mean, that's a lie from the pit of hell. On that point, we know some of these procedures, these interventions, such as puberty blockers, cross-sex hormones, they're billed as reversible. But we know that you can't just simply stop puberty. You can't simply stop puberty without profound implications, whether that's osteoporosis, whether that's brain development, or even just future sexual function. So as a doctor and as a surgeon, do you think children can actually give informed consent to these procedures that are potentially going to make them infertile as adults?
It's an important point, because you can't give informed consent to something that does not exist. When I take someone to the operating room for like appendicitis or a bowel obstruction, it's a physical problem that you can see, that you can feel, that you can look at under a microscope. This problem that they're saying they're treating is something that's not based in reality. So whatever risks you're exposing them to is all risk, no benefit. So absolutely not. But it's important to know that the reversible point too. I think that's because one of the most common things they talk about is it's reversible. But when you look at the way that these recommendations are being given, it's either chronic medical patient for life or suicide. Once you're on this road, they're going to stay on that road for the rest of their life. The only other option that they offer is suicide. And what worse situation could you ever imagine putting a kid in when you think about the third option is just telling them they're perfect the way they are? That like going through puberty is hard. And you can grow up to be this great person. You could find a wife, have a family, and be happy. But they're doing the worst thing you could possibly do to a kid.
It's heartbreaking. Yeah, it's awful. So you appreciate you blowing the whistle and how important that is. Sarah, you had mentioned how Republican states are passing legislation to restrict this care. But we're seeing Democrats, a lot of Democrat leaders in Democrat states are actually just going full bore. They're trying to further codify this. Some states have even passed legislation where a child as young as 12 or 14 can potentially access these services, start hormone therapy without parental knowledge or consent. Why do you think this has become such a partisan issue? And how do you think this is going to impact the 2024 election?
That's a great question. And before I begin, I just want to be very clear. Children cannot consent. They cannot consent to this. If a kid can't consent to sex, they can't consent to a sex change. Okay, let's just all agree on that. And by the way, Meg, we'll get to, I think we're going to talk about this in a bit, but I've spent so much money on polling and message testing and message development, seeing where the American people are on this. This is a vast majority of the American people, including 40% of Democrats. We all oppose this stuff. We all know it's crazy for kids, right? But the reason they're doing it is because this is the nature of progressivism. You hear this term all the time, progressive, progressive, progressive. What they are talking about is full liberation. What progressives want to do, and this is very important for you all to understand, things start to make a lot more sense when you understand this. Progressives seek to progress beyond all barriers and institutions, right? And that means laws. That means age of consent laws, right? That means that they want you to be free from your country. They don't like borders. Because if you have a country, you're tied to it. They don't like families, because that's why they did no-fault divorce, because if you have a family, you have obligations. You're restricted, right? And ultimately, what this whole trans issue is about it's about liberating human beings from their own bodies, from their own biological sex. That's why they're seeking to do it. And so it's baked into the cake for so many of these Democrats. And there's a handful of Democrats in Texas that voted to ban this stuff, but they're so far gone. I mean, they actually believe that sterilizing and mutilating kids is liberating them from ever having children again. They look at all of us that have families and children as cancer, as slaves to our families. They're perverted, right? They have a disordered worldview, a sordid worldview, and they're now trying to force that on the entire country. And so that's why the blue states, if the blue states are passing laws, Washington, California, and Minnesota, that it's basically state-sanctioned kidnapping. So let's say you're in a red state like Texas where this stuff's banned. If you're a 13, 14-year-old kid and you find someone on the internet that helps pay for your ticket to get you to Washington or California or Minnesota, that state will take you in, away from your family, not bring you back, which is obviously the right thing to do, and they will give you a sex change procedure. Against your parents' knowledge, against their wishes, you're done. You're done. They are declaring war on families, and that's what this is about.
Dr. Heim, just one other question I had for you. We see that medicine, and even pediatric medicine, has been so institutionally captured by this ideology. And there are so few doctors like yourself who really have a lot of skin in the game, who are willing to put everything on the line to do the right thing and speak up. Why do you think that is? What do you think is keeping people from speaking up? Or do you think a lot of people within medicine are just true believers in this ideology?
I think even for the people who support it, I really don't think these people believe it because it's so crazy. Mm-hmm. But I think the reason most doctors don't speak up is a miscalculation. They think that if they say something, they're going to lose their job. They won't be able to pay for college or their mortgage. So they say, well, I have to stay silent in order to take care of my family. But I think it's a miscalculation because they don't realize if they stay silent, the world they're delivering their children into is going to become much more dangerous. And what they're actually doing, they're putting their kids in more danger by not fighting these battles now. Because the longer this goes, the worse it gets. The more rabid these activists become. And especially in these blue states, and we see it, these opposing forces in red and blue states, it's coming to schools in places we live. Like, you can guarantee that. So if we don't stand up now, there's going to be no profession for me to deliver my children into. There's going to be no medical system that we can trust, that you can go to whenever you're sick. Because how can you trust a doctor if they would do this to a child or wouldn't stand against it?
Mm-hmm. Right, absolutely. Terry, in terms of messaging, messaging is one of your areas of expertise. How do you think people can message to help their neighbors, say when they're in the food store, trying to explain why this is so harmful and why it needs to be pushed back on?
Well, so I'll just say, I've spent, within the next few months, I will have spent over $1 million across the country message testing, focus groups, consumer research panels, polling. We're doing swing voters. And I just want to encourage everyone, you are not just in the majority, and this is not my words, this is what our pollster said to us. We are not just in the majority, we are in the super duper majority, right? 80% in some cases, in some states. I think there's a few things. One, there's nothing wrong with these kids' bodies. There's nothing wrong with these adults' bodies either. I mean, adults are getting harmed by this as well, and that's important to recognize. But there is no such thing as a transgender child. There are boys and there are girls. Nothing else. And we have to reject any even discussion of it. It is a joke. It is a joke, and it's being played out on our kids. Don't even entertain it. Stop talking to people if they are actually, you can tell within 2 minutes if someone is fully on board with this transgender agenda. And you're either fully on board or you're fully disengaged, right? And you have to reject the entire premise. Men are men, women are women. There can be no substitutes. You can have different personalities. You can dress differently. We don't care about that. But you have to stay the hell away from our kids.
I mean, it's hard to think that we're really actually having this debate.
Yeah.
Like, you know, I think like how far things have come that we even have to debate this issue, and it's something we even legitimize this argument. Like, of course it's not real.
Well, the thing that frustrates me after doing all this polling, and we sat down with suburban women. Oh my gosh, they have the craziest viewpoints, some of them. But guess what? They all think that kids shouldn't be able to get these sex change procedures. So my bigger problem is not with Democrats that are pushing this because they actually believe it. My bigger problem is with the sellout Republicans that are getting paid off by Big Pharma, paid off by the hospital chains, and refuse to do anything, even win their campaigns. Where are these politicians that just care about winning? Right? If you just care about winning and you don't have a moral compass, you should at least support this issue, right? But we have a moral compass, so this is an issue. We often have to choose between doing what's right and what's politically possible. This is something where we don't have to make that distinction, and we need to take full advantage of it.
I just want to ask one last question. Dr. Heim, I took a tremendous amount of courage for you to put everything on the line, blow the whistle, and speak up about this issue as a surgeon. What would you tell someone? I think a lot of people believe what you're saying, Terry, to your point, but are still scared to even talk to a family member. What would you say in terms of why they should step out and have some courage?
You know, for a lot of people in my position, they think that if they were to speak out, the world they would step into is this dangerous, dark world, which is exactly what I thought. But once you get to the other side, you realize the grass is much greener, because for the first time, you can actually live with dignity. You can look at yourself in the mirror and say, I did the right thing. I can live truthfully. Because every day before that, you live a lie. And, you know, it might be small, but what happens is it adds up. So.
Thank you, yes. Thank you guys both for speaking. I know this issue can feel very daunting, but the reality is there are two sexes, infinite personalities, and we have the truth, and we're gonna win on this issue, and we're gonna protect our kids, all of our kids. Thank you, guys. Great, thank you.
That's great.
America is under attack. Our families are being crushed under the politics of a radical agenda. But moms have had enough. We are standing up and we are fighting back.
This is our battle. This battle is every bit as important as the Revolutionary War because we fight for the same thing.
Moms for America is a national movement of moms reclaiming our culture for truth, family, freedom, and the Constitution.
I think Moms for America is exactly on track and is doing the right thing for the future of our country and our children.
Like, Moms for America is going at the heart of the issue.
But I am honored to join Moms for America today as we speak out against the horrific mandates.
With a national network of over 500,000 mothers, Moms for America is one of the fastest growing movements of women in the country.
Well, the most dangerous place in all of nature is between a mama bear and her baby cub.
We are the change. No matter what, no matter where, and no matter how difficult the obstacles are that are facing us and our families, we will not give up and we will not give in.
So if not now, then when? If not you, then who?
Welcome to the Mom-Led Revolution.
Are you following CPAC on social media? Make sure you do if you have not already. We are at CPAC on all of your favorite social media platforms, and that is the best way to keep up to date with everything that we are doing in this fight against the radical left.
The Green New Deal is so controversial with its $93 trillion price tag that it didn't get a single vote in Congress. Sadly, that hasn't stopped the Biden administration from trying to sneak it into every home in the country. The Biden administration proposed new rules to ban gas stoves, air conditioners, gas furnaces. They even want you to get rid of your gas car. In fact, if President Biden gets his way on banning items, it will cost you nearly $80,000 in just the first year. To make it worse, the Biden administration is imposing mandates through rules and regulations, meaning Congress has no say. Of course, you can always take them to court if you have any money left. The Green New Deal and all of Biden's secret and punitive regulations are making your life very expensive. And something to remember this election year, because energy is on the ballot.
Ladies and gentlemen, the CPAC revolution, taking back our parties. Please welcome, from the United Kingdom, the Right Honorable Liz Truss.
Well, thank you so much. And it's fantastic to be here at CPAC with so many true conservatives. And boy, are you needed now. Because the reality is that the West has been run by the left for too long. And we've seen that it's been a complete disaster. On the streets of our big cities, we have people protesting in favor of terrorism, carrying placards and waving flags that are anti-Semitic, even after the appalling atrocities on October the 7th in Israel. We have our borders out of control, with illegal immigrants able to enter our countries freely. We have a growing tax burden and a growing size of government, as well as some of the most powerful bureaucratic states that we've ever seen. And our energy bills are going up because of the Green New Deal or net zero, even though China is building coal-fired power stations at a record rate. What I want to talk most of all about today is the fact that the very basis of Western civilization is being undermined. The values, the Anglo-American values that we hold dear, that were encapsulated in Magna Carta, in the Bill of Rights, in the American Constitution. They're being questioned and undermined. Our history is being challenged. Even our biology is being challenged. Could you have imagined 10 years ago that we'd be talking about what a woman is and what a man is and having a serious argument about it? It's incredible. And yet, every issue the left win, they push it even more. They push it to even more extremes. And meanwhile, we've seen President Biden asleep at the wheel in the White House. Now, in Britain, we are one of the few countries that still have a conservative government. But the left did not accept that they'd lost at the ballot box. Instead, they've been weaponizing our court system to stop us deporting illegal immigrants. They've been using the administrative state to make sure that conservative policies are thwarted. And they've been pushing their woke agenda through our schools, through our campuses, and even in our corporations. Now, I thought that companies in the free market were meant to be about giving people jobs, giving people opportunities, making money, making profits, creating wealth for our country. But no, we've got a new kind of economics now in the West. It's called wokeonomics. It's actually about DEI and ESG and all those other three-letter acronyms that mean less opportunities for people and less future for our nation. That's what we are facing now, even in countries with conservative governments, because of the power of the left and the power of those bureaucracies. And the left are aided and abetted by our enemies overseas. Now that includes Russia, it includes Iran, and most of all, it includes China, which stands behind all of them. And what those people want to see is they don't want to just compete with countries in the West. They don't want economic competition. They want to undermine our very way of life. They want to undermine our societies. And what they want to do is they want our societies to collapse from within because we loathe ourselves, because we hate ourselves. That's what they are trying to achieve. And what's happened is these regimes have actually been enabled by us over the past few decades. You know, we let China into the World Trade Organization, and we've allowed them to undermine free markets with their unfair practices. We've almost allowed Iran to develop a nuclear weapon. And we've enabled Vladimir Putin by not taking action early enough when he could be stopped. That is what has been going on. Instead of projecting strength, and we know that dictators only respond to strength, we projected weakness. And that is what is being projected from the White House at the moment. And I'm afraid there are too many conservatives who have gone along with some of these left-wing ideas. Now, in Britain, we call them chinos, conservatives in name only. I think in America, you call them rhinos, Republicans in name only, but it's the same tendency. It's people who think, I want to be popular. I don't want to upset people. I don't want to look like a mean person. I want to attend nice dinner parties in London or Washington, D.C. I want my friends to like me. I don't want to cause trouble. But what those people are doing is they are compromising, and they are triangulating, and they are losing the argument. And I've got a message for them. You can't triangulate with terrorists. You can't compromise with communists. You have to fight for what you believe in. You have to fight for the conservative values. You have to fight for the conservative values that you hold dear. And I am prepared to do that. I will fight, even if it's not popular, even if people say they don't like it, because I know it's right. Individual liberty, families and people making decisions, not the government, freedom and free enterprise and capitalism. And most of all, the fact that our countries, the United Kingdom and the United States, are exceptional. We are great nations. And I refuse to have our history talked down, and I refuse to have our values talked down. We need to stand up for those values, and we need to stand up for them every day. And I'm afraid, my friends, we are in difficult times. And I very much fear that unless conservatives become more active in speaking out, unless we are prepared to fight this battle, even if it's difficult, even if it's uncomfortable, that Western civilization is doomed. Now, I've written a book, which is coming out very soon, and you can pre-order it, but I've written a book, and it's called 10 Years to Save the West. And I've written it based on my experiences as a minister in the UK government and ultimately as Prime Minister. And it's a warning. It's a warning to you in the United States, and it's a warning to all of us across the free world. Because I went into government and put myself forward to be leader of the Conservative Party and Prime Minister because I believed our country needed to be turned around. I saw our growth wasn't high enough, that we hadn't sorted out immigration. I wanted to deal with those issues. And I put forward a range of policies, and those policies got support. They got support from our party members, from our base. And the policies were cutting taxes, cutting the size of government, and reining in the administrative state. Making sure our borders were secure and we were deporting illegal immigrants. Making sure that people could start a family by building more houses and having cheaper energy. I wanted us to get fracking in the United Kingdom. You know that fracking has lowered energy bills here and it's made America less dependent on foreign powers. And that's what I wanted to do in the UK. And what I also wanted to do was get rid of all the EU laws off our statute books. Now, you may think that we voted for Brexit back in 2016, and I'm sure you're going to be surprised to hear that the vast majority of those EU laws are still on our statute books. It's a bit like getting divorced and still living in the same house as your ex-husband. Now, I don't believe that EU regulations were going to drive the British economy, so I wanted to get rid of them. So these are the policies that I put forward. And I believe if all of those policies had been implemented, Britain would be stronger and we'd be in a better position now. And I'm not saying I'm a perfect person or I did everything exactly right, but I faced the most almighty backlash for those conservative policies that I tried to put in place. From the usual suspects in the media, from the usual suspects in the corporate world, but also from people that were meant to work for the government. The Office of Budget Responsibility, the Bank of England, these organisations sought to undermine the policies. Even the IMF intervened, and even President Biden intervened to have a go at my policies. Now, can you imagine being attacked on your economic policies by the inventor of Bidenomics? Talk about offensive. But the reality is, with that level of antagonism, I simply was not able to implement those policies, which I believe, and Conservative Party members believe, would have delivered for our country. And frankly, I didn't have enough support from Conservative MPs as well in order to be able to do that. So this is the lesson that I have learnt. I've learnt that it's not enough just to have the right policies. It's not even enough to get the position of power that you need to deliver those policies, because Conservatives are now operating in what is a hostile environment. And we essentially need a bigger bazooka in order to be able to deliver. And I think we have got to challenge the institutions themselves. We've got to challenge the system itself. And we've got to be prepared to take that on as Conservatives. I think we need to draw inspiration from popular democracy movements. The founding fathers, the Chartists, those people who wanted to make sure the will of the people was delivered in their country. And we have to understand just how deep the vested interests of the establishment are, how hard they will fight, and how unfairly they will fight in order to get their way. And that is what I learned from my time as a government minister and my time in Number 10. So let me tell you about the US situation. Of course, we need a Republican back in the White House. We need it desperately. And by the way, it's not just America that needs it desperately. We need it desperately right across the free world, because you are the leaders of the free world, like it or not. And of course, we need Republicans in the Senate, and we need Republicans in the House of Representatives. But we need Republicans who are prepared to fight. We need Republicans who aren't going to cave in to the establishment. We need Republicans who are prepared to take on this difficult task, even if it's unpopular, even if they're criticized, even if they don't get invited to any dinner parties. That is what we need. Because that is the way that we will ensure that Republicans are in power as well as being in office. And it's ultimately conservatives being in power that is what is going to save the West. We will not save the West without that. So, my friends, it's fantastic to be here and get the injection, the fresh injection of conservative energy. We need it. We need it very much in Europe. We need it very much in the United Kingdom. And let me tell you, we have 10 years to save the West. Let's get to it now. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome from Declassified with Julie Kelly on Substack, Julie Kelly.
So, CPAC, thank you. Thank you so much for coming. You know, I want to also thank Matt and Mercedes for the cheeky title of my presentation. When they reached out to me last week and said, will you be okay if it's Legally Blonde with Julie Kelly? And I said, well, how about Illegally Blonde? Since I'll be talking about the DOJ's abuse of the law and power to go after Donald Trump and his supporters. So they did. So as soon as I agreed to it, I ran to the bathroom to make sure that my roots were still blonde. Luckily, I just had a touch-up a week or so ago. Next week might not have worked, but here we are today. So thank you all for coming so much. Great crowd. So I'd like to start off with a question for all of you. This is what I was taught in my speech communications degree from Eastern Illinois University. It's coming in handy. What world leader recently took the stage to address his countrymen to brag about the number of political dissidents that he and his regime have rounded up over the past few years? What world leader not only talked about the 1,200 plus countrymen that he rounded up, helped his regime, his authorities round up, arrest, charge, prosecute, but also that almost 1,000 of them had been convicted, meaning that they either were coerced into plea deals or they were convicted by a jury made up of residents of a city that shared that world leader's political views. Furthermore, who's the world leader that then stood on the stage and bragged about the number of years that those people had been sentenced to prison? 840 years, he said. Anyone know who that is? Correct. Now just imagine for a moment if that had been a world leader from any other country who had taken the stage and bragged and boasted about incarcerating people who protested against him more than 3 years ago. There would be international outrage like we've seen the past week or so, past few days. there would be condemnations from the UN, from Amnesty International. Instead, when Joe Biden spoke those words on the 3-year anniversary of January 6th, at Valley Forge, no less, he was greeted with applause from those people in the audience, presumably the same people who are now posting their grief and heartbreak and outrage over the death of Alexei Navalny in Russia. Biden's numbers, however, as he said, 1,200 Americans had been arrested and charged, already are outdated, and I'll tell you why. The U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia, Matthew Graves, who is a Biden appointee, is on pace this year to arrest a January 6th protester every day. So the total number now is up to 1,315 defendants, with Matthew Graves and the Department of Justice promising that that total caseload at the end of the day will exceed 2,000, representing an unprecedented criminal investigation and prosecution against American citizens who protested the 2020 election on January 6th. Now, what Joe Biden didn't mention, and this is important, is that his Department of Justice has a 100% conviction rate in the nation's capital in jury trials against January 6 defendants. We are now 2 years removed from the first trial, which was March of 2022. 2 years later, not one jury in Washington, D.C. has fully acquitted a January 6 defendant after more than 100 trials. Now, some of those trials have more than one defendant. Now, the jury has acquitted defendants on some charges, but no January 6 defendant has walked out of a Washington courtroom fully exonerated by D.C. jury, and you know why? Because it is a city populated by Democrats that voted 92% for Joe Biden. Despite that record, federal judges of both parties in Washington continue to deny change of venue motions for January 6 defendants. 2 years later, they know the record of the trials, what January 6 defendants have been subjected to by these juries, returning these verdicts, guilty verdicts, in record time. They still refuse to move these trials out of Washington, D.C. Any day of the week, and I was trying to go yesterday, but my flight was messed up. That's a whole other story. Any day of the week, you can go to the federal courthouse in Washington, a few blocks from the Capitol, and you can pick randomly a judge or a courtroom, and you will be able to find a court proceeding for a January 6th defendant. I often wonder, what did these judges do before January 6th? Because the docket is literally packed with January 6 cases. I don't know what they did before. I mean, we know they were going after Donald Trump and other people, but I really wonder what they did beforehand. So that is the status of the January 6th, or as the Department of Justice, Matthew Graves calls it, the Capitol siege investigation. So this is not ending. They're continuing to arrest, charge, and convict and incarcerate Trump supporters. Quickly go through the trials against Donald Trump, the two criminal indictments that Special Counsel Jack Smith brought against Donald Trump last year. The Washington case, a 4-count indictment by Jack Smith for the events of January 6th and efforts to overturn the 2020 election, now on hold. The March 4th trial date has been officially vacated as this moves to where it is headed, which is the Supreme Court, for the highest court to weigh in for the first time whether a former president can be subjected to criminal prosecution. Now, the reason it's at the Supreme Court is because the D.C. District Court, Obama appointee Judge Tanya Chutkan, and a 3-judge panel of the D.C. Circuit Appellate Court, 2 Biden appointees on that panel, I'm sure it was just a coincidence. They're supposed to be randomly selected. We'll see. Denied Donald Trump's claims of presidential immunity from criminal prosecution. So that's where it is at the Supreme Court right now. We're waiting for the court to rule on whether they will hear his case, and also whether they will issue a stay or a hold on the immunity ruling. If the Supreme Court does not put a hold on that as they consider this unprecedented matter, then the trial proceedings in Washington, which have been on hold since December, will restart. Now, what does that mean? If the Supreme Court comes back in the next few months, they expedite the case, they hold oral arguments, and they come down with a decision that agrees with the lower courts in Washington, that means that Donald Trump could very well go on trial as people in this country are early voting for president. And let me disabuse anyone who thinks that that won't happen. It will. The DOJ typically is supposed to have this policy where they don't do anything political before an election. We know that's not true. But Merrick Garland, the Attorney General, has recently said that these two cases, the one in Washington and the one in Southern Florida for classified documents, are out of his hands. They are in the judge's hands now. He has no authority to put a halt to a criminal trial against a former president and the 2024 Republican nominee for president, even if that trial starts October 1st of this year. So that is something that could happen. Quickly, what's happening in Southern Florida in the classified documents case, that's getting kind of interesting. Special counsel Jack Smith, 41-count indictment against Donald Trump and 2 co-defendants for keeping classified records that were created during Donald Trump's presidency, attempting to conceal, not just from the public, but from Donald Trump himself, some of the records that they claim are highly sensitive and classified that he unlawfully kept at Mar-a-Lago. That trial, however, looks less and less every day that it's going to happen in 2024. Judge Aileen Cannon is about the polar opposite of Judge Chutkan. Judge Cannon, a Trump appointee, who has had Jack Smith's number for the past few years, is not acting as the rubber stamp for DOJ that the Justice Department is certainly used to having in courtrooms in Washington, D.C. There is a little glimmer of hope I want to leave you with. I call myself the Debbie Downer of democracy. You know, everyone's excited, and then I come in and everyone's like, oh my God, we're all going to die. There is a little glimmer of hope. The Supreme Court also will hold oral arguments in April on one of the DOJ's most common felonies in J6 cases, also represents half of Jack Smith's criminal indictment. That is obstruction of an official proceeding, 1512c2, a post-Enron law that dealt with document shredding, not political protests that interrupted a meeting of Congress. If the Supreme Court, and there's a good chance that they will, reverse how the DOJ has weaponized and intentionally misinterpreted the language of that statute, it will represent one of the biggest black eyes for the DOJ and federal judges in Washington, who almost uniformly, except one, allow that count to go forward. And it probably poses a bigger risk to Jack Smith's indictment in Washington than anything related to presidential immunity. So I would urge you to check that out. I have some of my work on that, declassified, also real clear investigations. Wow, this time goes fast. That's why I only brought an envelope this time. Thank you all so much. I'll be around here if anyone has questions, and thank you all so much for coming out. Thank you, CPAC.
Have you downloaded our CPAC app yet? If not, take out your phone right now and go to cpac.org/app, download it so that you can keep up to date with not only everything going on with the conference, but everything that we are doing in the conservative movement.
This president is calling my family, is calling me, is calling MAGA supporters enemy of America.
That's right.
I am the daughter of a Cuban political prisoner who fought for freedom, who fought against authoritarian and dictators. He sounds just like Fidel Castro did. Fidel Castro would target the enemies of his government and try to take them down. This is exactly what we're seeing with Joe Biden. He should be ashamed of himself. No American should be called a Nazi or be called an enemy of the state. Yeah. Those of us who love this country, and I have spent my whole life defending freedom in America.
Ladies and gentlemen, up next, putting our heads in the gas stove. Please welcome former administrator of the Environmental Protection Agency, Andrew Wheeler. From Panex Oil and Gas, RJ Burr. And your host, from U.S. Oil and Gas Association, Tim Stewart.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Tim Stewart, president of the U.S. Oil and Gas Association. I'm here to tell you that in my 30 years in Washington, D.C., the last 3 years have been absolutely the worst, most hostile regulatory and legislative environment the oil and gas industry has ever seen. I'm surprised that we're still around, but the fact is we are still around. And so we're grateful today to talk with you a little bit about the topic of putting our heads in the gas stove, because that implies suicide, implies economic suicide, which is exactly what the Biden administration is trying to do to us. So I'm grateful to share the stage with two great Americans. And we'd like to lead off. We'll talk a little bit about the industry, talk a little bit about the regulatory environment, and talk about some things that we look forward to seeing changes in the future. So Jay, Andrew, it's great to be with you both. Jay, I'm going to lead off with you. You're a small oil and gas producer. Just curious, tell us a little bit about your company and what it's like to deal in this, to work in this regulatory environment.
Well, when you look at this regulatory environment, the biggest misconception that most people don't realize is who the true American oil and gas industry is. If you find Exxon $1 million, Exxon pays it like a cost of doing business, they keep on rolling. Well, if Exxon represented American oil, that would be one thing. But American oil is roughly 9,000 independent companies that average 12 employees or less. They produce 83% of the oil, we produce 90% of the natural gas, and we drill more than 90% of the wells that are drilled. And so those regulations, that's who they impact. You find Exxon $1 million, they keep on rolling. You find one of these companies $1 million, it's going to put a lot of them out of business. Take Panex, take my company. We've been doing this for 3 generations. We've been doing it a long time. We avoid a lot of this by drilling on private land. However, even avoiding a lot of it by drilling on private land, we still have to pay somebody $40,000, $50,000 a year just to make sure all the I's are dotted and T's are crossed, because as my dad said a long time ago, boy, you don't want to fight a bear with a stick. And anytime you're playing on somebody else's field, you have to play by their rules or you don't get to play.
Yeah, I'm really glad you mentioned that, because when you talk about an assault on the oil and gas industry in the United States, you're really talking about assault on small business.
Yes.
You know, again, 83% of our production comes forward because of companies like yours. And so I think that's important for the audience to realize that we're talking about, it's not an assault just on oil and gas or big oil. It's an assault on small business, and that lumping in, we're all big oil according to the other side. Speaking to the other side, Andrew, you've seen some interesting things in your time as administrator of the EPA. I'm curious as to your thoughts with regards to what is the mindset at the EPA right now in the federal agencies themselves. Where are they coming from? Why are they doing this? Why are they forcing us down this route, do you think?
A lot of the shots are being called by the White House. And the problem is that the people who are responsible for a lot of these decisions are relying on social engineering instead of energy engineers. And we shouldn't have our energy policy dictated by social engineering. And a perfect example is the recent announcement to freeze the LNG exports. And let's just take a step back and look at how that decision was made. There was a scientific study by a professor at Cornell that was not peer-reviewed. The study, and actually since it was first put out there, it's been modified a dozen times, but the original study was picked up by environmental activists and written about in an article in the Atlantic Monthly. People in the White House saw the article and they decided to freeze LNG exports without consulting people at the agencies, is my understanding. So, I mean, that's not how you come up with energy policy. You should base it on science, and you should base it on facts. And then they're also looking to states like California for the example on what to do on energy. If you look at California, over the last decade, energy prices have increased 127%. Now, a lot of you out there are not from California, and you think, well, that's fine for Californians. They voted for the administration that they have there in their state. But the problem is the Biden administration has sent $15 billion to the state of California to help their ratepayers pay their bills. So Americans all across the country are paying for the California ratepayers because of the regulations and the policies that the California government has put in place. And the Biden administration is looking at those policies, and they're trying to take those nationwide.
So if I could continue on that, taking that nationwide, we are now in an election year. And there is this race to dump regulation after regulation after regulation on not just the oil and gas industry, but all across the board. There's a study out there that shows from the Institute for Energy Research, which shows that since the inauguration day of January 2021, there have been 175 different individual actions that the administration has taken to make it harder to produce oil and gas, produce energy, or to consume oil and gas in the United States. 175. We're all familiar with the Keystone XL pipeline decision or the moratorium that was placed. But that's why we find ourselves arguing over the regulation of gas stoves, for example. The question is, what do you see coming forward over the next few months, and what is the impact, and frankly, what do you do about that?
You're right. Our regulations are making it harder to produce the oil and natural gas here in the United States. And the fact of the matter is, our oil and our natural gas are produced in a cleaner method than anywhere else in the world. We have the gold standard in environmental regulations before this administration began. But their goal is not to just make things cleaner, it's to try to shut down production here in the U.S. and force us to import natural gas and oil from other countries or for our allies. We should be using our U.S. LNG, our natural gas, to help our allies in Europe instead of having Europe dependent on other countries. We've been supplying India with LNG for a number of years. India just signed a new contract with Qatar, a long-term contract, because they believe it's more stable than our LNG industry here in the United States. So these regulations that are coming down, and they are tightening a number of them, and they're trying to tighten them before the end of this year, are going to continue to harm our production here in the U.S., and it's going to make it harder for our American companies, the small businesses that you represent, that you own and your family has. It's going to make it harder for them to comply with those regulations. It's going to end up causing us to import more, or our allies to import more from less stable countries and countries that are doing horrible things in their production to the environment.
Jay, tell us about your environmental record at Panics. What are the things you have to go through?
Well, you do have to jump through hoops. I mean, anytime you're dealing in sensitive areas, anytime you're producing oil, you have to take care of the land, but that's a common sense given. The problem is, well, we were talking backstage. I'm an old movie buff, and one of my favorite movies is The Usual Suspects. And one of my favorite quotes from that movie is, "The greatest trick the devil ever pulled was convincing the world he didn't exist." And when I look at the modern environmentalist, I want to modify that quote a little bit. The greatest trick environmentalists ever pulled was convincing the world that oil was bad. Oil in itself has been responsible for more growth in the human condition than any other thing that we've ever used. And so for people to come in and think that we're going to remove oil from our lives, they don't understand the catastrophe they're going to unleash on everybody. Because here's the problem. We've been engaging what I would call a false argument for decades. They've set up the dichotomy, it's hard to argue against Santa Claus. I want to save the world. Well, I disagree with you. What, you want us all to die? That's the dynamics you set up. When in truth, I believe everybody has a little environmentalist in them. Nobody wants to live in trash. One of my favorite things to do is walk out of the house in the morning, look at the big, beautiful manicured field in front of my house. Why? Because it's mine and I take care of it. Well, if that's not environmentalist, I don't know what is. And so they make you choose something that really, well, let me ask you this. Would you engage with a non-serious person on a serious issue?
It's difficult sometimes, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, you wouldn't. Well, if your stated goal is to save the world.
But could I point out, I engage with members of Congress almost every day, so apparently I do actually. So.
Well, no, you're absolutely right. I mean, because they're trying to tell us 1 + 1 = 3. Yeah. Don't believe your lying eyes. But if your stated goal is to save the world, yet to reach your stated goal, we have to destroy the world first, you're not a serious person. And therefore, I'm not going to engage with you. Because that's exactly what would happen. To reach their green dream, we would have to pillage the earth for raw materials like we never have. Especially, they want to do this knowing that we have natural gas and nuclear sitting right there. Natural gas, we already have the majority of the infrastructure built. You could convert cars to natural gas. You could run it to your garage. No more going to the gas station. I mean, I guess that's too simple. Or even nuclear. You mean to tell me we can run the most advanced subs in the planet on nuclear power, yet we can't do it here? No, we're letting a 40-year-old movie keep us scared.
And I can guarantee that his emissions from his company is lower than his international competitors.
Yes.
He treats water better than his international competitors do. Yeah. By taking American energy offline, we're going to force us to use energy that is polluting the world other places.
It really is actually, they're asking us to take a leap of faith. I mean, it has become, for all intents and purposes, a post-Christian world religion. And like anything, it offers salvation, but you have to exercise faith to do that. In this particular case, when there are 6,000 consumer products that rely on oil and gas as the base ingredient, everything from toothbrushes to batteries to hearing aids to what have you, and no substitute ingredient readily available yet, and yet they want to phase out without producing that substitute, they're asking us to act on faith. It has become sort of a, like I say, a post-Christian world religion almost. It's a little bit concerning. I like to have faith, but also I like to have clean teeth when I want to have a toothbrush available in 10 years. And so it is a challenge for us. And again, that I think from the oil and gas industry, we don't do a good enough job. We talk about the voters, the people, they equate our industry with transportation primarily. How much does it cost to put gas in my car? Or maybe how much does it cost to run my furnace or my water heater? But they don't understand, we've never done a good job of making the connection that when there are high energy costs associated, that impacts consumer products. And I think you see a lot of the inflationary impact right now based on how prices were a year ago. Mm-hmm. Back to the LNG thing, though. I mean, I'm curious. I'd like to dig on that a little bit more if we could, because that was one of those actions that was taken primarily to placate a very small group of TikTok influencers so they could talk about it. What is the message? Let's reiterate the message, what it sends to the rest of the world.
But the message, unfortunately, is to our allies in Europe that you need to be more dependent upon Russian natural gas or natural gas from other places of the world that aren't as stable as we are. And our natural gas, our LNG, is produced in a much cleaner fashion than anywhere else. It sends the wrong message to our companies here that don't bother investing. When you put a freeze like that, you're telling the companies don't invest for the next several years. So you're cutting off investment. You're telling the banks don't bother investing in the U.S. companies. So that means that our U.S. companies are going to lose workers. They're going to lose jobs because of this freeze. And our allies are going to lose a secure, clean, safe form of energy.
So to that point, Jay, you're a small company, but you need financing, right? How has the ESG component of what Wall Street and the banks have been saying, how has that impacted you and others in the industry?
Well, it's funny you asked that. I was here last year, and I had a kid from PBS come up to me outside. He said, hey, you're the oil guy, aren't you? I said, yeah. He said, well, who do you want to win in 24? I said, it depends on what me you ask. He said, well, what do you mean? I said, well, if you ask the everyday me, the guy who has to pay the same thing you have to pay, I want it to go one way. I said, however, if you ask the oil guy in me, I want it to go another way. He said, well, what do you mean? I said, look, keep ESG scoring it. Keep scaring people away from the industry. Keep running as many people away as you can. Because here's what's going to happen. Right now, there's nothing that can replace oil. There's nothing that can effectively and economically replace it. And when the illusion busts and everybody comes running back to oil, the people that own are going to be sitting in a position of strength. And so while they're running people away from it, I'm going to keep buying it because I know the modern world was built on oil and nothing's going to change that.
I agree 100%. I get asked a lot in the media, and my response is the smart money always bets on this industry. You never bet against the oil and gas industry in the United States. We are the absolute best at what we do in the world. The world sends its people here to learn how to do what it is that we do, and we get very little credit for it. But dang it, my money's staying in the oil and gas industry, and we're going to be around for a long, long time. The best part of this is we're going to be around a lot longer than any other administration is going to be. Any other climate activist buried deep into some agency, we're going to be around a lot longer than they are, and that makes me happy. So, speaking of being buried in the agency, Andrew, I got to go back to you, okay? This issue of the gas stove ban has been really interesting, and hence the title of this panel. In my time, we did some grassroots efforts with this. It was fascinating to me to see the consumer response to the potential gas stove ban. For most people who we worked with, it was a very much an intrusive effort into their daily lives. It was the government kicking their door down saying, you are a bad person because you choose to make dinner with natural gas versus electricity. And yet we have this problem here where the administration has spent 3 years putting together what's going to be an incredibly burdensome regulatory overburden on, and they may or may not be around. How do you unravel this? I mean, if you were to go back into your old job again in 6 months, which we hope you do, how do you unravel all of this? What do you do?
Well, first of all, on the gas stoves issue, that was obviously the plan. As soon as it got out, they immediately backtracked. But they don't have to ban natural gas and gas stoves to accomplish their means. If they make it so uneconomical, or they put the freezes, or they restrict where you can drill to make it uneconomical for people to use natural gas. But the problem is they're forcing everybody to go just to pure electricity, which a lot comes from natural gas, particularly in California. So they're driving up the price overall, and there's not enough. We have an energy deficit over the next decade. We need more energy. We need more electricity. If we're going to even have a fraction of what the Biden administration wants to do on electric vehicles, we don't have the electricity infrastructure or the electricity plan generation to meet that obligation. But as far as what I hope a future administration will go back and take a look at what the Trump administration accomplished on NEPA reform, which is the National Environmental Permitting, the EIS. I love this statistic. It took 2 years to design, permit, and build the Empire State Building. 2 years. When we came into office, the average for a national permit under the NEPA was over 5 years. 5 years for a national permit when you could build the entire Empire State Building in under 2 years. The Biden administration has completely gone back on that. We did the first update in over 50 years. We modernized the NEPA process, and we said you have to complete the NEPA permitting within 2 years. That's just the permitting. That's not the designing and the building. So it's taking our country the wrong direction, and they're making the permitting process longer and more expensive. And now they're trying to figure out if there is a way to expedite permits just for solar and wind. And I like solar and wind. I like all the above. But I don't think you should just have an expedited permitting process for two favored forms of energy that this administration likes. You should reform the permitting process for everyone, for every American business, particularly small businesses. There's no reason why it should take 5 years to get a federal permit.
I would say from the oil and gas industry, and we agree with that, you know, it seems like the regulatory process has become self-aware. It's Skynet almost. It is designed to perpetuate the process and not produce an outcome.
Yes.
An outcome is actually deemed a threat. Oh my gosh, we've actually made a decision somebody must not be doing, so let's claw it back into the agency and do it again. We're with you on that. Permit reform is the only way we're going to be able to continue to build this country. Let me ask you this. We just have a couple more minutes left. Are either of you afraid of what EVs are going to do to our industry? Do you have a fear for that?
No, they're going to crash the power grid.
Okay.
They're going to
crash the power grid.
Oh. I mean, the Biden administration, the EPA reg, the proposal was to have 67% EVs by 2032. And they're already talking about scaling that back because of this reality is starting to hit in. And we can't have 67%. I think it's what, about 7% right now? And that's with the tax subsidies, and that's with incredible spending under the Biden spending bills to put chargers out everywhere. And those chargers are late. They funded it 2 years ago, and the first charger didn't hit the ground until, I think, November of this past year. We don't have the infrastructure in place. We don't have the energy generation. And I like EVs, but the thing is you can't social engineer. Going back to my first comment, you can't social engineer something like that. You have to allow the free market to work. You need to allow Americans to decide what kind of car they want to drive.
That is a great point. And I will make a confession here, which is let the record show that the president of the U.S. Oil and Gas Association has an EV in his household. Why? Because I wanted to be able to earn one or own one and then be able to complain about it repeatedly on TV, which I do all the time. Because mechanically, it's fine. It's not a Tesla. There's Tesla and then there's EVs. The fact of the matter is it is the most miserable ownership experience we have ever had. Everything from having to replace tires at 11,000 miles to not being able to get from my house to the airport and back on a cold winter night. If you want to have a real religious experience, find yourself in the Walmart parking lot at 2 a.m. with 19 miles left on your range and 34 miles to get home and have none of the chargers working at all. And that's when you're praying to God, please let me get home. Consumers will make that choice, and that is absolutely important to allow them to have that choice. But the government to make that choice on our behalf is a horrible economic decision. And I appreciate you saying that. We have 2 minutes left. Let's close out. Give us your thoughts on where you see things going after this next election and anything else you want to say to the audience.
Well, it's one of those things that when you look at the industry and you look at everything that's going on, what really breaks my heart is these are all self-inflicted wounds. Mm-hmm. I mean, I tell my kids, control what you control, but don't hurt yourself. Well, how can I tell my kids that when the government's doing it to us? And it doesn't make sense. I mean, if they were telling me that I needed to do something and there was a rational reason for them telling me that, I'm a big boy, I'm a grown-up. I can sit down, put one and one together and understand, okay, that's what we need to do. However, what they're telling us to do doesn't make sense. And then when you look at what's coming, what really scares me is that most people don't realize what's on the horizon. Look, as I said it a minute ago, we are all in the oil business. When something goes crazy and oil prices go through the roof, we all pay it. And right now, we consume more oil than we produce. We're not making near the investment to replace the oil that we use, and there's nothing on the horizon that can replace oil. And so when you have those three factors and you add to it the fact that 83% of the world's population is just now beginning to use oil and understand its benefits, what do you think they're going to do? Decide to save the world and go back to the Stone Age? Or you think they're going to use more? And so demand is going nowhere. So if you want me to tell you what the government should do, get out of our way.
There we go.
Get out of our way, and American oil will take care of it from there.
Andrew, what are your thoughts?
The American public is resilient. What worries me and concerns me is our youth. We need to make sure that they are better educated and they need to understand where our energy comes from, what capitalism is, and what a free market society is.
Excellent.
Amen.
We're not going anywhere, folks. We'll see you next year and 20 and 30 and 50 years from now. Thanks a lot for your time.
go.
Judicial Watch is ready to work with you to protect life, protect our children, protect our Constitution, protect the rule of law, protect our civil rights, protect parents, protect political prisoners and the targets of Biden DOJ abuse, protect our borders, protect free speech, protect America from the predator left that seeks to upend this glorious country. You can do it. We can do it. We must do it. God bless you and God bless America.
Thank you again for joining us at CPAC 2024. Do you have any questions? If so, look for the volunteers with this blue t-shirt, and they will direct you to the right place. We hope you have a great time at this year's conference.
The only homicide on January 6th was the unlawful shooting death of Ashley Babbitt. This major new lawsuit that Judicial Watch filed, a $30 million wrongful death lawsuit against the United States government. She was unarmed. There were no weapons visible. She was shot in the shoulder and killed by Lieutenant Byrd. He popped out and shot her dead. Ashley was shot in cold blood, and the rule of law requires justice for her.
Patriots. I want to first thank Matt and Mercy for bringing us to CPAC and letting us join together. They have a tremendous sacrifice in their relentless pursuit of freedom. So thank you, Matt and Mercy, for this amazing event. And I want to get started. Those of us who are living in this time are experiencing a lot of, pressure on where to shop, what to do, where to go. We're being inflicted with messaging that we may not agree with, anti-American, anti-family, ESG, DEI, and we're deciding, we the people, how we will spend our hard-earned dollars. And that brings me to talk to what I think are probably three of the most amazing American pioneers, because their products and their platforms are really changing how we spend our money and how we choose to really engage in the economy. So I want to start with Chris, because Chris, you have an incredible platform, but we've seen platforms kind of come and go and get canceled. So what sets Rumble apart from someone like a Parler? How do you protect all of us from what happened to Parler?
So yeah, I started the company back in 2013, and we kind of built it a little bit differently than a lot of the other companies out there. A lot of the other companies out there are building their businesses on top of the incumbent cloud platforms like Amazon AWS, Microsoft Azure. With Rumble, we started building things on bare metal servers ourselves. And then after the incident that happened to Parler in 2021, it became very apparent that there was a real need for a real infrastructure player in the economy, and something that would be more aligned with the values that Americans have. So we took it upon ourselves to build our entirely own infrastructure, so Rumble would not be dependent on any of the incumbent cloud platforms out there. And within the coming weeks, we're going to be launching Rumble Cloud to the public for everyone to use.
Okay, so let's just go with that for a second. So what you're telling me is, regardless of content, whether you believe or don't believe, no one's getting canceled?
Yes, so when it comes to like what happened with Parler, there was violations that were happening on multiple platforms. In fact, the reality is that there was more violations happening on the other big tech platforms than there was actually happening on Parler itself from all the data that we've seen. But yet it was Parler that had the rug pulled from under them. They weren't treated fairly, and they weren't treated the way they were supposed to be treated, in my opinion. So when it comes to what we've built, we're building a cloud platform that's going to have the same values that the Rumble video platform has. So we're not going to be judging content based on political beliefs or biases. We're going to be judging it based on our terms of service, and we're not going to be pulling rugs out of other people's businesses that they spent, years building and millions in investments in doing. We're going to be judging it based on our TOS and nothing more, without any bias.
Great. And so how can all of us take advantage of the new cloud that you'll be launching?
So within the coming weeks, we're going to be launching the Rumble Cloud to the public. It'll be available at rumble.cloud. I would say within, before the end of March, we should have that available for everyone to be able to use.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Thank you. I'm going to move to Eric. I don't know how many of you know Eric. He's a rock star. In a lot of ways. But Eric, I want to know something from you. Is big tech spying on us?
Of course they are.
Okay, and I want to know how, and I want to know what they've got.
Look, I think anyone that's experienced the big tech hegemony, even speaking to Rumble versus what YouTube does, I get 20 to 30 times the views of the same talk given on Rumble versus YouTube, because their algorithm suppresses. And this project, the unplugged phone, came out of a very frustrated phone call after the 2020 election, and seeing what big tech was doing, Google and Apple throwing people off their app stores, controlling, censoring speech. And I said to some friends of mine, we need to build our own phone platform. And after 3 years, we've done it. Because big tech collects, they know where you go, what you buy, who you call, and what you browse. They actively collect that. They sell that information to advertisers. And that same operating system on those phones collect also from the apps and export it to the point of turning on the microphone of your phone in your room. I've had many people I've talked to that said, yeah, I was talking to my wife about needing a new mattress. And the next day they're getting advertising for a new mattress from their phone, listening in their bedroom. So this phone is different, the unplugged phone, because it doesn't have an advertising ID. So it's incapable of interacting with the apps to let them collect and harvest and export your data. This is the first phone with a firewall. It is a way for you to be in the world but not of the world, so that you control your data, not big tech. And again, some of this is the same hard slog story of Rumble or Patriot. We grind it out, and we now have we have 10,000 units on the way, 500 have been delivered already, and we're well past theoretical. This is real and it's happening, and we even have our own secure messenger that it generates a new encryption key every call, every message. Even with a dump feature.
I was going to go there.
Someone comes with another bogus search warrant to say, let me inspect your phone. You say, sure, there's a code, and the phone wipes. So this is a way for people to own your data and not share it. Enough of big tech, enough of the collusion between big government, big tech, and criminal organizations, kind of all in the same sentence.
It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. That's fantastic. Thank you. Glenn. So I see Patriot Mobile everywhere. I mean, everywhere I go, I see Patriot Mobile, and I mean that in the most wonderful way, that you have invested, and you're investing everywhere, every direction, whether it's SHOT Show or whether it's NRB or whether it's CPAC. I mean, I see you constantly. What sets Patriot Mobile apart from the big carriers? Because I see them everywhere too, but you're different.
We are different, and I have nothing bad to say about the networks. They provide a great service. I always just say positive things about Patriot Mobile. Look, we are 100% U.S. based. We have a customer center service out in California. We have one in East Texas. We also in Dallas-Fort Worth area. When you call us, you talk to somebody that understands what your needs are. Secondly, and most importantly, we put God first in everything we do. He is our leader. He is our chairman. And we're his stewards. And so we approach everything with biblical principles. And something that comes out of that. When we founded the company 10 years ago, we looked at it and said, okay, what can we do? We were Republicans back then. And we said, look, let's help the Republican movement. It's morphed. We've went way right, in a sense. We don't really support candidates. We support causes, i.e., the NRA, CPAC, Turning Point USA, Concerned Women for America. I just said hello to Penny a few minutes ago. When you support organizations like that can actually move the needle, no matter how much I want to do something, there's organizations out there that can do it far better than we can. Susan B. Anthony, Pro-Life America. Marjorie's incredible. She has that belief of life. And before I go, or before I finish this, we believe in 4 principles: First Amendment, Second Amendment, right to life, and military and first responders. And we'll carve out, this year probably a couple of $1 million. So how do we separate ourselves? That's it. We just believe in the freedom that God gave us, those God-given rights and freedoms that he gave us, and we want to protect that with everything that we have to do.
Great, thank you. I think it's time we step up our game. I mean, let's be honest, people. I mean, it's convenient to order from Amazon or Target or do some of these other things, but we can't keep supporting causes that are companies that hate us. I mean, right? I mean, how many Bud Light drinkers are there out here now? Really? I mean, the best thing we can do as freedom-loving Americans is cancel them. And the way we build our economy is to support our economy. So let's move back over to you, Chris, because I saw something interesting with Barstool Sports, and it was kind of cool to me. Dave Portnoy and Barstool Sports were being censored on YouTube, and they recently signed with Rumble. Can you share a little bit about that experience? Because I thought that was really neat and really cool, and just the difference in what Eric was mentioning with he's on YouTube in one place and Rumble on another place, and the algorithm of Google is really demonetizing content, demonetizing people. And I'm just wondering if that was happening with Barstool Sports on YouTube.
Yeah, so that's a very interesting story. It was December, so it's not that long ago that I remember getting a call. I think it was from, I don't remember who called me, but someone sent me a video of Dave Portnoy saying that his video got taken down on YouTube, and he did a video and put it up on X, and he was like, I'm done with this. So he just went on a rant with respect to YouTube and the censorship and what was happening there. So I immediately reached out to him, and he immediately, with all this happened in like a single day, and he immediately reached back out to me. And then a month later, after the holidays, after Christmas and the New Year's, we closed a deal with them where they brought their entire portfolio over to Rumble, and we have a collaborative effort on the cloud, and our ad sales teams are also going to be collaborating on bringing in brands to the company. So, super excited to have the entire Barstool stack on Rumble. It's also like showing that Rumble's a lot more than just politics on the platform. And it's a lot more, there's a lot of different categories of content and creators that have interest in the value of the First Amendment and freedom of expression. We brought on sports leagues like the UFC, Bare Knuckle Fighting Championships, Street League Skateboarding is exclusively on Rumble, Nitro Rallycross Racing is also exclusive on Rumble, and then now you see Barstool Sports join Rumble. So it's broadening. I think the pendulum is shifting. A lot of people are kind of waking up to the way these incumbent platforms are pushing their agendas, tilting things specific ways. It's not only just happening in politics anymore, it's happening in all different verticals. And when Rumble, kind of took off, when Dan Bongino came to the platform and Congressman Devin Nunes came to the platform back in the summer of 2020, Devin had about 10,000 people subscribe to his YouTube channel, and when he came to Rumble, within 2 to 3 months, he had 200,000 to 300,000 subscribers on Rumble. And that's crazy when you think about it. In an election year, to a congressional candidate, the ranking member of the House Intel Committee only has 10,000 subs in 4 years, and he comes to Rumble and gets 200,000 to 300,000 in a couple months. That's, call it censorship, call it whatever you want. There's some kind of bias happening, and we got to break through it, and people are starting to realize, not just in politics, but in all categories.
That's right. I mean, and Google controls over 80% of the internet traffic, right? Their algorithm is extremely powerful. So Rumble is really like a David and Goliath story to me. And it's so successful, and it does show the power of the people. I mean, we have the power. We have the power to cancel. We have the power to make change. We have the power to create this patriot economy that we want and we desire, that we know are going to support and align with our values. So, okay, moving back over to Eric, because you are all things like top secret. Can we talk a little bit more about, well, he's a Navy SEAL, and he's kind of a badass. I don't know, can I say that? But can we talk a little bit more about our privacy?
Look, big companies, big tech, they monetize everything you do. If you are not paying for something, you are not the customer, you are the product. And so when you think about all the data that's collected on you, by the time a kid reaches the age of 13 in America, big tech has collected 72 million different data points on them.
72
advertising
million
profiles,
data
every
points.
preference, their schedule, everyone they interact with. So effectively enabling digital grooming.
I was going to say, so
when
think
you
about
combine
your 13-year-old.
that much data with AI, the amount of influence and control over that kid's mind is staggering. So whether you're young or old, having a phone that is not collecting, not exporting your data is really important. And I think we're not going to change the left by whining about it. We only change by competing and providing people that think like us a parallel path or to get off that road of big tech. And whether it's Rumble or Patriot or what we've done at Unplug, we're there and we're operating, and it's a valid alternative. And so ignore it at your peril, because big tech is never going to change unless we vote with our dollars.
That's right. And I think we just become our own big tech. I mean, that's really the reality, right?
Exactly.
I mean, we've got cloud, we've got platforms, we've got phones.
There are 50 unplugged phones down at the Patriot mobile booth. So if you want to get on the train right now, head out after this event.
Okay, let's talk about this. Can we talk about this collaboration?
You know, I love to talk about Patriot Mobile and great partners like Rumble and Unplugged. So yes, absolutely. Head down to the Patriot Mobile booth and let's sell the first 50 unplugged phones today.
That's so cool. Can I get one of those?
Yeah.
Yeah. So how do your phones interact? How does your service interact?
We provide the phone, they provide the data, and it's all good.
Yeah, if I may, I got to share this very quick story. Sure. Eric, you came to visit us in Texas. This was about 3 years ago. We had 6 inches of snow on the ground. And my kids,
it was the great freeze when all that green energy failed to work.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. And he calls and says, hey, I'm at your office. I'm like, you know, I was going to take the kids and drag them behind the four-wheeler around Texas. But anyway, we went in, Scott, our CMO, we went in, made a deal. We went and had Texas barbecue. You left about 2 o'clock that afternoon. And we hashed this out. We said, look, we'll do anything we can to help others that are like-minded. I don't care what business you're in. I love the concept, and when it's a natural relationship between a phone and a carrier, we're tickled to do this.
So how is Patriot Mobile similar but yet different? I mean, I know you provide great phone service, but how are you different than an AT&T and a Verizon who are really not supporting the values we support? So how are you different?
So technically, I'm an accountant, so I'm going to answer this the way an accountant would. Okay. We buy wholesale from all the major networks. We repackage it. We sell it retail. What makes us different is this phone here can have 2 or 3, or Scott says 22 different phone numbers on it. But I've got 2 networks on this phone, and it is different because cell phone service today is ubiquitous. No matter what, it's kind of like electricity. You flip the switch, it comes on. There are pockets of areas that it doesn't work, no matter what. We just happen to be able to put 2 or 3 different networks on it so you can toggle between the 2. And that is a different technological difference, right? And I'm talking not outside of the biblical view or the conservative view.
So we can ultimately be protected.
And we can take their data on this phone, whether it's a physical SIM or an eSIM, and we can also roll what's called the IMSI number, which makes the phone exceedingly difficult to track. And again, we don't have an advertising ID, so the pervasive, when you think about the Fourth Amendment, it says a person shall be secure in his own property from unreasonable search. The federal government routinely ignores that because they buy all that personal data that you're giving out. When you sign up for an iPhone or a Google phone and you scroll through and you consent to all those things and you don't read it, they're saying, yeah, we're collecting all your stuff and we're selling it. And now the federal government collects that and routinely tracks your locations, who you interact with, your schedules, everything. We prevent that in partnership with Patriot Mobile.
So, yes, and I wouldn't feel right unless I asked all three of you that you're not, if you're collecting data on all of us, if you're tracking us, if we have privacy with you, because you're going to have a cloud, obviously.
Yeah, so, obviously the data is a really interesting topic because it's so pervasive with big tech.
It's so valuable.
It is so, exactly. And what you're mentioning about the advertising ID, just the stuff I've been learning about that in the last couple of years is just, makes your hair stand. It's like they can track every single thing you do, where you go, how you do it, et cetera. So our Rumble Advertising Center isn't nearly like Google when it comes to the pervasiveness of tracking and stuff. It's if Google were to look at the way we do it versus the way they do it, it's completely different. So obviously, data privacy is extremely important, and a device like Unplugged is paramount because at the end of the day, everyone is going through either Apple or going through Google through their devices, and everything's being captured, everything is being tracked, and it really starts at the hardware device first and foremost in order to block that from happening. So a phone like Unplugged is very, very important for the market to push back against the data privacy.
And I promise you there will never be a pregnant man emoji on this phone. We know which bathroom to use.
Okay, we only have a couple minutes left. I thank you. I mean, this has been really great. I hope you guys have enjoyed it too. I mean, and really understand that we're in power. We control this with our dollars, and we have to get serious and really committed to not being convenient, but being thoughtful about where we want to spend our money, who we want to give our money to, and how we want to do that. Because the only way to build our Patriot economy is to really invest in it, all of us investing in it, not just these incredible pioneers who are bringing us terrific products, which we greatly appreciate. Just in closing thoughts, I just am curious, where do you see yourselves going with not only your phones, but are you expanding into further products into our economy? Because we're all investors in this, right? So we want to know what we can look forward to. What do you got going?
I think the most important thing for free people to have is the means to communicate their ideas freely, to store their ideas clearly, and to not be subject to illegal search.
Okay.
Well, we do have other products and services that we offer. A lot of them revolve around connectivity, whether it's a home wireless, fixed wireless, and portable pucks. But we also have Patriot Mobile RX, where you pay $20 or $30 a month, and we send you 97% of the prescriptions you have today. So you look at it and you say, okay, well, how do you grow your business and become more sticky, if you will? We provide an excellent service, right? I'm going to say it's the best.
Well, and it's U.S.-based, isn't it?
100% U.S.-based.
Right.
But on the other side, there's other things that we can bolt on to because our customers, as we were talking about, are very sticky. You're going to go to Rumble. You're probably not going anywhere else after that. So,
yeah, and for us, there's three core businesses that we're chasing right now. We're going to go head-to-head on the cloud side with Amazon and Azure with Rumble Cloud. We've been taking on YouTube since we started and seeing tremendous success. And we're going to take on the Google Ads ecosystem at the same time with Rumble Advertising Center. So,
yeah.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. We hope you've enjoyed our panel. Have an amazing...
Nowadays, expressing your love for our country is more crucial than ever. MAGA hammocks, chairs, and scarves allow you to proudly express your honor and courage. Each product is uniquely handcrafted, with materials sourced entirely from the USA, becoming a symbol of quality and national pride. Loved by true patriots, MAGA hammocks is more than just merchandise. It is a statement. MAGA hammocks. Swing right.
I'm Frank Russo, Director of CPAC Center for Combating Human Trafficking. I wanted to thank you for joining us in this fight to end modern-day slavery, and we are thrilled that you are part of CPAC 2024. If you want to join us again in 2025, you can go to cpac.org/2025. See you then.
an era marked by climate change activists, new technologies, and massive geopolitical instability, we see energy policies have profound implications. The last 3 years have seen record-high gas prices and once-in-a-generation inflation. Energy has been at the center of all of it. During President Biden's first month in office, American oil production fell nearly 27% from its previous high. By the summer of 2022, a gallon of gas averaged more than $5 for the first time. All the while, Biden drained our strategic petroleum reserve, looked the other way on Iran's oil sanctions, and begged other nations to produce more oil. Not to mention, threatened to take away your car, your gas stove, and hot water heater. As the election nears, stay tuned for more updates, because in 2024, energy is on the ballot.
Ladies and gentlemen, God loves justice. Please welcome, from Tree of Life Foundation International, Amanda Schumacher.
Good afternoon, America. We're still America, right? Okay, let's give it up to God, because I'm going to tell you, God still owns this earth and the fullness of it. So let's stand up and praise him now. Put your hands up and thank that he is going to redeem us, deliver us, and move us forward as a country. Only through him can we do this. Only through him. We are now stuck in a hard rock, just like Daniel was with the lions, just like Moses, who went out in the desert and found himself with nothing but depending on God. He didn't have any provisions. God provided, and he is going to provide now. So that's why this is titled what it is titled, because God loves justice, and we are people of justice. Are we not, America? Let's hear it. Let's just thank God. I'm going to bow our heads, and we're going to let God take over. Father God, I just thank you. All I can do is just humble myself. I am nothing, I have nothing. But all of you, I am everything. For the Lion of Judah is going to speak out today of all that needs to be done in this earth, because we have the blueprint. We see the evil one. We know what's happening. Deuteronomy 28, you say, if you obey my command and hear my voice, I give you command over all nations. And you have given us command over all nations. We just need to get the epidemic that is fear out of this earth. So, Father, I ask you right now to encourage your people to get out of fear. All perfect love casts out fear. I thank you, Father, and bless everyone here and all those that are in the nations listening. I just ask you to bless all the nations in the name of your Son, Jesus. Amen. Oh, darn it. Can I? Good. I don't like until I have to read this. But church, I'm calling out you today. Because church, God is gathering the nations now. He's gathering each one of us, called out by his name. And I'm asking you, what are you in fear of? Think of everything that will cost us. Because I have right now the Agenda 21, the UN, will take everything away from us. So if we don't do this now, we will have nothing to begin with. We cannot be complacent. We cannot sit back idle. We have to stand up and fight, because this is the hour to fight. We are called to be soldiers of the Lord. If you feel you're not the one, I am certainly not the one. This is not what I thought I would be doing at this hour. I have 5 children. When the pandemic happened, he told me, put the Freedom Summits together in my house. I'm in Palm Beach. I didn't know the whole mapping out there. Everyone came to my house because we had from election integrity to energies to, there were so many things we did, to media, you name it. We called out everyone to consolidate, to unite. And what I do is I unite people. I got a Tree of Life Foundation International. I unite all gift, talents, and resources out of his glory, and he gets the glory. There's nothing this woman would have. Nothing. I am nothing, I have nothing, but all of him, I am everything. That is you. That is all of you. Stand up and take a bow knowing that your God is the one who's going to do it through you. Do you believe that? Because we will not win this war, guys. Everyone's waiting for everyone to stand up. It's we, the people of the United States, form a more perfect union. Stand up, we the people, now. I'm calling a battle cry now. Because if we don't stand up, all perfect love casts out fear. We've got to stand and stand firm. Do you understand that? We got to love one another. We got to care about one another. We got to give our gifts and talents back to each other, because we cannot survive by serving our own place. We have to serve one another. We got to love one another. Do you understand? Because we're in a critical point in our history, none like it. Now, others will tell you, no, you're fine, you'll be fine. No, we are not. Because God put the wrath on America. And we don't need to go through the long list. We already know what's happened. And we became complacent. Do you not agree? Okay, we don't want to be complacent anymore. True? I'm going to step off and go all the way back there. Because I tell you why. We all have to stand at this hour. Our founding fathers, I'm going to give you a quote of each one of them. George Washington, he said, and this is our founding fathers. This is where we're at right now, guys. This is where we're at. While we were zealous, performing the duties of good citizens and soldiers, we certainly ought not to be attentive to the higher duties of religion, to the distinguished character of a patriot. It should be our highest glory to add more distinguished character of a Christian. John Adams, suppose a nation in some distant region should take the Bible for their own law book. Every member should regulate his conduct by the precept that exhibits. Every member would be obligated in conscience and temperance and frugality and industrial and injustice, kindness, charity towards his fellow men, and piety of love and reverence toward the Almighty God. What a utopia, what a paradise that would be. I'm not going to read all his, so I'm going to make it real quick. John Hancock. Resistance of tyranny becomes a Christian and a social duty for each individual. Continue steadfastness with proper sense of your dependence on God, nobly defending those rights which heaven gave, and no man ought to take away. You guys are not, we are weak, but he makes us strong. He is still with us. Who could be against us? There's legions of angels. When you talk about there's a battle out there, well, it's the unseen world, guys. Are you with me? Because you cannot fight. The guns aren't going to do it. They're going to try to take the handguns away. They're going to take everything away. I'm going to read you Agenda 21 real quick. One world government, one world cashless currency, one world central bank, one world military, the end of national sovereignty, the end of all private-owned property, the end of family unit, depopulation, controlling population growth, population density, mandatory multiple vaccinations, universal basic income, microchipping society, purchasing, traveling, tracking, and controlling, implementation of the world social credit system like China has, trillions of appliances hooked into the 5G monitoring system, Internet things, government-raised children, government-owned, controlled schools, colleges, universities, the end of private transportation, owning cars, etc., all businesses owned by the government, corporations, the restriction of non-essential air travel, human beings concentrated in human settled zones, cities, and the end of irrigation, the end of private farms, grazing, livestock, the end of single-family homes, restricted land using to serve human needs, and a ban of natural non-synthetic drugs and medicines, and the end of fossil fuel. 60% is already done in America, guys. This is real. We, the people of the United States of America, we hired, we conspired, we got to remember who we are. Our founding fathers gave us the freedom and to flex our muscles to make a difference. We are not weak. We are not complacent. We are people that God can use. But the question is, how much time do you spend with the one who we should be talking to? That's really it. You're as strong as the time you take to be with the Creator. I'm standing on this stage not because I want to. I didn't even want to come up here. I have a lot of things I have to do. But I love CPAC. And people here need to hear the truth and nothing but the truth. That went on a couple of, 4 years ago on Facebook with a Constitution for the Freedom Summit. It went down less than 24 hours, and then that website was taken off. I'm here to tell you that it is very true of everything that's on that. If we don't stand up now, you will have nothing. And you'll remember this woman who stood up on the stage with a battle cry and saying, "Stand now. Stand now." Literally stand now. Can you guys stand up? Stand now, please. Because we have to show the fortitude and the empowerment of what we can do. I know there are different faith beliefs, but we have to learn to work with one another. This judgment is killing off a movement of God. The division that's happening is killing a movement of God. We're different. No one's going to think like I do. I'm not going to think like anyone else in this room. I got different thoughts. You have different thoughts. That's what makes us so unique, because we're different. But we can come in together with the same like heart, mind, and purpose. And if we don't find God in the midst of it, we will not win this battle. Deuteronomy 28, if you obey my command and hear my voice, and people say, man, how can I hear a voice? Easily, just repent. And then stop doubting like doubting Thomas. God loves justice, and we have the justice. The scales are on our side, because who is on the leash? Satan's on the leash. And every evil entity is on the leash. And everyone who's devised for money, power, glory, and position is prostituting right now. It's about love, forgiveness, mercy, and grace, and favor. That's what the evil one does not want you to know. I'm a multi-million... I have a lot of money, but my money will not make a movement of God. I've given out so much, but it's not going anywhere. I've been to Guatemala, Argentina with $60 for 2 missionaries. Ask me one of these days. I'll tell you that story. That's a cool story. Because take no extra tunic, no extra money belt, no extra cloak. The gospel is still real and alive. And we need to pray for Israel. We need to lift up our Jewish sisters and brothers. If we don't, we're dead. Because it's going to be the Jewish first going before Christians go, okay? Do you understand that? If we don't protect Israel, we are going to be dead. And if you don't have a burden, then ask God to give you a burden. You've got to ask him to give you a burden. I didn't come with a burden. I didn't come with this voice. I didn't come with a speech I have. It was given to me. There's a shy, quiet, very reserved, very politely spoken, and I always was on my P's and Q's. I was a major people pleaser, but now I am a God pleaser. And I have a lot of favor, and so do you. So who owns this earth? Let's hear that a little louder. Who owns this earth? God. Yes. And who is going to deliver us? You're right. There is no other entity. There could be so much moving, and we're going to do our best, but only as a corporate can we bring the shackles down on America. Do you want that? Do you believe it can be done? Because it's only our Creator can do that through us. And we have to have faith. The first and second command, to love your God with all your heart, soul, mind, strength, and love your neighbor as self. I'm going to tell you, that takes a lot of work. And love your enemy? Oh my God, that's even more work. And I tell you how you do that. God remind me, Amanda, you're perfectly imperfect to be perfected for my purpose and my glory. He gave me all that alliteration, okay? Now, what he also said to me is, Amanda, you can love your enemy easily. Because when you sin, what do I do to you? Do I not give you love, forgiveness, mercy, and grace? Do I not do that? And then you will receive favor. I said, okay. And now I look at myself. Every time someone comes against us, oh, that was me too. Have some humility. That's the only way we're going to win this battle. You have to humble yourself in front of God, and he will do the increase. Now, I'm going to give you some scriptures to leave you with. Refrain from anger and turn from the wrath, and do not fret only to evil, for those who are evil will be destroyed, but those who are hope in the Lord will inherit the land. We should stand up against injustice and love others with our words and actions. We can have peace knowing God will prevail and evil will be dealt with. This is all out of the Bible. But you must return to your Lord, maintain love and justice, and wait on God always. The righteous will inherit the land and dwell in it forever. He reveals the deep things of darkness and brings utter darkness into the light. And guess what? We can see the blueprint of what Satan's doing with all the people. His people have eyes that are wide open. But we go serve them. We love them until they can get redeemed. If they can't go, we'll move them. Don't have fear. All perfect love casts out fear. When justice is done, it brings joy and righteousness, but terror of evildoers will be removed. Follow justice and justice alone, so that you may live and possess the land the Lord your God has given you. It's your decision. God is the only answer at this hour. And if you don't believe it, this woman has a global foundation. I have been in front of militants that wanted to rape and kill me. They could not touch me because I have legions of angels around me, just like you. Angels are sent to protect us. You've got to believe in the warfare is not against flesh and blood, but it's against the demonic principalities in high places. Do you believe that? Because you've got to know what you're wrestling with. Not as if God won't use a gun. You've got to use some wisdom. Because he puts feet on our faith, like our founding fathers. Each one of them in this quote, all of them said it was the Bible, it was their faith, it was God. That's where the founding fathers stood. Now stand up now and be like our founding fathers and say, hallelujah, we love America and we're taking it over in the name of Jesus. You got it? Thank you.
On January 7, 2021, they tried to silence our voices forever as 1.2 million Americans were deplatformed, including our great real president, Donald Trump. It's been 3 long years of fighting to save our country and secure our elections, but now our voice is bigger than ever. God has blessed me with frankspeech.com and our courageous Lindell TV lineup with Emerald Robinson, Steve Bannon, and the great Lou Dobbs, along with hundreds of other hosts. We want you to be informed and involved as we work to save our country. So watch our epic lineup on Lindell TV at frankspeech.com. Thank you and God bless.
For over 50 years, CPAC has been the place where conservatives gather to mobilize and show how strong our movement is. Thank you for once again joining us at CPAC this year.
Being woke is easy when it was just a call to defund the police or end capitalism, right? It's a little different when your fellow ideologues start cheering for your beheading. And here's a question. This next video, does this look like London to you? The pro-Hamas protests making for a very interesting political moment at Harvard. A university recently ranked the worst school for free speech in America. What would Harvard do in a moment like this, we all wondered? A school that will expel you for using the wrong pronoun and making a pink-haired trans girl cry. Well, in this moment, Harvard just miraculously transformed into free speech absolution. Apparently at Harvard, there's nothing offensive at all, even though everything's offensive at Harvard. There's nothing offensive at all about celebrating the murder of 1,000 people, including a whole bunch of kids.
As I think it was President Reagan said, we're from the government. We're here to help.
I think you all know that I've always felt the 9 most terrifying words in the English language are, I'm from the government and I'm here to help.
We're from the government. We're here to help.
Now, an exclusive look at Reagan, starring Dennis Quaid.
Hi, it's you.
I'm running for governor and I would like your vote.
I've forgotten your name. Do his initials help? RR? Honey, Roy Rogers is here. And he's running for governor.
What do you want out of this life?
I just want to do something good in this world. Make a difference.
You know what you have to do.
I'm curious, Ron. What would you say is the issue of our time?
No question about it. Communism and the Soviet Union.
I am about to start the biggest war of this century, and I'm not going to fire a single shot.
You blow up 8 years of diplomacy. What would you have me do?
I want you to fight.
Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
Ladies and gentlemen, up next, embracing communist China, America's greatest strategic failure. Please welcome former Director of Intelligence and Information Operations for the U.S. Pacific Fleet, Captain James Fennell, and CPAC board member Gordon Chang.
Hello, CPAC. You guys rock. You are warriors, and the flame of freedom burns bright in this room. But we're going to have to fight for our freedom. We're going to have to fight for our freedom because our elites have sold us out, and Joe Biden has sold us out. They have embraced communists. They've embraced China's communists. Jim Fennell, we know that business, academia, Hollywood have sold out the United States, but we got to talk about your institution, the U.S. Navy. Now, you were commissioned in 1986. So how many ships were in the U.S. Navy then?
Just under 600, about 590, 95.
That was Reagan's goal of a 600-ship fleet. So today, how many commissioned ships in the fleet?
Today we have 292 ships in the U.S. Navy.
And one of those ships is the U.S. Constitution, which was commissioned in 1797, which is a museum in Boston. How many ships do the Chinese have?
As of today, their combatants are over 325, 328.
So what we have, ladies and gentlemen, is a Chinese fleet which is bigger than us. And the question that we have to ask is, how did this happen? I mean, how did we end up with a smaller fleet than China?
Basically, Gordon, we as a nation and our national security community did not recognize the PRC and the Chinese Communist Party as an existential threat for the last 35 years or so. And because of that, we did not prepare our Department of Defense. Our Congress didn't think it was necessary to keep building ships. In 1991, when the Soviet Union fell, we had a book written that was called, by Francis Fukuyama, The End of History. We all thought that there would just be democracy and that everything would be okay and we would never have another peer competitor. But that was wrong. And because of that, the Chinese continued to build.
So, you know, there have been each year reports from the department, our Department of Defense, that look at competitors, adversaries, enemies. So each year they've looked at this and happened, right?
That's right.
So why didn't we do anything?
Well, partly it was because of greed. And so we had, throughout the nation, we started with the Chinese this thinking of called engagement strategy. And it came out of Kissinger and Nixon's visits, and we thought we needed the PRC to help us defeat the Soviet Union. And that may have made sense back in the early 70s. But by the 90s, it was very clear that China was no longer helping us, the Soviet Union was gone, yet we had built up a cadre of people in Washington, in our think tanks, in our universities, in the national security community, and in our Department of Defense, who thought that we needed to continue to engage with China, that if we just had more talks with them, things would get better. And that if we talk some more, things would get better. But after 40 years of talking, things didn't get better, and we're in the situation we are today. And that infected the Department of Defense because we had people in the Department of Defense who wanted to push engagement versus making sure that they were defending the United States.
Now, Jim, I know you know a lot of things, but you probably have forgotten that it was 52 years and 1 day ago that Richard Nixon landed in Beijing to meet Mao Zedong to start America's formal policy of engagement. And, you know, a lot of historians, they will argue, oh, you know, maybe it was a good idea during the Cold War. We needed somebody to counterbalance the Soviets. But it would seem to me that after Tiananmen Square, June 4th, 1989, after we saw China continue to be hostile to the US, you would have thought that somebody in Washington, D.C. would have said, oh my gosh, we need to change our policies. Why didn't this happen?
Because of the policy of engagement, people had basically their careers. We had people in the military, people in the State Department, people in academia, think tanks. That's how they made their careers. That was their livelihood, was engaging. So it was engagement for engagement's sake. That was their job, was to engage, not to defend the nation.
And you know, yes, the U.S. Navy, part of the military, must follow the political dictates of the commander-in-chief. But also, senior military officers have a constitutional obligation to tell Congress what they think. And here we have a failure. And this is a failure in our most core institution, the military, which protects the United States, which protects our freedom. But we didn't have a revolt of the admirals.
Correct. In 1949, the United States Navy had a group of admirals that protested, first internally inside the Department of Defense, about a decision that the Secretary of Defense was going to make in terms of where to put resources towards bombers versus this new supercarrier. And they didn't think that was sound, and so they voiced their opinions, and they were ignored, so they wrote a public letter. And it ended up that most of these admirals were cashiered and pushed out of the Navy. Well, that was good because it helped recenter our balanced approach to the Soviet Union with a strong army in Europe and a large Navy globally. But now, over the last 30 years, we've had the Congressional Research Service, and we have it in our book, charts every year how many ships the U.S. Navy has and how many the PRC had. And it showed this massive shift over the last 25 years where we were in control 25 years ago. We had the best Navy, and then over time, they now have it. And no one in the Navy really said, I'm going to put my career on the line to say, this is unacceptable, it's dangerous for us, because they didn't perceive or they didn't believe that the PRC was an existential threat to the survival of the United States of America and our friends and allies.
Okay, so what do we do?
Well, what we need to do now is we've talked frequently, is first we need to recognize that the PRC is a threat. And For 40 years, we had bipartisan administrations that wanted to engage, but it wasn't until the Trump administration came in and said, no, China's a strategic competitor, and we have to be on guard. And we reversed 40 years of engagement to this more realpolitik appreciation of great power politics, or as some people call it, smash mouth. It's the law of the jungle, and if we want to survive against an adversary that wants to defeat us, then we have to do those things that would make us able to win and fight a war. We don't want to fight a war, but part of it was deterrence. We fought a Cold War with the Soviets because we had a strong conventional and nuclear force. In the last 25, 30 years, our conventional force is now inferior in many ways to the PRC, and our nuclear force is as well. As we just saw in the last 2.5 years, the Chinese build 350 ICBM silos in central and western China. So we are facing an existential threat, and we need to recognize that, we need to call it out, and then we need to decouple our economies that will shrink the amount of money that the PRC and the Chinese Communist Party can put into building their military. Because in COVID, when their economy started tanking, guess what didn't suffer inside the PRC? The People's Liberation Army. The Communist Party kept giving them the lion's share of the money, and they continued to grow. That is, we fueled that. That's Americans buying their Navy. When you go to Walmart and you buy something that says made in China, you're building one of their warships or one of their hypersonic missiles. We have to stop that, but that's just individuals. You have IRAs, you have your retirement incomes, and then we have these big, hedge fund managers that are investing billions into China. We have big corporations that are doing the same. We have to pull out and dry up that money that can stop them from building their military. Because just like our Navy, if you don't refresh it, it will eventually wear out, because they're at sea and it's going to wear down, and they want to keep that maintained. But if we cut that funding away, then they can't advance further. And then we have to build up our own defenses in terms of credible defenses that will make them reconsider whether or not they're going to take military action.
And this is urgent because China has a shipbuilding capability that is, what, 230 times greater than ours?
Yeah, in the last year, there was a leaked report from the Office of Naval Intelligence where I used to work, and it was a slide, and some of you may have seen it, and it showed that China's naval shipbuilding capability is 232 times greater than the United States of America today. We have about 7 major naval shipyards. China has 13 to 19, and of one that they have near Shanghai, that one shipyard is larger than all 7 of ours.
It's critical. Jim and his co-author, Bradley Thayer, have written a book, and it is Embracing Communist China, America's Greatest Strategic Failure. And remember, this failure now has created an urgent situation.
Yes, it has, and it's not going to get any better if we don't change what we're doing. And what I'm afraid of is in the last 2.5 years, we kind of stopped the bleeding during the Trump years, but it's now very clear that this administration has told us that they're now resuming a policy of engagement. We saw last year the Secretary of State, Secretary of Commerce, Secretary of Treasury, Kissinger, again, before he died, went back to China. We had Climate Czar Kerry. All went there last year to culminate in this meeting between Xi Jinping and President Biden in San Francisco. And when that meeting occurred, there was also a dinner. And we had 400 of the world's, America's richest entrepreneurs, billionaires and millionaires. And they went and they had this dinner with Xi Jinping, and they gave him 2 standing ovations for someone who's killed 100,000 Americans with opioids every year for the last 5 or 6 years. Or who is putting Chinese maybe agents into our country coming across the southern border. So it's an existential threat, and we need to be aware of it, and we need to stop this because it could be catastrophic, unlike anything since December 7th, 1941.
And with that, thank you, Jim.
Thank you.
To the Chinese communists, and let those bastards in Beijing hear us. USA! USA! USA!
USA! USA!
There's a concerted effort to intimidate and censor conservative thinkers. The very freedoms secured by our Constitution are being threatened by the most liberal progressives America has ever seen. It seems like everything they do is to the detriment of our great nation. But there are plenty of patriots with the courage to stand up to the left. Join AMAC. AMAC is a voice for conservatives that cannot be ignored. Stand with over 2 million America-loving patriots by joining AMAC today.
Champions are not born. They're made of moments. At Liberty University, we push ourselves in the classroom, on the athletic field, and in the community to go beyond our limits and reach the world for Christ. Every play made, every assignment completed, and each friendship formed is a testament to our dedication to that mission. These moments matter and make us champions. Become a champion for Christ at Liberty University.
Hey everyone, it's Matt Schlapp, the chairman of CPAC. What a great conference we're having, where globalism goes to die. Go to cpac.org to make sure you get signed up for next year.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome York County District Attorney Dave Sunday.
Hello, CPAC. My name's Dave Sunday. I'm the District Attorney in York County, Pennsylvania. I serve, yep, exactly, for those of you, I heard some York out there somewhere. I serve on CPAC's prosecutor and law enforcement advisory panel. And in addition to that, I am a candidate for Attorney General in Pennsylvania. Yes, yes. Last year when I spoke at CPAC, I sat on this stage here and we talked about how every state's a border state. And this year, I've been putting a lot of thought into that. And many, many years ago, before I ever became a lawyer or became the DA, I actually joined the Navy right out of law school. And when law school right out of high school. And when I joined the Navy, I went off and we were in the Persian Gulf. We went all over the world. And we spent time in Central America and South America where we did drug interdiction. I would have never imagined in a million years that 30 years later, I would be fighting the same battle at home in York County. But this time the drugs are unbelievably more dangerous. As a district attorney, I can tell you one of the most painful things that exist is when you have to talk to a family that has lost their loved one to addiction and to fentanyl. It is absolutely destroying our communities. And so as a DA, what can we do when we have open borders? Well, what we do is we apply the conservative principles of accountability and redemption. And we do everything we can to hold people accountable. We fight every single day to hold drug dealers accountable, to go after drug traffickers, to go after the dealers on the street. But at the same time, we do show redemption, and we show love to people that are in the throes of addiction. We do everything we can to help them so that they do not turn back to drugs. At the same time, we fight to put people in prison that need to be there. There are people that need to go to jail. But at the same time, it's not everyone. Again, accountability and redemption. We do what we can to put people in prison that need to be there, but on the other end of it, when they come out of jail, we help, believe it or not, to get them jobs. Because what happens when someone works? They don't commit more crimes. They take care of their families. And that's what the beauty of America. And I never forgot that, and that's something that we've done every single day. Now, as a result of these principles of accountability and redemption, in York County, which is between Philadelphia and very, very close to Baltimore, we have been able to decrease crime 41% from the 10-year high. We have decreased overdose deaths. They're down 26%, whereas they're up 15% across the state. Our prison population has dropped by half, and that's not by letting people out. That's by not as many people coming back in. And more importantly, what we've seen, just from 2022 to 23, we have seen gang violence decrease by 75% in the city of York. And we have seen homicides in the city of York go down by 80% during that same time period. Those numbers are a testament to the hard work of police and supporting police in what they do every single day, and supporting prosecutors in what they do every single day, and holding the bad guys accountable because they need to be held accountable, but also embracing redemption. It's an honor to be here with you, and God willing, when I come here to talk to you next year, I'll be speaking to you as a newly elected Attorney General of Pennsylvania. So thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
The biggest investigation in FBI history.
There are more than 1,100 arrests.
I sacrificed my dream job to share this information with the American people.
Those involved must be held accountable.
He's an innocent man.
It's going to change narratives no matter what your political perspective is.
Hey everyone, it's Matt Schlapp, and we've already got our dates for CPAC 2025 right here in the Gaylord Hotel. Go to our website, cpac.org/2025, and get signed up today.
Now, an exclusive look at Reagan, starring Dennis Quaid.
Hi, it's you.
I'm running for governor, and I would like your vote.
I forgot your name. Do his initials help, or R? Honey, Roy Rogers is here, and he's running for governor.
What do you want out of this life?
I just want to do something good in this world. Make a difference.
You know what you have to do.
I'm curious, Ron, what would you say is the issue of our time?
No question about it. Communism and the Soviet Union.
I am about to start the biggest war of the century, and I'm not going to fire a single shot.
You blow up 8 years of diplomacy. What would you have me do?
I want you to fight.
Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
Ladies and gentlemen, would Moses go to Harvard? Please welcome Lawfare Project founder and director Brooke Goldstein, UC Santa Barbara student Efram Shalinov, and your host, Newsweek's senior editor-at-large and host of The Josh Hammer Show, Josh Hammer.
Okay, good afternoon, CPAC. How are we doing today? So I am your moderator for Would Moses Go to Harvard, Josh Hammer. We are thrilled to be joined here in conversation by the indispensable Brooke Goldstein. She's the executive director of the Lawfare Project and the author of the forthcoming book, End Jew Hatred, A Manual for Mobilization, as well as UC Santa Barbara sophomore currently studying computer science, Efram Shalinov, who is also an End Jew Hatred fellow. We'll hear all about that. So I'm just going to go ahead and get us started here, and then we'll kick it to the group. So I was speaking at the University of Michigan in Ann Arbor. I guess they're college football national champions these days, whatever. But I was speaking there okay, we have some fans. I was speaking there in November, and a very bad thing happened, and I just want to spend a couple of minutes to tell you about what happened there. So I was speaking for another conservative organization offering remarks on Israel's righteous prosecution of its war against radical Islamic jihadism in the Gaza Strip and increasingly on its northern border as well, with Hezbollah up in Lebanon. And I got there to speak, and within 90 seconds or so of my opening my mouth, you had 25 to 30 students who got up in the crowd and threw their hands into the air. Their hands were all painted in blood red. They had on their shirts photos of children who have allegedly been killed in Gaza throughout this conflict, each and every one of whom, as this audience of course knows, is solely attributable to the fundamentalist Islamists in Hamas. And then a few minutes later, they started coughing. It sounded like a tuberculosis ward in there. And, you know, a handful of minutes later, the coughing turns into shouting, "Genocide, you lie, and, Palestine shall be free," all the usual disgusting Jew-hating slurs and slanders that I think this audience is familiar with. And this went on for about 35 to 40 minutes before I was able to continue my speech. It was absolutely horrific. Because University of Michigan is a public university, they are bound by the First Amendment. We looked into a possible First Amendment lawsuit. Thus far, I haven't decided to pull the trigger, but if you guys see any state representatives or congressmen or senators from Michigan, make sure to tell them what happened at an absolute bare minimum. But I say all that as context because when I was looking at these people, and one of them actually tried to make a beeline towards me in the aisle. Thankfully, I had a private security guard who jumped in front of me. You see evil. You see evil in these people's eyes. You see absolute malice, and they are so convinced that they are right and that you are the embodiment of evil. It's this whole intersectional woke mentality of oppressed versus oppressors, colonized versus colonizers. They don't care about the history. They don't care about the facts. It's really troubling stuff. So I just say that as context because I have seen what Jew hatred on campus looks like in the aftermath of October 7th, and it is really, really not pretty. So with that, then, let's kick it over to you, Brooke. You run the Lawfare Project, which, personal note, absolutely fantastic organization. You are an indispensable asset in the broader fight against this horrible, horrible disease. What legal tools have you been trying to implement since October 7th? Are there any particular cases, any particularly problematic universities that are at the center of your crosshairs right now? Just talk to us about what Lawfare Project has been doing after October 7th.
Thank you. Well, maybe our next case will be your case.
Perhaps.
You know, maybe that will come from this panel, hopefully. First of all, I want to say what an honor it is to be here and how grateful I am to be on the stage with both of you, who I admire very much. I am the proud executive director and founder of the Lawfare Project. We are a network of over 600 lawyers and 36 major law firms with the sole goal of engaging in civil rights litigation on behalf of the Jewish community. And, you know, in my research, thank you. That's right. And I have my necklaces here, too. You know, in my research, what was so shocking to me when I founded the Lawfare Project were two things. Number one, there has never been a Jewish civil rights movement in America. Never. Yet Jews have been at the forefront of almost every single minority rights movement in history. We were instrumental in the founding of the NAACP, in the founding of the ACLU. We marched for civil rights for the black community in the 50s and the 60s, for, you know, women's rights then and now, for gay rights, and how about for our rights? There has never been a Jews for Jews movement. And that is why we founded the End Jew Hatred movement. You can see our T-shirts here. And it is the first ever Jewish civil rights movement. And we have our proud fellow here, and he will tell us more about that. But the second thing that I learned, which really inspired me to found the Lawfare Project, is that the Jewish community has never strategically engaged in impact litigation. If you think about it, what's beautiful about our democracy is that almost every single right that we enjoy is a product of a seminal civil rights case, whether it's Roe v. Wade, which was recently overturned, whether it's Brown v. Board of Education, which led to the desegregation in American schools, or the recent lawsuit by the Asian American community against Harvard, which ended affirmative action. And yet the Jewish community has not taken advantage of the legal system to advocate for ourselves. The truth is on our side. The law is on our side. We are the oldest, most persecuted minority community in human history. So that is why I'm very proud to announce that we have filed over 137 lawsuits in 17 jurisdictions on behalf of Jewish communities around the world. And if we have time, I will talk about it more, but I just want to mention two very briefly. We just sued Carnegie Mellon University, which is the third largest recipient of funds from Qatar. It has received over $600 million from the state of Qatar, which in my opinion is engaged in one of the most subversive influence campaigns on our college campuses. And a couple days ago, we filed a lawsuit on behalf of a Jewish American student against Columbia University, where they've allowed pro-Hamas rallies, physical violence, attacks against Jews, free speech violations against Jewish students. And I'm telling you now that this will all end now.
So Columbia University has, of course, been ground zero of this fight for a very long time. I mean, they literally invited Mahmoud Ahmadinejad, the former president of Iran, back in 06, 07, somewhere around that time. I would encourage the audience to go ahead and do some research on Qatar, which is a country that both Brooke and I are both very passionate about. Qatar plays this deeply duplicitous double-edged sword, where on the one hand, they claim to be a major non-NATO ally. Our dim-witted commander-in-chief thus designated them that. They have Al Udeid Air Base, which American military forces operate out of, while on the other hand, simultaneously while doing that, they are also funding the seeds of radical Islamism all over the world through Al Jazeera, their pro-Islamist network. They fund the Muslim Brotherhood. They fund Hamas. They are very bad actors. I would encourage you guys to go ahead and try to lobby your congressman, frankly, to try to tamper down, ideally sever, but at a bare minimum curtail our relations with Qatar, which far from being a major non-NATO ally is better thought of, I think at least, as a state sponsor of terrorism. With all that said, to you, Ephraim, so you're a current sophomore at UC Santa Barbara, and your campus, like so many others, has been one of the epicenters of this great conflict that tragically is playing out not just in Gaza, but very much on the American University campus. You were instrumental in getting the UC Santa Barbara student body to issue a formal condemnation of Hamas, which on the one hand seems like it shouldn't be a big deal. It's a U.S. designated state sponsor. It's a terrorist organization. So on the one hand, it shouldn't be a big deal, but tragically it is a big deal. And kudos to you, Mazel Tov. So why don't you tell us all about that process?
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you so much for having me, Josh. And it's an honor to be up on this panel with both of you. When the October 7th attack happened, two simultaneous wars erupted. One war, as you correctly pointed out, was in Gaza. But the other, and the one that is right here, is a war for the hearts and minds, particularly of young people, and particularly on college campuses. And what we've seen across the board is that academia has been fully penetrated by a toxic ideology that manifests itself in many ways, but one of its primary symptoms, like many toxic ideologies, is horrific and rampant anti-Semitism. And at UC Santa Barbara, we were able, through effective policymaking, through effective lobbying, and through the great work of many others, Colton Christiani and Michelle Lebowski in particular, to pass a condemnation of Hamas. Now, this was a more than month-long process of intense, difficult negotiations with these other student senators who are on that board. This involved precise wording, but you'd think, as you said, this would be something that's easy to do. It's not. And to date, I've heard that Brandeis, which is a Jewish university, did something somewhat similar, but it wasn't a clear condemnation of Hamas in the same way. And no other universities have been able to follow suit yet. And what we see more often is actually these BDS resolutions, these horrifically Jew-hating resolutions which single out Israel in a characteristic way. And even when we were passing this condemnation of Hamas, we had a violent protest where hundreds of pro-Hamas students came and tried to disrupt those proceedings. Since then, on campus, I've had horrible things screamed at me. Somebody yelled Heil Hitler at me. Another person said some expletives and then the word Zionist. This is a pretty common phenomenon, not just for me, but for any publicly visible Jew on any college campus in America. And I remind you, this is a top research university. In what's supposed to be some sort of tolerant state.
Yeah, right, exactly. I mean, California is, we are told, is a bastion of freedom and civility and tolerance, and unfortunately, for the modern left, tolerance only goes one way. Again, if you are part of this oppressed group, if you're part of what the intersectional mentality says is a group that should feel sympathy, then they'll have sympathy, but if not, then, I guess you're totally just out of luck. Brooke, let's go back to you for a second here. So, you mentioned that the lawsuit with Columbia, your organization is active on university campuses across all of the country, of course, there. The civil rights movement paradigm is a very strong one, and I totally agree with you on a personal note, but as far as concrete advice to current students, when in the moment itself, right, like when they are confronted, not that literal second, but when you see a pro-Palestinian rally that's probably going to have some swastikas thrown about there, stuff like that, what would be your concrete advice to students?
So before I answer that, I just want to say that after October the 7th, so many of my friends and colleagues and people in the media, and actually one of the most questions that I'm asked most often when I go on TV is, are you surprised that this is happening? And unfortunately, I'm not, because people like you, people like me, my clients in the counterterrorism community, my friends in the moderate Muslim community have been screaming at the top of their lungs about the radicalization happening in this country, which is in part, funded by foreign states. And yet we've been marginalized. We've been slandered as Islamophobic. We've been called racist. We've been sued. And some of us have even been attacked violently. And so my advice, first and foremost, is for every single person in this room to shed the fear, shed the political correctness, and start speaking openly about the threat of theologically motivated terror. There is nothing to be ashamed of when we're talking about the national security of our great country, the United States of America, number one. Now, number two, if you are a student at these schools, and you are being discriminated against because you are Jewish, you must stand up for yourselves. Now, I will be critical of my own community because one of the mistakes that we've made is that we've centered Jewish advocacy around pro-Israel advocacy. If you want to advocate for yourself, you have to advocate for a foreign government, you have to talk about national security issues, you have to basically get a law degree, and you go on the defense, okay, and you have to defend a foreign country. Anti-Jewish discrimination is not a political issue. It is a civil rights issue. And students on campus, while they don't necessarily have the responsibility to defend Israel, they have a responsibility to defend themselves. And when something happens, stand up for yourselves. There are people there to protect you. We are here to protect you, and we will prevent any type of retaliation against you. And God forbid, and litigation is always the last resort, but if that has to happen, we will 100% support you, and we will continue to file these seminal civil rights cases on behalf of the Jewish community until we end Jew hatred in our lifetime.
Ephraim, back to you. I'm curious what your experience with the faculty has been like. Have you had any sympathetic, any pro-Israel, any pro-Western civilization, for that matter, faculty members in the history department, the political science department, or has it been fairly uniformly anti-Israel, pro-Palestinian, pro-Hamas?
That's a great question. I think there's a very interesting phenomenon, which is that faculty in the sciences, technology, engineering, and math are almost universally reasonable and hold pro-Western, pro-Israel, and pro-Jewish views. And faculty in various humanities departments are a cesspool of various debauchery. I have not yet encountered a single humanities professor speaking on any of these issues with, not just to mention a reasonable belief, but with basic information, not just about the conflict, but the history. So yes, I'm a computer science student. Most of my professors are computer science professors, and they're all fantastic. And educated people with technical degrees who think critically about these issues almost universally hold reasonable views. But a kind of mob mentality in humanities departments has forced reasonable views to the fringes and has made it the only socially acceptable view to espouse is horrific Jew hatred, but also, straight up Islamism, right? I have faculty at my own university posting that, Allah willing, Israel will be destroyed. Right, that was posted on a public Instagram of a faculty member at my university. And they faced no repercussions, right, despite the fact that the administration was made aware of that.
Yeah, so this Islamism mentality, again, not exclusively, but predominantly it really is coming from Qatar, which is the world's #1 exporter of not moderate Islam, but a radical Islamist mentality, which again, they disseminate through their Al Jazeera network. They're funding the Muslim Brotherhood. Frankly, they're funding to a lesser extent of Al-Qaeda and ISIS. Just an absolutely horrific actor, no matter what they tell the American ruling class, and they lie through their teeth when it comes to that. Why don't we go down the line here and end on this note? So the title of our panel is, Would Moses Go to Harvard? Why don't we just go ahead and answer that question, actually. Brooke, what do you think?
Well, first of all, if he'd even be admitted to Harvard right now, the statistics are alarming, how the amount of Jews have been reduced. And even if he did get into Harvard, I'd hate to say he would be subjected to so much hostility. I mean, he might even get physically assaulted. The situation is so bad. I just want to mention one statistic. 50%, 50% of Americans between the ages of 18 and 34 years old say that Hamas's October the 7th terrorist attack against Israel was justified. So what is going to happen, God forbid, if there is a terrorist attack on our soil? Are 50% of American youth going to support it? This is not a Jewish issue. This is a national security issue of the highest order.
Yes.
I think Brooke makes a great point. The administrations of these top schools have been illegally and categorically discriminating in their admissions processes, and any semblance of meritocracy left here is gone. But if admitted, I think Brooke makes a solid point. It's not safe to be a Jew at Harvard. It's not safe to be a Jew anywhere in the Ivy League, and it's not safe to be a Jew at any top university in America.
Yeah, we'll just wrap up on a quick personal note. I got married 2 months ago, and my wife and I have already begun. Thank you. And we've already begun our very preliminary discussions. When we have children, God willing, what will they do in 18 years from now? And what I am hoping and praying for is that the entire American university system will be so thoroughly discredited that there will no longer be an incentive to even sign up for a 4-year degree. But having said that, at a bare minimum, the Ivy League is looking very, very bad right now. Well, Brooke Goldstein and Ephraim Shalanov, it's really been a pleasure for both of you. Thank you so much, and thank you, CPAC.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, babies are us. Please welcome founder and CEO of Stanton Healthcare, Brandy Swindell. CEO and president of Concerned Women for America, Penny Nance. And your moderator, founder and president of Bienvenuto US, Abraham Enriquez.
Ready? All right.
Well, good afternoon, CPAC. How are we feeling today? That's what I like to hear. Ladies and gentlemen, you are in for a treat because we are with two phenomenal women who are leading the charge in what I think is going to be the most impactful value and issue on the ballot box this election cycle. And I can't believe that I get to share a stage with two beautiful women. It's my lucky day. But thank you for what you're doing in the pro-life movement. And Penny, we'll start with you. The left has really gone from safe and rare and has embraced complete radical placement of shout your abortion, abortion on demand. They can't even tell you if a baby should be alive after a couple seconds of birth. And they get absolutely no pushback for the radical stance that they have. What do you think we can do as conservatives to put the spotlight on just how crazy the left has gone on their view on abortion?
Well, first let me say it's great to be here at CPAC. I always enjoy this. And as the president of Concerned Women for America, one of the most amazing moments in my entire life, probably second only to having my children and marrying my husband, was standing on the steps of the Supreme Court and hearing the words that there's no constitutional right to abortion. That's right. Amazing. And getting to understand that 50 years of this insidious policy, the grievous wrong had been righted. And that now, as the pro-life movement, because of 3 Trump justices, we have an opportunity to win this issue and to do what we've been doing all along, which is winning the hearts and minds of people, explaining fetal development to them, helping them understand that at 16 weeks, a little baby girl has all her major organs, has fingernails and eyebrows, can hear and respond to her mother's voice, and can feel pain. And she's an important part of our human family. That God created every single one of us with distinct dignity, and we deserve the right to life and the right to be productive humans, regardless of our cognitive ability or physical ability, and we want to protect life from conception to natural death. And so that's what we're doing at Concerned Women for America.
Amazing.
But to answer your question, it is essential. This is not the time for us to lean back and to be afraid and to be timid. No, we're winning. Life is winning. And it is time for us to lean forward and to bring others with us. And we can do that in several different ways. And I just want to make sure, as we're here at CPAC and we're learning and we're growing, we've got to make sure we go home and make a difference. And you can do that. So one thing that I'm going to give you to do is when you go home, call your congressman. One very simple idea is what we call life.gov. And it's a piece of legislation that was introduced by Diana Harshberger in the House and Marco Rubio in the Senate. He calls it Standing with Moms Act. And it's simply an alternatives bill. What if there was one place, just one place that a woman could go online who was feeling as if she did not have the resources or the support to choose life, and she could put in her zip code and find every single resource that's available to her right now. We spend over $1 trillion a year in this country on social services. We have so many more hundreds of millions of dollars spent trying to protect women and giving them opportunities in pregnancy care centers. And we are so grateful for that. So what if she could go online, find out all the pregnancy care centers that are around her, health care, housing, educational resources, adoption, foster care. So I would like to give you on your to-do list to make sure you support life.gov, and let's give women more opportunities. Let's bring more people to our side, and not just end abortion through law, but let's make it unthinkable.
That's right. Amazing. And thank you, Penny, for what you and Concerned Women have done to get us here in this fight. Brandy, you know, you have Senator Warren and Congresswomen like AOC. They love to go on media, and they love to talk about these pro-life clinics like what you do with Stanton Healthcare and say that these are quote-unquote fake clinics for women. But what they forget to say is the difference in accreditation with what you're doing with your clinics and what Planned Parenthood has in their facilities. Kind of explain to us the difference and why it's so important to support pro-life clinics and how actually Senator Warren and AOC are terribly wrong in what they're saying.
That's right. I really appreciate that question because it's really important to get out there. The center that I founded in 2006 is actually a network, a movement of life-affirming women's medical clinics. We're nonprofit. We don't charge for any of our services. We're state-of-the-art, and we specialize in providing exceptional care to women who are facing unexpected pregnancies. So we have nurses and doctors and physician assistants and sonographers, social workers, health and wellness coaches. The list goes on and on. We provide an 18-month care program to women to walk through them through the journey of their pregnancy and beyond. And of course, Elizabeth Warren, AOC, when Roe was overturned, they thought it would be a good idea to turn their vitriol, their anger, and their hate on nonprofit women's centers that actually help women, right? So really, there is truly no pro-choice concept if you want to shut down the other half of the so-called choice. So what we did in response to that is we took 3 of our moms and 3 of our Stanton babies to Washington, D.C. We went to Capitol Hill, and we went right to AOC's office and Elizabeth Warren's office, because, you know, it's much harder to look into the eyes of a baby that was saved from abortion and look into the eyes of a woman, a mother, who experienced help and hope at a center like Stanton Healthcare. You cannot deny their experience. It wasn't fake, right? It wasn't fake. We didn't give them fake formula. We didn't give them a fake ultrasound. We didn't give them a fake 18-month care program. They didn't get access to fake doctors. It was all very, very real. And one of the most important points is that we actually have a third-party accreditation, so an outside accrediting group. We have the highest standard in medical excellence for ambulatory healthcare centers. Do you know who doesn't have a third-party accreditation? Planned Parenthood in the majority of abortion clinics. So for them to have the audacity to attack nonprofit charity centers like Stanton Healthcare was laughable and actually defamatory. It's an absolute lie.
Yeah, and it's important to note that a woman and her baby is more safe at one of your clinics, Brandy, than at Planned Parenthood. And
yeah, they both come out alive. Yeah. So yeah, they're a lot more safe.
Yeah. You know, the point is this projection, really. They say that we're the people who only care about a baby when its mother's wounds, when it's actually the opposite. It's them. They want to see a woman for about an hour, take her money, and then never see her again, even if she's hurt, damaged for life, no matter what. We are the people that are willing to take women even into our own homes, love them and their children, and walk with them for years through life and help them find a better alternative. When you save a baby, you save the mom.
And with no federal funding. The majority of pregnancy centers, we rely on private donors, people of goodwill, just like all of you here in this audience, up here on this stage, that believe in supporting women and walking with women. No federal funding. And so it's really remarkable what we've been able to do, and I'm thankful to be among a crowd of people who won't abandon these women, but in reality stand with women and give them the support that they need, which the overwhelming majority of women, when they have a community of support around them, when they have quality health care, the outcomes are amazing. And we stop the cycle of substance abuse, of domestic abuse, all these different things, of poverty, economic issues. When a woman finds hope through an unexpected pregnancy, she gets her life together and does what's best for her baby and what's best for her if she has access to quality health care services that are life-affirming.
Incredible. And for our audience, if you have ever toured a pro-life clinic, you know just how impactful it is. And if you haven't, I encourage you to find one in your local community and support, donate, and get involved. Penny, let's dive just a little bit deeper. Mainstream media would like to tell us, would like to tell this crowd, that the pro-life issue is to be untouched, that it's a deal killer, it's a vote killer, that if we want to win, that we need to turn a blind eye to the pro-life message. You just got done with a college tour, talking to young voters, and every day you're talking to voters. Is the mainstream media correct on this?
They're completely wrong, and not only are they wrong, but I had to admit it, the consultant class in Washington is wrong. Because they will tell, it's true, they will tell every candidate to hide from this issue, run from this issue. What happens when they do that is the other side defines them as an extremist. What they have to say instead is, and you need to say this, when this issue comes up, you need to understand, the other side believes abortion should be legal anytime, any reason, any number, at any point in gestation, all paid for by the taxpayer. That is an extremist position. That's what they believe. And so as the pro-life community, our position is much more, maybe they're not in step with me. The vast majority, if you look at all the polling, it isn't the majority of Americans who agree with me at this point. I believe we can change that life begins at conception and must be protected from conception until natural death. The whole continuum and ethic of life is essential, and it's a part of who we are. We understand the importance of every human being. But they're not, even if a person doesn't agree with me, they don't agree with Joe Biden. They don't agree with Elizabeth Warren. They don't agree that people are disposable. And if they're inconvenient, they must go. And what we're offering women is a drink of the well. We're like the woman of the well. We're saying to them, this is the water in which you will never thirst again. And whenever, Abraham, I talk about the issue of life, when we're in a building this big with this many people, somebody or many someones here has had an abortion, because 1 in 4 women in this nation have had an abortion. Or maybe you're a man who assisted with one or even pushed for one. You need to understand that our movement is replete with people who deeply regret their abortions, and that at the cross of Jesus Christ, He forgives all sin. There's nothing you could ever have done that's bad enough that he won't love you, he won't forgive you, and he won't be in relationship with you and want to spend eternity with you.
Yes.
Ever.
Amen to that.
So jettison that shame, come to the Lord, and be about helping others make good decisions and better decisions.
Penny, Brandy, this conversation that we're having, it reminds me as to why I just absolutely love being involved in the pro-life movement. And it kind of brings me back to a story of a young girl that I love to share who at a very early age became with child from a very terrible situation. She found herself in her guidance counselor of her high school, where the guidance counselor told her that she needed to go to this clinic to check up and to figure out what was happening. And after several weeks, the father of the son was no longer there. Friends were no longer there. This idea of college was no longer an option. And she found herself in this clinic with the physician walks in, tells her to write down all her dreams, all her goals, everything that she wanted to accomplish in life. And this young girl quickly started writing down how she wanted to go to college, get married, start a family, start a business. For a quick second, she felt some hope. Hands that piece of paper back to the physician, and the physician rips it into little pieces and says, none of this will ever be accomplished with what you are carrying inside. I want to fast forward just a little bit. That young girl chose life because of the support of her parents. But she went on and accomplished every single thing on that piece of paper, but then realized the power of policy. Decided to help candidates who were running on the pro-life issue. Most recently supported President Trump on his Latinos for Trump campaign. And that woman is my mom. That young child she gave birth to is me. Thank you, Penny. Thank you, Brandy, for reminding women that they deserve more than an abortion. But Brandy, I want to talk to you about your End Abortion Abuse campaign that I know is going to help future Betty's, who's my mom, and provide support for future Abrahams in this world. So talk to us about that.
Well, what that doctor did to your mother was coercive, and it was wrong. And it happens to women.
Typical.
It's a typical situation. We hear stories, even though this was unique to you and your mom, and what a beautiful outcome, it happens all the time. So Stanton Healthcare is launching a new campaign. It's called our End Abortion Abuse campaign. And this is really significant. Studies show that at a minimum, 1 million women nationwide have undergone abortion abuse, okay? That dwarfs the Me Too movement and what Harvey Weinstein and others did to women. So this is really, really important. America has a problem. It's an abortion abuse problem. What exactly is abortion abuse? It's when a woman is forced, coerced, or pressured into an unwanted abortion. Let me give you 3 scenarios. Thank God the outcome of your situation turned out so beautifully, but that isn't always the case with women. I'll tell you real quick a story in Idaho that just recently happened this last year. It was a teenager from Pocatello, Idaho, my home state, who was taken across state lines. Thankfully, we have an abortion ban. When Roe was overturned, we had our trigger law in place. She was taken across state lines, a teenager, by her boyfriend and the boyfriend's mother against her will, and they forced her to get an abortion. And the court documents, the affidavit says that she communicated clearly she did not want an abortion, and she was overjoyed to have a baby. This was done without her parents' knowledge. Thankfully, the parents did find out, and a mama bear is not very happy at all. And so they have pressed charges, and this boyfriend and mother are being prosecuted, and it's going through the criminal courts in the state of Idaho. That's right. This baby deserves justice, and this mother deserves justice. Again, there are tens of thousands of women nationwide that endure situations just like that. Another one, a Stanton client several years came to us. The mother came to us. She had to come in after work at 8 o'clock at night so her boyfriend wouldn't know. Our sonographer stayed late. Our nurse stayed late, did the ultrasound. The mother started crying and said, I don't want to do this, but I have to. And our nurse and sonographer said, what do you mean, do what? She said, get the abortion. They said, you don't have to get the abortion. We'll help you. She said, no, you don't understand, crying. I don't want to do it, but I have to do it. And they said, no, you don't have to. One more time, I have to do it. They finally got her to admit her boyfriend the night before had put a gun to his head and said, if you don't abort this baby, I'm going to kill myself. That's abortion abuse. And when a weapon's involved, either he's going to kill himself or he's going to kill her or shoot the baby in the womb, we don't know. But thank God we were able to come alongside her, and we were able to get her out of that abusive situation. We were able to get a police escort so she could get her belongings, she could get her dog, get out of that situation. And her little girl, Paulina, who I'm allowed to share her name, is 14 years old today.
Amazing.
Another beautiful story. And you may have heard, right? Isn't that amazing? One more story to show how common this is. P. Diddy, he's a musician, an artist. Recently, there have been several women, ex-girlfriends, who have come forward. There are at least 2 who have said he forced us to get abortions. He was mentally, verbally, and physically abusive and forced them to get abortions. So there's the act of abuse leading up to the abortion, and then there's the actual abortion, which is a criminal act. So our heart with this abortion abuse campaign is, number 1, abortion trauma is real. We can't turn a blind eye to it. Planned Parenthood has normalized it and enabled it. We cannot do that anymore as a society. Number 2, if you are a victim or a survivor of abortion abuse, we believe you, we stand with you, and we will not abandon your stories, and there is help and hope. And number 3, we have got to end abortion abuse as a society. So we are working with lawmakers on a federal level, a state level, to enact legislation that makes sure that abortion abuse is treated as the crime that it is. We are right at the beginning of this campaign. We're building our website right now. Write it down, put it in your phone, endabortionabuse.com. The site will be live soon. Without even being officially launched, we have 2,000 affidavits of confirmed, documented cases of abortion abuse. A day of reckoning is coming. A day of hope is coming for women and their children.
Amen.
Brandy, I'm so thankful to know that because of your initiative, many more Abrahams and Paulinas will have a fighting shot at the thing we called life. Penny, I'm here because of a brave young woman who had support of her parents. But I often get asked from my friends, that are guys, say, what voice do we have in this fight? Penny, tell us how much needed the men are in our community with this.
You know, there's so many facets and tentacles from the whole false narrative that masculinity is toxic. Real masculinity is good and loving and hopeful and protects women. And so I think that we need to first recognize that men have a place to stand firm and to love their wives and to love their girlfriends and to love their future child, and that there's alternatives out there for them. And they have a right to have an opinion on it because it is their child. And so I think the abortion movement has done a great job in telling young men, because I hear this all the time, like, well, it's not really my decision, it's her decision. And honestly, there's one part of it that they've been brainwashed, but the other part of it is they get to walk away. And that goes to the abusive and coercive part of it. It is better for some men, P. Diddy, apparently Justin Timberlake and others, for their girlfriends to abort their baby because then they feel like as if they get to walk away. I would disagree. I think there is shame that goes with that as well. But it is the woman who, in my opinion, in my experience, suffers the most, sometimes her entire life. And so I would just say, strong men, even if it's not your child, be the friend that she needs. Be the grandparent that she needs. Be the parent that she needs. We need strong men in this culture. We just recently saw, and going back to this is all pro-life, in Kansas City, we saw a man tackle a young man with a gun, saving perhaps hundreds of lives. That is real masculinity. In Aurora, Colorado, amen. In Aurora, Colorado, a few years ago, a shooter walked into a movie theater. There, a young man threw his body over his girlfriend and absorbed the bullets for her. He died and she lived. That is real masculinity. Ladies, raise your men to be real men. We recognize it because we're real women.
Very briefly, in closing segment, what would you say to someone, if it's just one person, that said, I came in here thinking that I stood somewhere on the pro-life movement, thinking her body, her choice, but now I'm a little conflicted. How important is to stand righteously with the pro-life movement leading into the November elections. Brandy,
it's huge. And actually, we want to make a major issue in the 2024 national presidential elections, this issue of abortion abuse. Here's the question that needs to be asked to every single candidate, especially radical pro-aborts. Will you condemn abortion abuse? Will you condemn abortion abuse? And number two, will you support legislation that makes abortion abuse criminal? Those are the two things. That's the messaging that has to get out there. And there truly is no pro-choice concept if millions of women are being forced against their will to get abortions. And so that's huge. And we also have to remember a key component. There are still government-funded institutions, private corporations, small private businesses that have policies in place that say pregnancy and advancing educationally at universities or professionally in these different scenarios is incompatible with pregnancy and a baby. That has to end. That is archaic, it is anti-woman, and truly, to be pro-life is to be pro-woman.
And adding to that, we have corporations who say, we'll pay for your abortion travel, but we have no interest in helping you become a mother.
Which is inherently biased.
That has to end. Companies like Walmart, for instance. Some people that I really respected. I'm very sad about it. But, the other thing is, we're the people that walk the precincts. We're the people that put out yard signs. We're the people that put the flyer underneath the windshield wiper in the Catholic Church parking lot the Sunday before election night. We are the people that need to stroke the checks for candidates, and we need to be involved in this election and return the White House to a president who supports life. And that is what we have to make number one priority.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for joining us this evening. I encourage you to support, to follow, to help Stanton Healthcare and Concerned Women for America. In this country, we're entitled to the pursuit of happiness and liberty, but that can't happen without having life first.
Amen.
Thank you all. Enjoy CPAC.
Making an investment decision with someone is the most sacred act that can be performed in business. You see, most people do not reach their position in life easily. You're taking something hard-earned and having faith that another will cherish and protect it as you would. Go to panex.us/learn and see why hundreds of Americans just like you have placed their faith in my family to generate them tremendous tax benefits and revenue by developing and producing American oil. For 3 generations, American oil is all my family's ever known. Go to panex.us/learn and see why the people at Panex are people that you want on your team.
Hey, it's Matt Schlapp, chairman of CPAC. We have an old-fashioned notion here. We only let you vote one time in our straw poll, but make sure you do and let Donald Trump know who you want to be his vice president. Go vote in the Real America's Voice straw poll.
Champions are not born. They're made of moments. At Liberty University, we push ourselves in the classroom, on the athletic field, and in the community to go beyond our limits and reach the world for Christ. Every play made, every assignment completed, and each friendship formed is a testament to our dedication to that mission. These moments matter and make us champions. Become a champion for Christ at Liberty University.
There's a concerted effort to intimidate and censor conservative thinkers. The very freedoms secured by our Constitution are being threatened by the most liberal progressives America has ever seen. It seems like everything they do is to the detriment of our great nation. But there are plenty of patriots with the courage to stand up to the left. Join AMAC. AMAC is a voice for conservatives that cannot be ignored. Stand with over 2 million America-loving patriots by joining AMAC today.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome host of The Michael Knowles Show, Michael Knowles.
Very kind. Thank you very much. It is a pleasure to be back here at CPAC. You know, after my speech here last year, many dishonest Democrats tried to eradicate me from public life entirely. So I was very, very glad that they did not succeed at that. I fell afoul of our liberal overlords last year for observing that men can't really become women. I stand by the observation. I think most people probably agree. But what that whole little kerfuffle demonstrated was that America is experiencing an identity crisis. We no longer know who we are. Lots of little errors have led to our present identity crisis, the most obvious being that we no longer have functional borders. Over the past 3 years, Joe Biden has invited almost 6 million foreigners into our country illegally. At least 3.5 million were apprehended and intentionally released into the country. Another 2 million or more gotaways were never even apprehended. They all crossed our southern border with the help of criminal cartels. This Democrat-led invasion is the largest human trafficking operation in human history. The vast majority of Americans knows that it's wrong. The vast majority of Americans wants it to come to an end. But we are told that we must tolerate the destruction of our borders and the invasion of our country because we are a nation of immigrants. That slogan reminds me of President Reagan's observation that the trouble with our liberal friends is not that they're ignorant, it's just that they know so much that isn't so. As a matter of history, we are not, in fact, a nation of immigrants. Neither that phrase nor that sentiment appears anywhere in our founding documents. The phrase appears virtually nowhere at all until the mid-1960s. Coincidentally, at precisely the moment that Democrats first imposed a policy of mass migration, because they believed, as they believe today, that doing so would give them a permanent electoral majority. Even so, we are told, we must tolerate this cynical political trick because diversity is our strength. Once again, historically speaking, it's a strange claim. It doesn't come from the founding era, didn't even crop up until in the 1960s, rather. That particular phrase was not coined until 1992, when Vice President Dan Quayle told it to a reporter in Japan. Now, I like Dan Quayle as much as the next guy. But we are not talking about Washington or Lincoln here. The idle musings of George Bush's vice president are not quite Moses delivering the law from Mount Sinai. Wise statesmen and philosophers, anyone with a modicum of common sense really, have always understood that strength lies not in diversity, but in unity. We are not the divided states of America, at least we're not supposed to be. We're the United States of America. When we face an enemy, we don't endeavor to stand divided. We want to stand united. E pluribus unum. For most of our history, America kept immigration in check. We placed strict limits on it. Not because we don't like immigrants. We like them very much. Some of our best friends and ancestors have been immigrants. But we had always understood, as all wise statesmen have understood, that a country with an unlimited influx of unassimilated foreign people becomes unstable and risks losing its very identity, without which no nation can be any good to anyone. In America's earliest days, Governor John Winthrop called on us to be not a boarding house, but a shining city on a hill, a model of Christian charity for all the other nations of the earth to emulate. This gets to the very heart of our national identity crisis. America was founded to be a model of Christian charity. From the moment that our earliest ancestors boarded the Mayflower, which, by the way, is the name of an excellent new cigar company, Mayflower Cigars, highly recommended. I digress. From the moment our pilgrims stepped foot onto Plymouth Rock, America was founded to be a nation with its eyes on heaven. Francis Scott Key put it perfectly in our national anthem. Blessed with victory and peace, may the heaven-rescued land praise the power that hath made and preserved us a nation. Then conquer we must when our cause it is just, and this be our motto, in God is our trust. Every American with a penny to his name knows that phrase. All of our great statesmen have believed it. Yet today, the liberals want us to believe that America was founded as a secular nation, an atheist nation. They tell us America was founded on a firm separation of church and state. Once again, the problem is not so much ignorance, it's the liberals knowing so much that isn't so. There is no such thing as a total separation of church and state. There never has been, and there never can be, because states make laws, and laws come from morals, and morals come from God. Religion is inescapable. It is. For all states at all times. That fact has been especially clear in America, where we have long been the most religious of any Western nation. Ask the liberals to identify the total separation of church and state in our law. You're going to be waiting a long time because they're not going to find it. If they look really closely, they will find that that phrase appears once in a private letter, contradicted not only by the public statements of most of our founding fathers, but also by the Federalist Papers, which cite God by name, by the Constitution, which protected the churches established by the individual states, and by the Declaration of Independence, which grounds our entire nation on the fact that we are endowed by our Creator with certain unalienable rights. This is why President John Adams famously warned that our Constitution was made only for a moral and religious people. Some seem to think that's a happy phrase. That's not exactly a happy phrase, because what that warning means is that when the people cease to be religious, the Constitution will cease to function. That fact we are seeing around us everywhere today. The decline in religiosity lies at the heart of our national identity crisis, not because of what men have said, but because of who God is. When Moses at the burning bush asked God what he should call him, God responded, I am that I am. God is being. A people that grounds its identity in God will know who and what it is. A people that rejects God, as a wise priest once observed, will only be left with the pathetic question, who am I? The answer is, not much of anything. The decline of religion in America has eroded our identity at every level, from national politics all the way down to the basic unit of society, the family. Marriage, after all, is nothing other than a symbol of God's love for his people. It's no wonder, then, that many people today don't even know what marriage is. Many people today seem to think that marriage can be whatever we want it to be. They sound like Humpty Dumpty, who told Alice in Wonderland that when he uses a word, it means just what he chooses it to mean, neither more nor less. When Alice asks Humpty Dumpty whether one can really make words mean so many different things, Humpty Dumpty responds, the question is which is to be master. That's all. I think this might be the first time that Humpty Dumpty has ever been quoted at CPAC. But this is precisely the way the liberals think. They really believe that they are masters of the universe. They think they're gods who can create the world anew through the power of their words. But they aren't, and they can't. They can't really turn men into women. They can't really turn a couple of men, or a couple of women, or 3 men and a billy goat, for that matter, into a marriage. That's just not what marriage is. No disrespect is intended to anyone. Some people don't want to get married. Okay, there's no obligation. But marriage has a meaning. Marriage is and always has been the union of a man and a woman ordered toward the procreation and education of children. If you don't like that, don't blame me. I didn't set the rules. It wasn't the mean old conservatives who did this. We did not invent marriage. Marriage is a natural institution. It just is what it is. The left will slander us as hateful for observing this fact. There's nothing hateful about it. There's nothing hateful about reality. Quite the opposite, actually. The truth sets us free. I'll tell you what's hateful. What's hateful is to lie and to force other people to live according to lies. Liberals can rewrite the definition of any word they please, but they can't make men give birth. They can't. Ultimately, they can't change reality. Just won't happen. So they tell more lies. They claim today that individuals have a right to a child. But of course, no one can ever have the right to a child because children are people. And no one has the right to another person because those people have rights themselves. In our national identity crisis, we no longer recognize those rights. We no longer recognize people. Increasingly, we treat people as objects. We treat children as commodities to be bought and sold, designer babies to be purchased on the open market of the surrogacy industry so that adults can live out their fantasies. But those fantasies come at a cost. They come at the cost of creating children intentionally to deprive them of their natural mothers and fathers. It's ghastly, but it's to be expected. We are talking about people who claim the right to kill babies when the babies are inconvenient. If we have the right to kill babies, surely we have the right to buy and sell them too. If we have the right to give and take innocent human life, then we have the right to do anything. We are as free as God himself. But we aren't God, and increasingly we aren't free. We are less free today than we've ever been in this country, because there's no such thing as freedom without limits. Everything in this life comes with a trade-off. It comes at a cost. People gain the freedom to get rid of babies that they don't want. The cost is that babies lose the freedom to live. Men gain the freedom to use the women's bathroom. Women lose the freedom to have their own bathrooms. Foreigners gain the freedom to enter our country as they please. Americans lose the freedom to make our own laws. Drug addicts gain the freedom to shoot fentanyl on the streets of the city. Citizens lose the freedom to walk down their sidewalks in safety and peace. The freedom liberals offer is the dubious freedom of the drug addict. It's the freedom to follow our lowest appetites, to deny our reason, and ultimately to destroy ourselves. It's the freedom of Satan in Paradise Lost to make a hell of heaven and a heaven of hell. It's the freedom of abject slavery, and it has made a hell of our country everywhere it's taken hold. The freedom the liberals promise is liberation from all limits, liberation from borders, from laws, standards, norms, family, even from biology. It's a false freedom, a siren song. To liberate a nation from its borders is to erase the nation. To liberate a people from its family and its laws and its customs is to erase the people. To liberate a man from his body is to kill the man. True freedom is not the license to languish alone in ever stranger fantasies, but rather the right to flourish, all of us together, in reality. True freedom, to borrow another phrase from St. Ronald, is a national policy based on what we know in our hearts is morally right. How do we know what's morally right? Because we have brains. Even the liberals, I'm pretty sure. I'm not totally positive, but I'm pretty sure at least most of them do. We have reason, and we have moral conscience. We know the difference between truth and falsehood, right and wrong. We know the difference between a man and a woman. We know the difference between an American and everyone else. Our problem is not so much one of confusion as one of cowardice. If we lose our national identity, the fault will lie with our refusal to acknowledge our convictions and to act on them. Governor Bradford tells us that the earliest Americans faced a similar crisis of identity. So they left a world of charming comforts and false freedom because they knew they were pilgrims and looked not much on those things, but lifted up their eyes to the heavens, their dearest country, and quieted their spirits. Our forebears knew who they were. The moment we once again follow in their footsteps is the moment we will remember who we are, too. Thank you very much. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for coming. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks. Thank you, everybody.
America is under attack. Our families are being crushed under the politics of a radical agenda. But moms have had enough. We are standing up and we are fighting back.
This is our battle. This battle is every bit as important as the Revolutionary War because we fight for the same thing.
Moms for America is a national movement of moms reclaiming our culture for truth, family, freedom, and the Constitution.
I think Moms for America is exactly on track and is doing the right thing for the future of our country and our children.
Like, Moms for America is going at the heart of the issue.
But I am honored to join Moms for America today as we speak out against the horrific mandates.
With a national network of over 500,000 mothers, Moms for America is one of the fastest growing movements of women in the country.
Well, the most dangerous place in all of nature is between a mama bear and her baby cub.
We are the change. No matter what, no matter where, and no matter how difficult the obstacles are that are facing us and our families, we will not give up and we will not give in.
So if not now, then when? If not you, then who?
Welcome to the Mom-led Revolution.
Hey everyone, welcome to the CPAC Super Bowl 2024. And yes, you're part of history. Thank you for supporting this incredible organization and this important movement. And thank you for attending CPAC.
Newsmax has been terrific.
President Trump is right. Millions are switching to Newsmax. It's the fastest growing streaming service in America. You don't need those woke streaming services anymore. Just get Newsmax Plus. Watch the best shows like Greg Kelly, Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, and Eric Bolling.
Greg Kelly over at Newsmax. The Newsmax people have been really, really terrific.
Gain access to exclusive documentaries, series, and special briefings. It's free to start. So go to NewsmaxPlus.com now to sign up and watch Newsmax anytime, anywhere.
It's no secret that Joe Biden loves his Inflation Reduction Act and the $1.2 trillion giveaway.
Inflation Reduction Act is giving people more breathing room, as my dad would say.
But Joe Biden is hiding something about his favorite law, a green new tax.
There is a carbon price in there, which is the methane fee, and it's actually pretty significant, but it didn't receive much attention.
Buried deep within the IRA is a huge tax on natural gas.
We've raised royalties on fossils that are being extracted from public lands.
The highest burden falls on the working class.
The fee could amount to tens of billions of dollars annually.
Make no mistake, Joe Biden's secret green tax is designed to harm American energy and ruin your family budget.
But guess what? It's working.
Secret taxes on our families. That's why in 2024, energy is on the ballot.
Ladies and gentlemen, we win, they lose, ending the China threat. Please welcome former Deputy National Security Advisor to the President, K.T. McFarland, Chairman and co-founder, Prague Security Studies Institute, Roger Robinson Jr., and your moderator, CPAC board member, Gordon Chang.
Okay.
We go down? Good.
How do we end the China threat? Well, we actually have a playbook for that. Oh, those guys over there, they're fantastic. The Trump tribe of Texas.
Beaumont, Texas.
In the 1970s, just everybody thought that we would have to live with the Soviet Union forever. But there was one man. One man said, we win, they lose. Today, we have two heroes. They designed and they implemented Ronald Reagan's plan to starve the Soviet Union.
Roger Robinson, I'll start with you. Obviously, the Soviets were using Western hard cash to attack us and assault our societies. But you decided that it was important to get at their energy revenue, oil and gas. How did you do it?
Well, first, it's amazing when you think about the fact that in 1982, total Soviet hard currency income was about $32 billion, which was at the time equivalent to about 1/3 of the annual revenues of General Motors or Exxon, one American company. So, as it turned out, 66% of that income was oil and gas generated, then and now. And if you look at oil, gas, arms, and gold, it was 80%. So that is not what you call a diversified economy. It's more of a petrol station. And it remains the case. And so we noticed, those of us that were looking at this in a detailed way, that they were spending about $16 billion more than they made a year. And it turns out, guess who was financing that hard currency gap? Well, Western governments and banks, not surprisingly. So we were picking up the tab for the equivalent of the cost, in hard currency terms, of the entire Soviet external empire. And they were not going to be able to service the debt that they were running up. And within a couple of days before the collapse of the Soviet Union, they defaulted on $96 billion in Western debt. It wasn't a coincidence. And I would just say that we had a tremendous amount of effort expended in terms of getting oil prices lower.
And how did you do that?
Well, a couple of ways. We had a secret...
remember General Vernon Walters, who went out to the desert in Saudi Arabia with the king of Saudi Arabia and convinced him to pump oil, even though it was to the Saudis' disadvantage?
Right.
And then what did we do to the price of oil?
Well, then we decontrolled prices at the wellhead, and energy came down to about $10 a barrel. And it's interesting to think about the fact that for every dollar drop in the price of a barrel of oil, it was costing the Soviets approximately $1 billion per dollar drop. Now, you can appreciate with $32 billion, this supposed permanent juggernaut on the landscape of the world was, in fact, with clay feet. And it'll be relevant to our discussion when we move to China. But the allies in Europe were tremendously resistant to all of this, as was corporate America and corporations worldwide, just as we see the case in China today. And there was a blood-on-the-floor struggle with our allies who wanted to keep the Soviet Union going through placating them and through appeasement.
That's like today. Now, KT, you were at the beginning of the Trump administration.
Yep.
You're Deputy National Security Advisor. Energy was a critical part of what you guys were thinking about how to leverage America's oil and gas. How did you guys do it?
Okay, so the genius of Donald Trump in foreign policy was two things with regard to China. Well, with regard to foreign policy writ large, it was energy. So in the last, say at about 2012, 13, 14, the United States entrepreneurs, engineers, oil guys, they figured out how to not just drill like that, but drill horizontally like that. And they realized that we could get oil and natural gas out of rocks, it's called fracking, and that we had the best rocks of any other country in the world. So we could go down, go that way, get oil, natural gas, and all of a sudden the United States, and we have continued to find that we have a more or less infinite supply of oil and natural gas. We can power the world 200 times over. So Donald Trump realized that's our strategic advantage. That changes everything, because if we're self-sufficient in oil and natural gas, well, you know, we don't have to be involved in all those Middle East wars. Number two, it's terrific for our own economy. Number three, oh, by the way, we're not just energy independent, we're energy dominant. In other words, we have so much of it, we export so much of it, that we control the world price of oil and gas. So the price comes down. It was 120, I think, when Donald Trump took office. When he left system to pump oil, even though it was to the Saudis' disadvantage.
Right.
And then what did we do to the price of oil?
Well, then we decontrolled prices at the wellhead, and energy came down to about $10 a barrel. And it's interesting to think about the fact that for every dollar drop in the price of a barrel of oil, it was costing the Soviets approximately $1 billion per dollar drop. Now, you can appreciate with $32 billion, this supposed permanent juggernaut on the landscape of the world was, in fact, with clay feet. And it'll be relevant to our discussion when we move to China. But the allies in Europe were tremendously resistant to all of this, as was corporate America and corporations worldwide, just as we see the case in China today. And there was a blood-on-the-floor struggle with our allies who wanted to keep the Soviet Union going through placating them and through appeasement.
That's like today. Now, KT, you were at the beginning of the Trump administration.
Yep.
You were Deputy National Security Advisor. Energy was a critical part of what you guys were thinking about how to leverage America's oil and gas. How did you guys do it?
Okay, so the genius of Donald Trump in foreign policy was two things with regard to China. Well, with regard to foreign policy writ large, it was energy. So in the last, say at about 2012, 13, 14, the United States entrepreneurs, engineers, oil guys, they figured out how to not just drill like that, but drill horizontally like that. And they realized that we could get oil and natural gas out of rocks, called fracking, and that we had the best rocks of any other country in the world. So we could go down, go that way, get oil, natural gas, and all of a sudden the United States, and we have continued to find that we have a more or less infinite supply of oil and natural gas. We can power the world 200 times over. So Donald Trump realized that's our strategic advantage. That changes everything, because if we're self-sufficient in oil and natural gas, well, you know, we don't have to be involved in all those Middle East wars. Number two, it's terrific for our own economy. Number three, oh, by the way, we're not just energy independent, we're energy dominant. In other words, we have so much of it, we export so much of it, that we control the world price of oil and gas. So the price comes down. It was 120, I think, when Donald Trump took office. When he left office, it was $40 a barrel. And to Roger's point, what that did was that cut the income of the Soviet Union by 2/3. They were broke. The same thing happened to the other bad guys, right? Iran. So Trump understood we become energy dominant, good for our economy, bankrupts the bad guys. But then another advantage is that Europe, which had become completely dependent on Russian natural gas, we could replace that. That we could have American liquefied natural gas, we could replace that cheaper, better, safer, cleaner than what the Russians were doing. So that was the plan. And by the way, it was also really good for the environment, although the environmentalists never wanted to admit it. So that was the genius of Donald Trump. He understood all of a sudden we had leverage over the economic energy aspect of life. And in addition to that, Asia, China, India, Japan were the most energy needy countries in the world. So then they would need our energy. So it gave us a lot of leverage that way. The second genius, though.
So, KT, basically what I'm hearing is that a lot of foreign policy is based on energy.
Yeah.
Biden, we can talk about his Biden policies, which are basically strangling our LNG exports. But let's go back to the Soviet Union for a moment, Roger, because it wasn't just oil and gas that you did in order to bring the Soviet Union down. What else?
Well, before we leave natural gas, that was a big one. There was a two-strand, 3,600-mile pipeline, the Siberian gas pipeline, that was on its way into the West European gas grid from Siberia, that was going to have the effect of increasing Western Europe's dependency on Soviet gas to roughly 80%. Now, you saw the debacle in Europe when they were roughly 50% dependent. Just imagine if it hadn't been for Ronald Reagan taking this on in the early 80s, when we really needed to put a cap on Soviet gas deliveries to Western Europe, which we did at 30% of their total supplies, later exceeded, but that's what he did. And the fact is that we were able to delay the first strand of the pipeline, kill the second strand. It would have doubled their hard currency income and created this debilitating dependency. and to move on, we also focused on the money. I mean, the credits, the loans. Western Europe, in particular, was lending to the Soviets on Western taxpayers subsidized interest rates, below market interest rates, as though they were a less developed country. I mean, it was a pathetic display, and that's why we had to put an end to that nonsense. We went to the private sector banks that were providing the rest of the money. We intimidated them pretty thoroughly because we told them, there's no way they're going to service this debt, which they didn't and ultimately defaulted. And so it was a combination of the energy equation, going after the money, and as I said, when we get to it, we can talk about what we can do on the China front, which is a more complex case to be sure, but believe me, it is then and now about the money.
So KT, you know, what's more important than energy? Well, that's food.
Right.
And in the 1980s, the Soviets had some bad harvests, and that had some real-world implications. If you can talk
Okay, so Roger set it up so that when Reagan came in our plan, I mean, Reagan had the, you know, we win, they lose, and it was up to people like Roger and me to kind of fill in the details of how this was going to happen. So as Roger talked about, the Russians, we kind of aced them out of the international banking market. I was at the Pentagon at the time. We had the Reagan defense buildup, so we matched their military buildup. We improved our economy by a lot. We did the oil thing with, you know, the guy in the tent in the desert with the king. Oil production, the Saudis pumped, the price went down. But then what we saw was a couple of things happened. So the Soviet Union, which was, we now realize, was probably devoting 20% of its GNP to its military. You know, other countries devote 2, 3, 4% of their GNP to their military. They were broke. As Roger points out, they were really broke. And then they had a couple of bad harvests, 2 bad harvests in a row. They couldn't feed their people. They couldn't borrow money on the international banking system, thanks to Roger. So they couldn't borrow the money to buy the wheat someplace else to feed their people. They were destitute. Now, on top of that, Reagan then announces the Star Wars initiative. Anybody here old enough to remember what that was? Yeah, I love it, Roger, they're all our age. And so when I wrote that speech, and the Star Wars initiative, Reagan said, now that you're broke, you're on your knees, you know, you've given everything up and you have nothing left, we're now going to challenge you to a missile defense arms race. And that's when they threw in the towel.
So really what we have is the U.S. is the world's now energy superpower, and we could be even stronger in that regard. Yeah. We've got bountiful fields throughout our country, so we got energy and food. This seems to me like the makings of a plan to deal with the China threat. And you know, what you guys did was you looked at vulnerabilities, you decided where the U.S. had the power, and then you applied it. Isn't that right?
Yeah.
It is. I mean, today, for example, think of our position financially in the global financial domain, which we utterly dominate. We have around 66% of the world's investable capital. Our capital markets are roughly the size of the rest of the world's combined. The world's reserve currency, the dollar, happens to be ours. The Chinese don't even have a convertible currency. They've lost 6 to 7 trillion just recently in their stock markets. Their real estate, which was 25, 30% of GDP, has collapsed, which is 80% of the wealth of average Chinese people is in real estate. Mm-hmm. The point is, you want to talk about a group that is experiencing slow motion economic and financial implosion. Look no further than China. And yet, the problem is we've moved trillions of dollars from U.S. investors directly into the coffers of the CCP and the People's Liberation Army by their 5,000 companies in our capital markets today, and 60 to 100 million of us have part of our stock and bond portfolios unwittingly invested in Chinese corporate bad actors reporting directly to the PLA.
And it's even worse than that, Roger, because the thrift savings plan, which is essentially the 401k for federal employees, is still invested into Chinese companies through the mutual fund window. If we end that, we cut off a major source of cash to China.
That's for sure. And we finally, it was so difficult, amazingly, to get it out of the international fund. We finally excised China from the international fund of the thrift savings plan, as Gordon said, the pension system of federal government employees. But you have 47 states today, probably your own, only Nevada, Missouri, and Tennessee are exempt, that are holding oftentimes billions of dollars in Chinese corporate equities, stock. And that is unconscionable, just as it is for your own pension systems and mutual funds and the like.
I mean, the reality is, if you have a 401k, any kind of retirement plan, you probably have in there investments that are investing in China, in the Chinese military industry. You don't know it. If you did, my God, you'd flip out. But we have financed, because of those stock purchases, we have financed their military buildup and their intelligence community buildup and their economic buildup. We got to stop that, and that's one of the things you've done that's been so great.
Well, thank you. But again, it's not just that on the human rights side. Who are these companies? We've looked at them in great detail. They are equipping concentration camps in Xinjiang. They are trafficking in slave labor. They're building the surveillance state. They're aiding and abetting genocide in Xinjiang. Not to mention on the military side, they are building and militarizing the islands in the South China Sea. We had the last 2 aircraft carriers in China in part financed on the New York Stock Exchange. The hypersonic glide vehicles we're so worried about. Likewise, companies on the New York Stock Exchange. You've got to go to your fund managers, you've got to go to your financial advisors and say, you're as mad as hell and you're not going to have your money moving to the Chinese and the PLA.
KT.
Or you just elect Donald Trump and he'll do it for you.
KT.
Yeah.
You were in the Trump administration. Section 301 tariffs imposed in 2018, they stop a lot of the trade from China.
Yeah.
You were in the administration then. What happened?
Okay, so this was the other genius of Donald Trump. He understood in a really basic way, because he's an economics guy, right? He buys stuff, he sells stuff. He understood that the Chinese needed to sell their stuff to us more than we needed to buy their stuff, or certainly to sell our stuff to them. So he understood that was a point of enormous leverage. So we could go to the Chinese and say, hey, we're not buying your stuff, or we're going to put a big tariff on your stuff unless you do X, Y, and Z. That was a major vulnerable point of the Chinese economy. That was in 2017. Fast forward today, and they're in much bigger shape, worse shape, as the point Roger made. They got a lot of real big problems. I mean, we always say, oh, the Chinese, 10 feet tall, 10 feet tall. They have, their major savings is in real estate, and their real estate has just taken a plunge. I mean, just think about it. If the house you owned was your only savings, and it just went down by 75%, you don't have much savings left, right? You're pretty unhappy. The other thing they have is a demographic time bomb. Because of the one-child policy, the Chinese all had one child, and because they could abort the children they didn't want, in other words, girls, they have a preponderance of male child. Their population is collapsing, their numbers are collapsing, and at the same time they have no social safety net for their people. They have a lot of vulnerabilities that a new Trump administration can exploit. And you win the second Cold War the same way you won the first one.
So, Roger, we have heard that China right now is particularly fragile. It is a distressed economy, all the problems, demography that KT talked about. Isn't this the moment for us to act?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we are underwriting the Chinese Communist Party and the People's Liberation Army, which could not remain a going concern without U.S. retail investors of the like that's in this room today. Now, just think about that. I'm not talking about the allies working with us. I'm talking about us alone. That's how dominant our position is. And yet, Wall Street takes the position, if it's legal, we're doing it. Don't worry about that natty genocide problem or the concentration camps or the aircraft carriers or the ICBMs targeting our families. Don't worry about that. We don't care about that. Well, they need to care, and the Senate and the House needs to pass legislation that makes all of this illegal. And that's the only way forward.
And Roger, it's not just investment into Chinese military-linked companies. Xi Jinping, the Chinese ruler, has a doctrine of military-civil fusion, which means that every investment into a private Chinese company gets pipelined to the Chinese military if the military wants it. KT, we're almost out of time. Final word, what should we do right now with regard to China?
Okay, you should do two things. Do you have TikTok on your phones, or do your kids? Get rid of it, because they're spying on you, even when you're sound asleep. Number two, elect Donald Trump, because you don't have to worry about all the details of this. He'll deal with it for you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we know what to do. These guys, KT and Roger, did it before. They did it before with an enemy that looked even more formidable than China does today. But we know that this is the time to act, because if we don't act now, we're going to lose our country. And by God, we are not going to be the generation of Americans that surrenders our country to China.
Absolutely.
Well done.
KT McFarland, you're a hero. Thank you so much. Roger, I was so happy that you could come here today. You're a hero. Thank you.
And thank you, Gordon Chang, who is our superstar board member of CPAC.
And thank you.
Thank you. Follow me, guys.
The old civil rights adage goes, no justice, no peace.
What we have to prepare for is we're going to see this propaganda spread even further in the media outlets, in the mainstream media outlets.
What's happening right now is in a greater context of one of the greatest crimes against humanity, which is an apartheid regime.
The Israeli government is what has fueled this. It's Israel that is occupying the Palestinians, not the other way around.
And it's basically like living, Alex, in an open-air prison.
I think Hamas mainly attacked military establishments, military installations.
You can't condemn women and children and elderly people being murdered in the streets.
What about it?
Do you condemn it?
I already said.
Why can't you say yes?
Because I already gave you my answer.
You didn't give an answer. And I think anybody who watches would understand what your actual position is here.
Once Israel moves forward with an offensive strategy in eradicating Hamas, they're going to be viewed as the killers.
I support Israel's rights to defend themselves against this brutality. Congressman, why do you have the Palestinian flag outside your office if you do not condone what Hamas terrorists have done to Israel?
Do you condemn Hamas then? Tell me that.
I've already said that I condemn the violence that Hamas...
But Hamas as an organization, a terrorist organization, will you condemn them?
I don't see them as a terrorist organization.
Hamas is a political movement that was elected.
The justification of the violence is the occupation.
Palestinians are leading a freedom movement.
Hamas is a movement, and then you fight back for that and you stand for your rights. That does not make you a terrorist. That makes you a defender.
A lot of them were very disappointed when the United States moved its embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. Again, I think that Hamas decided that now to amass these capabilities and to carry out this attack, they need to bring more attention in the region and globally to what they consider to be their plight.
Palestinians are the people who have been protesting non-violently
to prevent the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians.
This is the most extreme fundamentalist right-wing supremacist government in the history of the state of Israel.
Israel is notorious for creating propaganda
that did not get raped.
No.
Netanyahu is basically running his own narrative of what he wants to excuse himself. How does this end? Killing and genociding and holocausting all the Palestinians.
Of the apartheid state of Israel, which has no legitimate reason for existing.
I mean, hear me out. We strike first because we wanted our land back, and that's what people do when they want the thing back.
You guys are associating that Hamas is a terrorist organization. It's a resistance.
And then you have the left cheering for the violence, cheering for the killing of civilians, calling for more, chanting in the streets, "There's only one solution."
Israel is a terrorist state.
I salute Hamas. A job well done.
Hamas is not a terrorist group.
What is it, like a motorcycle club? Or?
Every single thing they have done is justified.
Resistance is a human right. It was exhilarating. It was exhilarating. It was energizing. Okay. If it weren't exhilarating, by this challenge to the monopoly of violence, by this shifting of the balance of power, then they would not be one. I was exhilarating. Intifada! 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 We will honor all our martyrs! We will honor all our martyrs!
Hamas are Palestinians! Okay? All of us Hamas, free Palestine! This is justified when people are occupied!
Thank you. Fuck Israel, no problem. Fuck Israel.
Glory to the murders!
I'd like to know who's funding the Students for Justice for Palestine and where this money's coming from that's creating this propaganda that's infiltrating our academic institutions, our media institutions, and trying to drive this anti-Jewish message.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome four-term Congresswoman and author of her new book, For Love of Country, Tulsi Gabbard.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Aloha. It's wonderful to see you all here again at such a critical time. Our democracy is under attack. The perpetrators of this attack are those who, in the name of saving our democracy, are destroying it. I don't use these words lightly. Every one of us who loves this country and who cherishes peace and freedom should be very alarmed by those who, driven by their insatiable hunger for power, are actively undermining all that we stand for. And almost every single day, if you're paying attention to the news and the headlines, there is some new assault and some new attack. Now, it's the Democrat elite and the swamp creatures in Washington who are doing all that they possibly can to keep us, the American people, from a very simple thing, having the freedom to choose who we want to be our next president. And it is clear through their actions they have no respect for us, and they have no respect for our fundamental rights as citizens of this democratic republic. They are so terrified that we, the people, may make what they think is the wrong choice. That in the name of protecting democracy and saving us from ourselves, they're actually destroying our democracy and taking away our freedom. Now, we look throughout history and we can see many examples of evildoers who find some justification, who believe that they are doing the right thing. And so today we see the Democrat elite say with great concern in their voice that if the American people elect Donald Trump again, they warn us he will destroy our democracy. They say he will be the dictator-in-chief, that if he's elected, it will be the last election this country sees. It's laughable. It is so crazy, it's laughable. But they're justifying their actions by telling themselves that they need to destroy our democracy in order to save it. It's lunacy, and it's the mindset and mentality of dictators. They are waging a multi-front battle, and they will stop at nothing until they're successful. I'm going to go through a few of the many examples. We've seen how Colorado, Maine, 32 states have taken some action or another themselves in an unprecedented way to try to remove the leading Republican candidate for president, Donald J. Trump, from the presidential ballots. In defiance of the Constitution, these people are single-handedly deciding that somehow they alone have the authority to take away our right as citizens to decide who we want to be our president. We see in Congress, a progressive congressman, Ro Khanna from California, someone who I've known for years, he is so desperate to take Trump off the ballot that he's demanding that the chairman of the Federal Reserve, a position that's supposed to be nonpartisan and apolitical, take action and intervene to stop the former president from getting reelected. On December 27th of last year, Representative Khanna said in a post on X that Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell, quote, should cut interest rates now, given most of inflation was caused by supply shocks. If he doesn't, he may be the person most responsible for the return of Trump. The Democrat elite and their cronies, they're using our criminal justice system to prosecute and distract the Republican presidential candidate in the midst of his campaign. As we know, Donald Trump currently faces 91 charges in 4 criminal cases, 44 on the federal side, 47 on the state side, all felonies. This most recent ruling in New York, the real estate case, charging him a $355 million fine plus nearly $100 million in interest for a business transaction where there was no victim or complaint, where all parties made money. So egregious that even people who are not fans of Donald Trump are standing up and saying this is crazy and criticizing this judge's decision that from the very beginning has been a very clearly politically motivated hit job. This is the truth. They're hoping and doing all that they can convict Donald Trump of some crime, any crime, to try to undermine his support and therefore prevent what they fear most, a second Trump presidency. And there's a reason why they're so afraid of him, because he poses a threat to this establishment where they draw their power from. When we take a step back and look beyond the personalities, look beyond Donald Trump and Joe Biden, what we're facing is a threat of far greater magnitude. A very dangerous precedent is being set. Our democratic republic is being destroyed by the permanent Washington elite, and there are people in both political parties who truly believe they and not the American people have the right to decide who should be our president. They easily and dangerously dismiss our Constitution, the rule of law, the voices of the American people, anointing themselves as the ones who have the power and justification to make this most important decision. Now, I've only mentioned a few of the many examples. I could write a whole book detailing all that's been done, all that the Democrat elite and Washington establishment have done and are doing to try to destroy Donald Trump and steal our election. As you know very well, President Trump has endured years of attacks. What we're seeing now is a continuation of something that began in 2016, ever since he came down that golden escalator. Now, I've met a lot of strong, tough people in my life. I can't think of a single one who could not only withstand all that they are throwing at Donald Trump without crumbling, but someone who would actually choose to keep fighting against the entire Washington establishment. Now, I've known Joe Biden for a long time. I used to consider him a friend. Do you think he could handle this pressure? I don't think so. I think even a fraction of this pressure and stress and attacks that Trump has endured would cause him to crumble. Now, if you listen to what Nikki Haley has been saying, she claims that President Trump only cares about himself and that he's doing all that he's doing only for himself. If that were the case, wouldn't he just walk away from all this? Walk away from the headaches and the attacks and the stress that he's enduring right now? So why doesn't he? I've had the chance to meet with him and speak with him at length, and I've seen firsthand his heartfelt interactions with friends of mine, veterans, And I've seen how he has touched their hearts and moved them to tears as he expressed his appreciation for their service and their sacrifice. No cameras, no crowds, just that heartfelt conveyance of appreciation. I've gotten a sense for what motivates him, and it's got nothing to do with what the Washington establishment is accusing him of. This is a man who's a fighter. His strength and resilience can only come from one place. His ability to endure this hardship can only come from one place, and that's a sincere love and concern for the future of our country and his care for the American people. But we've got a lot of work to do ahead of us. Now is the time for us to act motivated by our love of country. We've got to take all the outrage and sadness and fear that we may feel, caused by those in power who have no care or respect for the will of the people, take all of those feelings and let that motivate us to take action, to find strength in knowing that they are doing what they're doing because they're afraid of us. That just like we see foreign dictators are afraid of democracy, the Democrat elite are so afraid of a free people and a free society, and the possibility that we, the American people, might make the wrong choice in this election by choosing someone other than them. They are doing all they can through the power of law enforcement, the criminal justice system, national security state, doing all that they can to stop us from exercising our freedom. They forget that we, the people, are the ones with the power. But we have to use that power. We cannot allow them to get away with this. Our democracy is under attack, and it's up to us to save it. We have to hold those responsible accountable at the ballot box. We have to send this strong message to leaders in both parties that those who abuse their power and undermine our democracy and our freedom will not be tolerated. If we do nothing, if we turn a blind eye to those who are weaponizing our criminal justice system against their political opponents and telling us who we are and aren't allowed to vote for, telling us what we are and aren't allowed to say or see or hear, it will set a dangerous precedent for every election and presidency in the future, and that democracy as we know it will be finished. Now, I know we face challenges in our entire political system, and those challenges are not limited to one political party. There are politicians from both parties who are more interested in serving themselves and their own interests than they are about serving the needs of the American people. And they're not going to give up without a fight. On January 27th, 1838, President Lincoln delivered a powerful speech to the Young Men's Lyceum of Springfield, Illinois. And he said, quote, "At what point then is the approach of danger to be expected? I answer, if it ever reach us, it must spring up amongst us. It cannot come from abroad. If destruction be our lot, we must ourselves be its author and finisher. As a nation of free men, we must live through all time or die by suicide." The choice before us is clear. Freedom isn't free. We can't lose sight of what we can accomplish when we, the people, stand together on the foundational principles that this country was built on. A free people with the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. We must protect free speech of all Americans. We must stand against those who'd rather censor, cancel, and smear rather than engage in honest debate as our founding fathers did. When the free speech of one person is threatened, even when that speech is reprehensible to us, the free speech of all people is threatened. The same goes for freedom of religion. In our America, freedom of religion does not mean freedom from religion. Real religion is love for God. It's not attached to any one religious sect or label or another. Our government must respect our freedom to worship and express our faith, express our love for God as we choose. Or, for those who choose not to, they have that right as well. Our founders intentionally passed the Second Amendment right after the First because they knew how fragile this new free democracy was and how susceptible it would be, and it still is, to those who abuse their power to try to take away our freedom. So we have to defend our right to bear arms, not only to defend ourselves and our loved ones, but to serve as that important check on the abuse of power by an increasingly tyrannical government. We must stop the bipartisan warmongers of Washington who constantly beat their war drums, who have pushed us to the precipice of World War III and a nuclear catastrophe. Now, President Eisenhower warned us clearly in his farewell address about these people, those in Washington who bend the knee to their bosses in the military-industrial complex and then shrug their shoulders and look the other way at the costly, damaging, and potentially catastrophic consequences of their decisions, the cost that every one of us pays. We need leaders who are committed to peace, strength, and prosperity, because we cannot be truly prosperous as a nation unless we are at peace. Unfortunately, war is sometimes necessary to defeat those who threaten the safety, security, and freedom of the American people. And as a soldier serving now for almost 21 years in our military and still serves today, I know this firsthand. But I also know that war must always be a last resort after all other avenues have been exhausted. We need leaders who are committed to upholding the rule of law, who are committed to keeping our communities safe and securing our borders. In our America, we must come together inspired by love. Love for God, love for others, love for our country, because we live in the greatest country in the world. It's filled with potential for us to stand together and build a brighter future and a more perfect union where every American can live free, in peace, and with opportunity for prosperity. To make this future a reality, we must not only come together in spaces like this with our brothers and sisters who agree with us, we also have to reach out to those who we may not agree with on every issue, but who love this country as we do and who are just as frustrated with those abusing their power as we are, whether they're Democrat, Republican, Independent, or Libertarian. We must stand together as fellow Americans who cherish peace and freedom, cherishing our commitment to save our country and defend our republic. Those in power in America today are leading this great nation toward the suicide Abraham Lincoln warned of. If we do not act now, we will look back at this very moment with regret, but we won't be able to say that we had no warning. By God's grace, we are free and we will remain free. God bless you all. God bless America. Let's go and save our country. Thank you so much, everybody. Aloha. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Freedom is not free, and neither is the truth. In order to bring you the facts, our reporters are out there on the front lines getting the true story. Some of them served 10 years of prison in China. We've been censored on social media. Our Hong Kong printing offices were set on fire, and we've been repeatedly attacked by the Chinese Communist Party. But no matter what, we believe that you deserve the truth, and so we'll continue to bring the truth to light. Head on over to getepic.com and try honest journalism that is based in truth and tradition. We'd love to have you on board.
Thank you for attending this year's CPAC conference. Do you have any questions? Look for the volunteers in the blue t-shirts to ensure that you get the help that you need. Again, we're happy you're here, and we're thrilled you're able to join us.
For the last 3 years, the Biden administration's attack on American energy weakened our standing in the world. After the Russian invasion of Ukraine, Europeans worried about Vladimir Putin cutting off their energy supply. Here at home, the Biden administration would blame Russia for rising gas prices, even though the cost of gas was already up 40% before the invasion. Meanwhile, Russia joined with other OPEC countries to cut oil production, further driving up the price of gasoline. We saw President Biden travel to Saudi Arabia and beg them for oil. More recently, Hamas terrorists launched a brutal attack on civilians. Under President Biden, Hamas ally Iran had a record year for oil exports in 2022, with their biggest customers being China and Venezuela. Surrendering American energy independence carries a steep price tag. It's something we should all remember because in 2024, energy is on the ballot.
I want to repeat again, this is what our goals should be. Our goals should be to encourage people to vote in person on Election Day. We should not have mass mail-in balloting. We should not have early voting that goes on for weeks and weeks beforehand. And we should demand that systems are in place to ensure that ballots are counted on Election Day, not for days and weeks and months afterwards. What's so hard about this?
Have you followed CPAC on social media yet? If not, do so right now. We are at CPAC on all your favorite social media sites, and that is the best way to keep up with all of the amazing work that we are doing within the conservative movement.
Ladies and gentlemen, make diplomacy great again. Please welcome CPAC board member, Ambassador Richard Grinnell, and host of O'Connor Tonight and morning host on WMAL-FM, Larry O'Connor.
Well, here we are.
Here we are.
Ambassador Rick Grinnell. Ambassador Rick Grinnell, ladies and gentlemen. So I thought we'd do Around the World with Rick Grinnell.
Great.
Let's talk about where things are right now on this planet. And I realized if we had had this discussion 4 years ago in the final year of the Trump administration, right before the pandemic, it would be kind of a boring conversation, other than sort of looking in the rearview mirror and saying, well, yeah, we had that problem, but we solved it. We had that problem, we solved it.
No wars.
I made a short list. Russia, Ukraine, Israel, Hamas, Iran, Yemen and the Houthis, Afghanistan, China and more China, North Korea, incursions into Taiwan from China, Mexico, Venezuela, pressure on El Salvador when they're doing the right thing. That is all happening right now during the Biden administration.
You missed one big one, the Balkans.
Yeah. Oh, and the Balkans, of course. So where to begin? Actually, I'd like to begin with NATO.
Yeah, okay.
Because there's a lot of fake news out there right now about Trump throwing NATO under the bus and Trump tearing up Article 5 and Trump allowing Putin to roll tanks in and throwing our NATO allies. Last I checked, under President Trump, he tripled the amount of spending for the European Defense Initiative. He increased the troops by nearly 6% on behalf of NATO. And actually, the leader of NATO at the time said that Trump had made NATO stronger. The outgoing Prime Minister of the Netherlands, who is poised to now take over NATO, just said that Europe should stop whining about Donald Trump. What do they know that Joe Biden doesn't know?
Well, so first of all, I believe that nothing undermines NATO like not paying your bills, right? So if you believe in NATO, you should be paying your 2%. Now, this gets a little dense, but in 2014, NATO members came together in Wales at the Wales meeting, and they said, we need to pay 2% of our GDP. But it's so expensive to do this that we're going to give ourselves 10 years to do it. So in 2014, they made a commitment that in 10 years, we will ramp up and get to the 2%. Now, Chancellor Merkel told me and President Trump that she couldn't get there until 2031. And we said, well, you actually signed the agreement in 2014, not your former government, it was you. And so we gave you 10 years. We thought you should have paid in 2014, but we gave you 10 years. And I think that the pressure campaign clearly worked. President Trump, clearly made it an issue, a top issue. The Biden team and their ambassadors, they don't bring it up. You can look on the websites of the embassies, and they don't bring up the 2%. So that pressure has completely been taken back. I have one other point about NATO elections. So we're supposed to have NATO elections soon. They're scrambling to pick the new Secretary General of NATO. We have European elections in June, and we have the American election in November. Technically, the current Secretary General of NATO's term goes through October. We do not need to pick someone in April or May or June. We need to pick someone after the U.S. elections. It's delaying it 30 days. They should absolutely pick someone who comes from a country who's already spent 2%. And I believe that no NATO member should be allowed to vote on the next Secretary General or the expansion of NATO if you're not paying your 2%. Why are we asking members who are not paying their fair share to pick new members to come in and extend the security umbrella so that you all have to pay the bills for people? We had NATO members just joining within the last year who came in and weren't even paying 2%.
Yeah.
What club do you know that you get to go and not pay your dues and immediately belly up to the bar?
Right, now, 100%. But your friends in the mainstream media say, well, it's not really dues. The 2% is 2% of GDP. And of course,
all the more reason
that
they should be paying, because it is 2%. It's 2% of your GDP spent on your own defense. Right? It could be a jobs program.
And this is the key, though, isn't it? Because when you're spending other people's money, it's very easy to make decisions and commit someone else's military to a cause that you're not actually paying for. As soon as they have skin in the game, suddenly you start making decisions in a more circumspect way, I would think.
So the way that this translates is NATO has a list of things in case there's a war, right? It's kind of like a wedding registry.
Yeah.
You sign up to bring something to the wedding. And for NATO, you sign up and say, hey, we can do this collectively. We have this capability. We can do that. You sign up. If you don't have the capability in your own country to do these things, then you are not being a good member of NATO. And by the way, one last point on this thing. All the German media are going crazy by saying, well, the Germans suddenly this year have decided to meet the 2%. Shame on the media and shame on NATO for allowing the Germans to count a whole bunch of things in there that are not about their defense. Climate change spending is not defense.
Yeah.
Making buildings and infrastructure should not be part of your defense when you're behind and you're not paying your 2%. I would say to my friends in the German media, you should check those numbers, and you should ask yourself, why did Chancellor Merkel say it would take her till 2031, but suddenly the socialists and Scholz say, oh, lo and behold, we did it this year?
I just like talking to somebody who knows that Helmut Kohl is no longer the Chancellor of Germany, so that was impressive there. Let's keep talking about Germany, but make the perspective about Russia, because when you were ambassador to Germany and you were carrying out Trump policies there, a big effort was to wean Germany and all of Western Europe off of Russian oil, off of Russian gas, off of being dependent on them. And I remember you and the president making the case that if you wean yourself off of their energy supplies, then you won't be funding their war efforts.
Yeah.
And then what happened when Joe Biden became president?
So I don't expect the European media to apologize to Donald Trump, but they should. Because Donald Trump was right about Nord Stream 2 when we had it sanctioned, the Russian pipeline, Putin's pipeline. Donald Trump was right about the 2% spending, and Donald Trump was right about Iran sanctions. The Biden administration was on the wrong side of all three of those. Chancellor Merkel lobbied against all three of those. So let's just take the Russian pipeline. As part of our U.S. policy under the Trump administration, we thought Nord Stream 1 would be appropriate. It's part of the diversification of energy, and Nord Stream 1 was appropriate. We said Nord Stream 2 went too far. You were allowing Russia to have too much influence over the energy of Europe. So we said no. We sanctioned that pipeline. It never became operable under the Trump administration. Chancellor Merkel was never happy about that. She wanted the sanctions dropped, and she said things to me like, well, you don't understand Germany's relationship with Russia. We can control them. We have, ways to block that. They're never going to leverage us like that. She was wrong. The Germans were wrong. The German government was wrong on that. And for her to lobby Joe Biden and the Senate Democrats, I challenge people to go look at the Senate statements from Democratic senators when they voted to drop the Trump sanctions on the Nord Stream 2 pipeline. This was early in the Trump administration. They said in many of these speeches that it was not appropriate to sanction Russia and stick them in the eye on this pipeline. That was a strategic blunder. I actually believe that when we showed weakness to Putin and we dropped the sanctions, the U.S. government, I should say, the Democrats, dropped the sanctions on the Nord Stream 2 pipeline and allowed that pipeline to come online, Putin saw that as incredible weakness and his signal to begin to go in and start a war. Let's also remember that Vladimir Putin has said, we should say this every day and everybody should say this loudly, Vladimir Putin has endorsed Joe Biden for president. Vladimir Putin said, I want Biden because he's predictable.
Yeah.
And the predictability is he's going to drop the sanctions on my pipeline. And that's exactly what happened.
It is, although I'm told the Biden administration is going to roll out a new package of sanctions tomorrow. I don't know if you saw this news item hit today.
3.5 years late.
Yeah, exactly. Well, let's talk about Putin, and specifically with regard to Ukraine. What is the way forward? President Trump has said you elect him, he solves it in a week. I'm guessing you might be one of the people at the table figuring out what happens during that week. What's going to happen? What should happen?
Look, let me back up for a second and just say there's a difference between a threat of military action and a credible threat of military action. And I think Putin was getting at this predictability issue with Biden through that phrase. If you have a credible threat of military action, it really means we don't quite know what's going to happen with you. You're not predictable. You might just do something, that we don't expect. And so when you look at this war in Ukraine, I actually, of course, we know Putin is a terrible person. He is a human rights abuser. We know all of this. No one that I know defends Putin in any way. But I believe that the President of the United States in the Oval Office, when making big decisions like hundreds of billions of dollars of American taxpayer money going to a foreign country, when you're making those decisions, you need to have two strong voices in front of you while you're sitting in the Oval Office. The President needs a Secretary of Defense who does not negotiate and who is fully prepared to do whatever is needed. But the President of the United States also needs a top diplomat, a Secretary of State, that will absolutely say, not yet. We're not doing this yet. We still have diplomatic things to do. We have to have tough diplomats. If you want to avoid war, you need tough diplomats. And I'm sorry to tell you, but through the entire Trump administration, the Democrats made fun of tough diplomacy. Every one of our ambassadors, every time President Trump used tough diplomacy, the Democrats mocked it. They said, oh, you can't be mean to our allies like that. You're so mean. I have to say to you, you better have an SOB diplomat if you want to avoid war.
All right. Let's move to the Middle East, if you don't mind. During the Trump administration, humanitarian funding, so-called humanitarian funding to Hamas in the Gaza territory was cut off because President Trump and his SOB diplomats said that that money was not humanitarian. It was going to build the terror war machine that Hamas was set to build. Biden gets into office. He reopens the funding to Hamas. 3 years later, we have October 7th. Is it too easy to connect those dots? Because, I mean, I'm not a national security or foreign policy expert, but it sure seems like we funded, in part, those attacks.
Well, first of all, I don't think that we can have this conversation without saying Iran.
Okay.
Iran is responsible. Iran and their proxies are responsible.
Well, we funded them too.
And we funded them. and you know, the reality is that Donald Trump rallied the world again at the complaints of Democrats who wanted to do the JCPOA 3.0 or 4.0, whatever it is now. We literally rejected all of that, you know, can't you just be nice to the Iranian regime talk from the other side?
Yeah, come on, great Satan, be nicer to them.
International types really wanted us to engage and try engagement. Now, look, I think engagement sometimes works, and certainly Donald Trump showed us that engagement with North Korea worked. But sometimes engagement doesn't work, and you have to do sanctions. There's a whole bunch of tools that we can do to avoid war: sanctions, isolation, engagement. We've got to be able to benchmark these things and ask ourselves after 3 months, are these things working? We realized Donald Trump's policy on Iran was working. We had rallied the world to not do business with them. We sanctioned them. They were squeezed. And when the Biden team came in, they relieved that pressure. They relieved the sanctions. So it's over $100 billion in sanctions relief, credit, and cash that we've given the Iranian regime. You cannot be surprised that the Iranian regime then turns around, money is fungible, and starts spending money on terrorism. Hezbollah got money from them, Hamas got money from them, all of the bad actors.
Houthis?
The Houthis.
Yeah.
And so we should not be surprised that this war on October 7th was absolutely funded by Iran and the money that Joe Biden sent them. I'm sorry, those are tough words, but that is the fact.
Yeah. Yes. The Knesset in Israel, there are 99 seats. This week, imagine this, imagine a legislative body in America. The vote out of 99 seats was 90-9 in the Knesset this week against authorizing discussions for a Palestinian state. Yeah. And yet, the Biden administration's stated policy is to still force a so-called two-state solution on our most important ally in the Middle East, Israel, the only functioning government in the Middle East, representative government, I should say. Why on earth would our policy be so directly against the people of that nation?
Michigan.
Dearborn in particular.
Look, the reality is we've had a real tough time watching the Biden team go back and forth on all of this craziness. They don't know what their policy is. They have undermined, just like the border policy, actually. They've tried some things. You know, you've seen them now come back and say, oh, well, maybe Biden is going to do some executive orders when I thought that executive orders didn't work and they needed a piece of legislation. We see the same thing now with the Israel-Palestinian issue. We have to be really honest about the fact that there are still hostages.
Yes, American hostages.
And we have American hostages.
As well as Israeli.
And Joe Biden has not spent the time to free Americans held hostage by Hamas. When you ask for a ceasefire, well, we still have hostages, you're asking to reward Hamas. I don't believe that we should have a conversation about two states, what happens in Gaza next, all of that, until you free our hostages. We have hostages that were taken by a terrorist organization. You want to have a conversation? Free our hostages, and then we will talk. But we're not going to reward you with talk of a second state or what happens to Gaza or any of that. And let me also say this. The Biden administration needs to be much tougher on Qatar. Because Qatar can be our ally. And I'm not somebody who just wants to beat up on Qatar. I know that they have a difficult region, we'll say it that way. And I want to work with them. And I think it's really important that we work with them. But we have not pressured them enough, and we have not pressured the region enough to get our hostages back.
The Middle East had reached such a unprecedented point at the end of the Trump administration with the Abraham Accords, multiple Arab nations making peace agreements with Israel. Some people had never thought it possible. Even Jake Sullivan bragged a month before the October 7th attacks how relatively calm Middle East was. And I asked somebody in the Trump administration once, after the presidency, how did the Abraham Accords happen? How was that even possible? And it's very simple, he said. You move the embassy to Jerusalem. You stop acting like, both sides in the Israel-Palestine conflict have, valid arguments. No, our ally is Israel. We stand with Israel. You want to be America's friend, then you better make friends with Israel. Is it really that simple? Because it kind of makes sense.
And I know they're telling us to wrap, so I'll be quick here. Look, I think that the reality is the success that Donald Trump had is because he really avoided politics and concentrated on job creation and the economy. And he did that in the Balkans, where I know for sure that that's the plan that worked. And between President Trump and Jared Kushner and Mike Pompeo and others, they really did concentrate on how do you just bring sides together to talk about growing economies and jobs. Young people leave the region because they don't have hope and they don't have a job. So part of our foreign policy, if we want to solve problems, is to avoid the political talk and figure out ways to do greater trade. That's going to make us more safe. I think our embassies need to be mini trade offices. We need to be pushing American jobs. That's what we need to be doing around the world, because when somebody has a job and hope and they can provide for their family, we're going to have a lot less fighting.
I got to hit Latin America. I know we're going to wrap, but Latin America, especially since President Bukele is coming out in a moment, right? This administration barely talks about our closest neighbors. They absolutely upended the deals that had been made with Mexico for Remain in Mexico. Obviously, the border crisis is an absolute disaster of their making, and I think of their design. Meanwhile, we've got a man like President Bukele who comes in, you talk about root causes of he actually has begun fixing the root causes in El Salvador. He's put the murderers in jail. Salvadorans are actually going back home because they want to be home. And this administration actually chastises him. This administration actually is suspicious of something that's actually working.
I'll be very quick here. Look, our Latin American policy has been terrible over the last couple of years. We have a State Department that's playing politics, that's pushing left-wing ideas down in Central and South America. President Bukele will be able to talk about this. He's been so brave. He's been so courageous and very creative. And he's a leader that I think we need to model throughout that whole region. I'll leave it at that.
If I may quickly, we all, I think, know who we're voting for come November. I think that there it is. I think that we're fooling ourselves if we don't realize that there are still people who have not made up their mind. There are still people who would rather have two different choices. That's fine. They're going to go their way. I can tell you for people in my life who are on the fence or not sure who to vote for, I say, you know what? If you've got a problem with Biden or Trump, stop for a moment, because it's not just about the man who sits in the Oval Office. You're electing a team. You're electing a foreign policy and national security team. And look at who we've got running our foreign policy right now. And look at the great people who could be part of this next administration, like Rick Grinnell.
Thanks, Larry.
America is under attack. Our families are being crushed under the politics of a radical agenda. But moms have had enough. We are standing up and we are fighting back.
This is our battle. This battle is every bit as important as the Revolutionary War because we fight for the same thing.
Moms for America is a national movement of moms reclaiming our culture for truth, family, freedom, and the Constitution.
I think Moms for America is exactly on track and is doing the right thing for the future of our country and our children.
Like, Moms for America is going at the heart of the issue.
But I am honored to join Moms for America today as we speak out against the horrific mandates.
With a national network of over 500,000 mothers, Moms for America is one of the fastest growing movements of women in the country.
Well, the most dangerous place in all of nature is between a mama bear and her baby cub.
We are the change. No matter what, no matter where, and no matter how difficult the obstacles are that are facing us and our families, we will not give up and we will not give in.
So if not now, then when? If not you, then who?
Welcome to the Mom-led Revolution.
Making an investment decision with someone is the most sacred act that can be performed in business. You see, most people do not reach their position in life easily. You're taking something hard-earned and having faith that another will cherish and protect it as you would. Go to panex.us/learn and see why hundreds of Americans just like you have placed their faith in my family to generate them tremendous tax benefits and revenue by developing and producing American oil. For 3 generations, American oil is all my family's ever known. Go to panex.us/learn and see why the people at Panex are people that you want on your team.
Want to know who's coming up next on the main stage? Go to cpac.org/agenda to access our agenda now and make sure you do not miss out on hearing from your favorite leaders in the conservative movement.
This president is calling my family, is calling me, is calling MAGA supporters enemy of America.
That's right.
I am the daughter of a Cuban political prisoner who fought for freedom, who fought against authoritarian and dictators. He sounds just like Fidel Castro did. Fidel Castro would target the enemies of his government and try to take them down. This is exactly what we're seeing with Joe Biden. He should be ashamed of himself. No American should be called a Nazi or be called an enemy of the state. Yeah. Those of us who love this country, and I have spent my whole life defending freedom in America.
There's a concerted effort to intimidate and censor conservative thinkers. The very freedoms secured by our Constitution are being threatened by the most liberal progressives America has ever seen. It seems like everything they do is to the detriment of our great nation. But there are plenty of patriots with the courage to stand up to the left. Join AMAC. AMAC is a voice for conservatives that cannot be ignored. Stand with over 2 million America-loving patriots by joining AMAC today.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the President of El Salvador, Nayib Bukele.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Gracias, gracias. Thank you, thank you. Gracias, muchas gracias, muchas gracias. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. Thanks. Let's have a seat. Thank you. Let's have a seat. Thank you. I love you too. Dear Matt and Mercy, thank you for the kind invitation to have me here at CPAC. It is truly an honor to be here just a few days after our presidential and legislative elections, which, by the way, they pulverized the opposition. They say globalism comes to die at CPAC. I'm here to tell you that in El Salvador, it's already dead. But if you want globalism to die here too, you must be willing to unapologetically fight against everything and everyone that stands for it. Fight for your freedoms. Fight for your rights. The next president of the United States must not only win an election, he must have the vision, the will, and the courage to do whatever it takes. And above all, he must be able to identify the underlying forces that will conspire against him. These dark forces are already taking over your country. You may not see it yet, but it's already happening. You don't see it as clearly because people are designed to see linear changes, not exponential ones. We don't always recognize how fast a problem can multiply and spiral out of control. The problem is much like the metaphor of the boiling frog. Once the water boils, it's already too late. People fail to see these things. It's our nature. Just like the frog, people become complacent, and they don't realize how bad things are getting until it's too late. While I know, of course, El Salvador is a lot smaller country, setting aside the differences, there's a similarity with what is happening here in the United States. We also had many apparently isolated problems in the 60s and the 70s, and we failed to realize as a country the severity of them until it became a civil war. By the time we reacted, it was already too late. We were already boiled like the frog. And it took us 50 years, 2 wars, 250,000 lives, and a third of our population displaced, and a near miracle to get our country back. As your friend, I want to issue this warning so you don't make the same mistakes we did in the 60s and the 70s. It is not easy to pull yourself back once you're in boiling water. In fact, all the experts said it was impossible. And besides, you don't want to wait 50 years and maybe hope for a miracle to get out of hell. You can still jump before the water boils. Some might say I'm exaggerating, but we can clearly see the signs of a declining society because our own hit rock bottom decades ago. It's like when we see someone getting sick. First, it's maybe just stomachache, or a headache, or a small fever. But if you don't deal with the disease, it will only get worse, and then it may be too late. Even after our first war in El Salvador, we failed again to look into the signs of the second civil war that was coming, the gang war. After 1 million people fled the first war, a lot of them came to live in ghettos here in the United States, where the gangs were formed, When former President Clinton deported a lot of those gang members without telling us they were gang members, they were criminals. They roamed free and recruited young people, thousands of young Salvadorans, to join the gangs. At first, they seemed like petty criminals, but they began to change and transform until they became the unscrupulous terrorists that we know today. Most of them even perform satanic rituals, and this has been well documented. The government back then didn't deal with the disease, nor did the next administration, nor did the ones after that. The disease that had begun with mild symptoms got worse and worse. It became a cancer that seemed incurable. We are already seeing these symptoms in the United States. Big cities in decline, like Baltimore, Portland, New York, just to name a few. Places where crime and drugs have become the daily norm, and even accepted and promoted by the government. How many young people have you lost to the streets of Philadelphia or San Francisco, to fentanyl? Did we see these apocalyptic sights 15, 10, 5 years ago? Can you imagine how it will be in the next 5, 10, or 15 years? The same thing was happening in El Salvador. In the span of less than a decade, gangs took control of all the country and our society. They evolved into a parallel government, controlling elections and even political parties. Every aspect of the daily life of most people was controlled by the gangs. Murder capital of the world is a tragic title to hold. Getting rid of that was the bare minimum we had to achieve in order to even start thinking about rebuilding our country. But jumping out of the water when it's already boiling is an almost impossible feat. You are not there yet. And believe me, you don't want to be. We did the unthinkable to cleanse our society. We arrested the terrorists, but we have to remove corrupt judges and corrupt attorneys and prosecutors. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. These corrupt judges and prosecutors who are setting the gang members free. And it wasn't just the gangs. The corrupt system worked in tandem with the so-called international community, the NGOs, and of course the fake news, just like it happens here in the United States. Unelected bureaucrats are trying to instate public policy. Who elected them? They don't have a democratic mandate. If they want a seat in the table, they should run for office. Let the people vote. It will not be a pretty sight for them if the elections are free and fair. I mean, who elected Soros to dictate public policy and laws? Why does he feel entitled to impose his agenda? Let me tell you something. Soros and his cronies hit a brick wall in El Salvador. Thank God, and all the glory be to him, Salvadorans are now immune to his influence. No one believes his lies anymore over there. We just had free and fair elections. And we won in a landslide with more than 84% of the vote. Let that sink in. More than 84% of the people voted to continue our policies. Our victory is unprecedented in the history and modern democracies in the world. They also gave us a supermajority in Congress, more than that, 54 seats out of 60. "57 if we count our allies. That's 95% of Congress. Let that also sink in. The people of El Salvador have woken up, and so can you. The global elites, they hate our success, and they fear yours. The people's free will to choose their leaders is something they despise because they cannot control that. You have experienced this firsthand here in the United States. The global elites control the mainstream media, they finance campaigns, district attorneys, to mention a few. They abuse their powers. They persecute political opponents. In El Salvador, we don't weaponize our judicial system to persecute our political opponents. A practice that may sound familiar to you, but we don't do that there. And who's the dictator? The global elites in the media, they work in conjunction, they run some stories and publish them, same pictures to reinforce their agendas. You're no strangers to that here in the United States. We deal with that in El Salvador too. That is the free press that they talk about? Please. I always criticize the defenders of institutionalism. Not because I don't think strong institutions are paramount and necessary for a democracy, but because I find them very hypocritical. They don't seem to have the same standards for themselves as they are trying to impose on others. But there's yet another component that is more dangerous than a simple double standard. Institutions were created to serve the people, and not the other way around. Somewhere along the way, those people forgot their fundamental purpose, which is more important than the institution itself. When the judicial system was created, it was created out of the necessity to bring justice. But now, it seems like survival and control of the judges, of the AGs, among others, are paramount. And the need to bring justice is merely a little more than an afterthought. Another example, the police was created to bring law and order. Let them seek law and order then. But now some of them are even afraid to do their job because they fear the consequences for doing it. They should be encouraged to fulfill their foundational roles without fear of repercussions that distract them from their missions. If the police was created to bring law and order, let them bring law and order. If the judicial system was created to bring justice, let them bring justice. Let them protect their purpose at all costs. Same goes with the press. Let them be free. A democracy needs a free press. But to enjoy that membership, you must adhere to your duty as a reporter. Report the facts. Don't be a puppet of those who finance you or finance the organizations that you work for. Your freedom of speech will always be protected. We believe in free speech. Everyone here believes in free speech. Your free speech will always be protected, but don't call yourself a journalist if you're just an activist. Don't call yourself independent if you depend in open society. Sarah's NGO for those sacred institutions have morphed away from the reason they were created. We should not defend those institutions for the sake of being institutions. Instead, we should defend the principles that created those institutions in the first place. It's troubling to see that this is happening everywhere. Not only in El Salvador and the United States, it's happening everywhere. But even here, in the United States, in the most powerful country in the world, even here, it's happening. America should listen to these words, not because the El Salvador model should be replicated here, but because these specific examples apply to any nation that has lost or is losing its way. Ask yourself why this is happening, who is supporting it, and whether it is by ignorance or by choice. And fight it. Fight it with all your heart and soul. And be the beacon of hope. And be the beacon of hope that your founding fathers, with all their faults like every human being has, dreamt for your country. Fight for your freedoms, for your rights. Fight for the original purpose of these institutions and not their mere existence. It's still not too late. It can be done. It is time to erase these new paradigms that have been imposed in the recent years that make no sense. If you just free your minds from those invisible chains, you could do it. This shift is an extremely dangerous trend that undermines these institutions. Effectiveness and their credibility is at stake, both home and abroad. This is a warning from a friend. You should adhere to their foundational principles and purposes and denounce this new institutionalism. Now, you would think that's it. As it wasn't enough, right? But unfortunately, there's more. There are other symptoms that are even more difficult to diagnose. For instance, the financial situation of the United States. When I talk to my conservative friends right here, they always tell me that the problem is high taxes. But they're wrong. Of course, high taxes are extremely high here in the United States. I give you that. You're right in that. But that's not the real problem. The real problem is not the high taxes themselves, but the fact that they are not even really funding the government. Not even those high taxes, higher than a lot of places in the world, not even those taxes are really funding the government. So who's financing the government? Government is financed by treasury bonds, paper. And who buys the treasury bonds? Mostly the Fed. And how does the Fed buy them? By printing money. But what backing does the Fed have for that money being printed? The treasury bonds themselves. So basically, you finance the government by printing money out of thin air. Someone could ask, well, so if the government can print the limited amounts of money out of thin air, why do they collect taxes? I mean, in theory, it would make sense, right? If they can print unlimited amounts of money, why would they need taxes for? The answer is simple, but it's very shocking. The real problem is that you pay high taxes only to uphold the illusion that you are funding the government, which you are not. It's shocking, but it's true. The government is funded by money printing, paper backed with paper, a bubble that will inevitably burst. The situation is even worse than it seems, because if most Americans and the rest of the world were to become aware of this farce, confidence in your currency would be lost, the dollar would fall, and the Western civilization with it. If the next president of the United States doesn't make the necessary policies and structural changes, sooner or later that bubble will burst. There's still time. You don't have to make the same mistakes we did in the 60s and the 70s. You can still jump before the water boils. Winning the election isn't enough to solve these problems. They will not simply go away as a consequence of an electoral result. It would take a total re-engineering of the government, top to bottom. It will entail making difficult decisions, like the ones we made in El Salvador since 2019, and they're already paying off. It will be hard. The system will push back, but you have the right to determine your own fate. Salvadorans did the same. The decision for the direction of our nation was ours, and it continues to be ours. We didn't tolerate being told what to do. In doing so, we did the unthinkable. Against all adversity, we transformed El Salvador from the most dangerous country in the world to the safest in the Western Hemisphere. Thank you. Thank you. We did it by defying the global elites. We told them no more. And that is my message to you. Put up the fight, because it is, in the end, it will be worth it. It has been for us, and you will have your country back. May God bless you. May God bless the people of the United States. May God bless El Salvador and the future of both our nations. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for attending today's sessions at CPAC 2024, where globalism goes to die. We now invite you to stay for a special screening of Angel Studios Cabrini at 7:30 p.m. in the Potomac Ballroom. Please enjoy the trailer.
If we are to build an empire of hope, let's go, girls. It seems we must first conquer New York. Come on. Do people know rats have it better than the children of 5 points?
Wanna make some noise, really raise my voice. Yeah, I wanna scream and shout.
We have to show America we are all people of dignity.
Be careful, man. This place will eat you alive.
You have swatted the hornet's nest.
We are bold or we die.
It's not safe. Not for you.
I should get to work.
I will speak to the mayor, signore.
Who the hell do you think you are?
Man, I feel like a woman.
You think you're gonna march in here and tell me?
I want the best hospital for your people and for mine. Begin the mission, and the means will come.
What kind of New York do we want?
We are survivors, are we not? We are.
Quanto rumore fa una donna da sola?